2,000 followers. We're gonna do this, okay? I'm doing this for the homie.
And
then Dirk has to give me
selamat
lessons.
malam semuanya.
What are you gonna do once he gets there? Like, who's next on your list?
Who's next on my list? I mean, I
So,
don't know. Maybe we just gas
gimana
up all
ini?
of like,
Mas
FPX
Dedy.
or something like that.
We see who
Gas some
wins.
artists.
I
And
don't
we'll
know.
see who wins. And then
I've
we'll go ahead
never
and choose
seen
that. All right, and then, of
FPX
course,
soalnya
get
kemarin-kemarin
back to some
nggak
more
nonton
business stuff,
FPX.
because earlier in the show we actually
Kirain
asked
bakalan
our Twitter
kirain
poll,
malam ini
which
bakalan
X is
rematch
in fact
optik lawan
to get
PRX.
It's gonna be PRX.
I thought
Or is it
Fnatic would
going to be
win,
Pump
but
plus
if they
Phoenix?
could
And
win against
81!
Fnatic, then
You'll
they're
steal
pretty good.
81 per 82. Jess.
I would say that's an improvement because previously FPX had 3.9% in the original
Wow.
poll. So now they've at least gained a few. They're getting there.
So guys, Dedy baru bangun guys,
Maybe
jadi
they'll have,
otaknya
like,
masih rada-rada
35.
disconnect
Okay.
gitu ya.
Center.
Jadi
Let's
kalian
do this,
memaafkan
team.
ya.
Who is winning Masters
don't do
Copenhagen?
this.
And
Jadi
Paul, we'll
beneran
start with
lagi
you.
reconnect banget loh, nggak bohong deh.
Yes.
Ooh.
No.
I got a feeling, guys.
Apa?
I got a feeling that FPX is going to take this one.
FPX.
I really do. Okay. I think PRX showed a little bit of, everybody's like, oh, their confidence, their bombasticity.
But I
really
feel
feel that they
FPX
showed
got
a
a
little
pretty
bit
good
less
chance.
of that against Optic in that in that upper
Do
final.
you think they have enough to be able to hold on against this PRX? That's why I picked PRX, because no team has been able to hold them in yet.
Yeah, I definitely do. I do.
Okay.
Tom,
I picked my duo.
he picked his duo.
Yes.
And you picked
Yes.
PRX.
High five,
All
let's
right,
go.
guys.
La, la,
With
la,
that
la,
being
la.
said, it's time to put the
Halo,
pre-show to a
kakak-kakak,
close
yang di
and get
sini
to our
Dedy
main
sudah
event. I'm going to hand
berkumpul.
things over to Yinsu in a moment here because I'm on
Maaf
trophy
ya,
duty. So settle in,
Dedynya
folks,
lagi
because this is
nggak
it. The
nyambung.
grand finals, best of 5 between PRX and FPX.
Anjay,
It's time to crown
bongkai.
our Masters Copenhagen winners, and the action starts right now.
Right now.
Yeah. Oh.
What's map 1? Map 1-nya apa ini?
Belum ini kita belum mulai. Sapa-sapa dulu dong.
Siapa lagi nih Benkai?
Iya nih, kita mau nungguin nih. Aku tuh dari kemarin tuh nonton cuman pengen nungguin Benkai keluarnya pakai baju apa nih. Nah, ini aku udah nonton nih trailernya tadi siang sore.
Ya, Oji pulang.
Uji pulang.
That shouldn't be the case anymore.
Benkai is
We are the
apa
new
ya?
What is this
Benkai itu
trailer?
mukanya kotan. This is the trailer, kayak just the trailer for the final gitu loh. Aku nonton tadi sore sih.
We went through a lower bracket in group stage. We went
FPX
through a
is
lower
pretty good,
bracket in
like apa sih
playoff,
namanya, kayak gaining momentum.
then to the grand final.
Kayak menang kalah gitu.
We might look chaotic, but it just kind of works. We came here as challengers. We will leave as kings.
Fun plus Phoenix.
Yosh. I think for Fun plus
Satu.
Phoenix
FPX,
yang bagus mainnya itu Shao sama
they do not be like
Shigetsu
us.
sih.
Their strength is snowballing.
Oh, di Airframe Rush ya?
Yo.
It's like a double-edged sword for them.
EU tim ya, oke.
I
Yes,
think we're
it's
the
EU
team who
team.
have the most chances stopping PRX.
Belum pernah main sih mereka, maksudnya Perekton FPX itu.
That is so weird. Oh, that way. Oh,
The other team
Chinese.
probably knows that we are coming, but
Chinese.
sometimes we just can't stop it.
Chinese company tapi playernya EU semua.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, right?
Oh, Forest dulu di sini. Trial analyst.
Ah.
Oh, masih ada.
Angel tuh
Duh, lama.
I don't know.
Kelamaan
Sometimes
ini.
it-
Kelamaan
trailer.
trailer lah.
I hope you guys like
Good evening, ada Ria.
Halo Ria.
Kok masih batuk?
Batuk-batuk mulu.
Masih batuk aku. Anjay. Anjay. Let's go Anjay.
Where are you at? I've had some FPX on on the desk as well. I'm quite surprised with that pick.
Of course, hey, if I can't support NA, I'm gonna just hop over the ocean.
You are EMEA's biggest fan, Bola.
Yeah,
You know this.
A little bit.
You know this. Of course, we guys show you an awesome trailer at the top of the show every
What do
single
you
day.
think about the
But there's
match,
one thing to
Dedy?
do
Can
before
you
we get
give us
everything else
our
started.
insight?
For the last time here at Copenhagen, it's time to activate
I don't know.
the
I've never seen
championship
FPX,
stage.
so yeah.
Here we go.
I've never seen them how they play. Walk out. Cosplay.
Yes, cosplay time, anjay.
Cosplay.
Let's go. Cosplay. Cosplay time. Okay, let's go. To be honest, I don't really like the live stage. Nggak, kesannya tuh nggak gitu megah gitu loh, ngerti kan? Dedy. Do you know that if you rap, kamu tuh cuman butuh ngomong ciledug ciputat aja dengan cepat dengan bernada.
Ciledug ciputat, ciledug ciputat, ciledug.
Kayak gitu.
PRX.
Let's go Benkai.
FPX.
Let's go. They're pretty good though. Maksudnya udah nyampe ke final aja sudah membuat bangga, coy.
Well, in just a little bit, we're
Terakhir
gonna have our
cuma
last two teams take
cuma
the
bisa
stage.
fourth
And
place
the
doang.
prospect of Tom, you know, a
But fourth place is
trophy
pretty
is
good,
going to be
yeah,
lifted
actually.
later today in front of a crowd for the first
They didn't
time
even manage
ever.
last year
It doesn't
gitu
get better
kan.
than that.
People here are already crazy. We haven't even got the teams on the stage yet, and people are already so loud. I can feel the floor vibrating. So I don't know what it's going to be like for the players, but I'm already losing it.
I'm nervous for the players. Like the moment they walk out, they look and they'll be like, oh, yeah, that's the reality of what we've got right now. If I was a player standing up there, sheesh, I don't know how I would feel having to sit down in front of that.
This is different, right? The last 2 days, this is a packed house, so 100% it's gonna feel really wild.
Yeah, and I was speaking to some of the players.
Is it
They can
really
hear the
rame?
crowd. Like, they can hear them. So
I don't
you guys
know.
make sure to support whichever team you are going after today. But before all of that, we got to talk about the maps as we head into the map select. We've mentioned this early in the show already. In this best of
Oh, ini dulu.
Paper
Best.
Rex
Okay, let's go. It's my
with
pick.
the greatest advantage ever.
Yeah, 2
Whoa,
map bans
whoa.
is so ridiculously good,
Whoa,
and they earned it by only
sound,
having
man.
played 3 matches here. They earned it coming through the upper bracket final, and
split
it is
the
such an
ban.
advantage because that means they
Yeah,
don't get any
PRX
maps banned
bener-bener nggak
against
bisa
them,
main di
which means
split
bye,
soalnya.
which means fracture.
Well, that's the big thing. I think as well, FPX would want to take a couple of things out of there. The
FPX.
freezes definitely looked a little bit
Sam.
shaky. I'm not sure they want to lean
Yeah.
towards it. And that's the
They
tough
don't
thing
know
right
this.
now.
Eh.
Where are they going to lean? And actually,
PRX tuh.
removing one of the best picks of FPX and their permaban. What a
I
wonderful
love
start.
that. I
What?
mean, look, that's the advantage you get, baby. You go through the upper bracket and you go,
I think
I
they're
don't
actually
like this
pretty good
map.
at-
Split is my
Okay.
permaband, and you're good on a set. So guess what? 2 birds, 1 stone. Goodbye. See you
Oh,
later.
Yodel.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And obviously, like
Your
you guys have
time.
said, Bind, we were going to see 100%. And of course, they're going to pick it straight away. If you
Wait.
leave it open for them, Bala, this is kind of their
FPX
biggest
milih
Yeah, I think the day
attacking
before we
duluan
said
dong.
it was a free win for them. It didn't go their way
Whoa.
against Optic,
That's
but they
cool.
also
They do that
didn't
a
pick
lot.
yours, so still hoping
I
for
don't
that to
know.
come out. And
Mereka
then
nggak pilih
FPX
defender
were
duluan,
very
kan?
weak on that map in the
mereka
last
nggak pilih
2
defender
times they
duluan.
played.
One of the things is so far in this tournament, we haven't actually seen the full set of maps just
And
yet.
this
So
is interesting.
I
interested to see
hate
where that
Bind,
sort of
man.
counter comes
Bind
in
is
on
such
the
a
other side.
shitty
And
map.
I believe is one of the maps that we haven't seen in this
Oh, and
tournament.
Ice
Paper X
Balls
Exactly right.
is
That's something
better,
that
cuman
FPX, I wondered whether or not that would be a ban.
it's better
I
since
know.
since
We have
dibenerin
seen, you know,
it's
Paper X
better,
get rid of
cuman
a little bit, and
it's a
FPX
bit
is like,
annoying
yeah,
to
you've
play
left
as
it in
well.
there. We take
I don't
advantage
know
of it.
if,
Here we
like,
go.
PRX
That's the kind of
trying
thing we've already
to
seen from
bait.
FPX.
Yeah, Fracture is very much still on the table.
I don't know
PRX
if
milih
they're
apa?
trying-
PRX milih apa tadi di attacking juga? Oh,
Yeah, you would
I
think
guess
that it would be,
people
you know,
in
two-
pros
two map
do they
advantage
pick
right away.
attacking?
Xbox
Soalnya
No,
aku jarang.
no, a lot of them pick defending.
And but I I do think Fracture is one
Except
where
PRX.
that is the map that FPX will be able to flip. I think that style that PaperX plays on this map and we'll get in this map
Oof,
3,
it's
is
always
exactly
Fracture.
the type of style
Iya, I
FPX
don't know.
wants
Kayak
to
tahun
play
ini tuh
against
semuanya
with their
kayak
control.
pilihannya
The
mapnya
greatest
tuh
thing about
fracture,
it is
fracture,
that
fracture,
as that
fracture,
being
fracture,
map
bosan
3,
coy.
we will get it no matter what kind of banning advantages PaperX gives. We will have a banger map on Fracture. I think I've seen
I
some of
don't
the most
know.
exciting games from both of
From the
these teams
stats ya,
individually
from the
on
stats
that map,
actually
so I'm
PRX
so
is
glad
pretty
it
bad
comes
at
in,
icebox.
At least in the top 3.
Yeah, for sure. I think that it's a map that PaperX have also been sort of testing a few
But
things.
last
like switching
time,
out with the
but
Sage
last
every
time
once in a while
FPX
as well,
played
so
against
I
Fnatic
think
on
this is actually
icebox.
dangerous because
They
again,
did
I think the way that
tilt
they
a
get
bit
that
gitu.
advantage early on, there's not really a map where I'm going, that is firmly favored to FPX. I think PaperX are happy to
Oh,
play
is it
anything
best
that's
of
left. And
best
while
of
Haven, we've already seen it
6?
throughout this tournament from either side, and with sort of mixed results.
Yeah, well, Haven and Breeze
best
are the
of
only
5,
two maps
yeah.
left, and FPX, they want to play Haven fourth. Bala, do you think we're even going to get to that Haven? I know.
Oh, this is
Actually,
gonna
you
be
think
a long
FPX is going to
night.
take this, so surely.
Should've
Yeah,
brought
this is
coffee.
gonna be.
It's a map that they can flip,
Oh
and then I
my
also
god,
think that
tomorrow
Icebox
I've
should
got
go in
work.
Di Olima ini.
What's PaperX's weakest map regionally? I do think
We
Haven is
have
a
work
problem for
tomorrow.
them though, and they will have to
Hey, what's
potentially
my problem?
survive on this
Haven.
map if the maps go the way that you might expect them and they don't get any
Okay.
flips. So Haven's gonna be a problem for
Haven.
FPX.
Kalau kan pick Yoru di ban gak ada obat. Ya kemarin mereka nggak ini ya. Mereka kemarin.
Nggak milih Yoru. Dia kan asu.
Oh, it's BO5, best of 5. So whoever gets 3 points first, and I think dari kemarin ya dari Smith. Enggak.
Enggak.
Baru ini doang ya, baru grand final doang.
So
It's
you guys
gonna be
feel
a
like if we go
long
to
night,
map 5,
and I kinda regret it that I decided
I
to
have
go
not
on
been
this
impressed with the
trip.
moves that I've seen from FPX so far this tournament. I think it's
Because
been
I have
figured
work
out.
tomorrow.
I have been impressed regionally though, Tom. I really have been impressed regionally.
But I think if any team could deal with a Yoru, it's going to be the Kings of Yoru.
What do you think?
Ini
I'm
kemarin
not going to complain
optik
if you see a Yoru
sama
versus
ini.
Yoru today. We're going to take a
BO5
quick break
ini.
here. When we come back, we're going to be bringing the
4-1,
players
4.
onto that stage.
3-1.
3-1 ya.
Kan plus Phoenix sama optik.
Interesting. What do you think, Dedy? I'm actually kinda doki now. I'm so doki.
I don't know, as long as they don't get destroyed on Icebox, I guess.
Yeah, because Icebox is kinda hard for PRX. They record their stats on Icebox is not that good. It's either Icebox or Split that they usually
I understand why FPX or wait, PRX tadi yang FPX harusnya yang tadi nge-ban Ascent harusnya kan? Kayaknya itu bug deh tadi tulisannya PRX soalnya awal-awal. I understand kalau FPX nge-ban Ascent soalnya ya PRX belum pernah kalah di Ascent soalnya.
Ascent sama Main. I don't know, but Mind Freak is really good on Ascent. Dari match sebelumnya ya.
1 menit lagi nunggu.
Oh, 1 menit lagi dong. Udah aku mau tidur dulu jadi terbangunin aku ya. Anjay, gue iklan. Let's go. Matiin suaranya.
What's chat doing in Twitch right now? Tarik fans crying? Why?
I don't know.
Oh, Tarik is Tarik not live yet? Tarik
I think
watch party belum live kah?
Nggak tahu. Kalau Nats sih tadi aku lihat udah live sih. Soalnya Nats itu kan dukung Forsaken. I think Booster is on the crowd. Boaster and Mixwell is in the crowd, I think.
You've seen the stage, you've seen the maps, and it's finally to bring out our players for this grand final. Give a
Walkout.
massive
Cosplay.
welcome to FPX
Cosplay.
and PRX.
Cosplay.
Cosplay time. Let's go. Cosplay time.
Apa nih? Oh, is that the trophy?
Ooh.
He doesn't need to warm up. He just needs a gun in his hand. Sugetsu is a god at this. Shao is having an absolute series here.
FPX seragamnya pakai celana pendek.
Coach? Ini coach mereka kah?
No. I think coach always cam. Yeah. You can see the roll right.
Oh,
Yeah. Shao is really good. Angel is really easy to tilt if I have to be honest. Kayak gampang gitu ngetiltnya kayak terakhir itu main di
oh
kanan.
no. Oh
Bro.
no.
Bro, what's that? Bro.
God
Bro.
damn it.
God damn it, bro.
Dasar orang-orang is apa?
Like e-sport aneh-aneh coy.
Is Europe. Eastern
Is
Europe. Oh ini
Yeah.
coachnya.
Ya, tim. Coachnya rapi coy. Pemainnya om semua katanya. Tapi
Ya.
not even om.
It's not om, it's just that apa ya, orang-orang Eropa sama Amerika kan emang badannya gede-gede.
Mukanya tua soalnya. Ah.
Oh, davai.
Dava itu asik banget orangnya, aku suka nontonin streamnya. Tolong di knife.
Oh no, what is she doing?
What is this shit?
Oh no, ini jadi apa dia? Lu kayak apa itu?
Oh my god, bad guy.
Itu Benkai cosplay jadi apa?
Gak tahu, jadi pink, jadi Barbie kayaknya. Let's go Davai.
What is he doing?
Kelantan pride.
Woo! Fans are going crazy. Forsaken.
Yo. And Jing was still in isolation.
Oh udah nggak tuh?
Hah? What? Seriously?
Udah di on stage semua.
Bahagia banget ya coy. Mukanya. Seneng banget ya coy. Coach.
Nih coach yang ngamuk-ngamuk mulu. Ah, guys, what are you doing?
Fuck me man, Eren. Gak tanya besoknya Erennya clutch. Terus semua orang kayak fuck me man, Eren now has different meaning gitu.
Fist bump.
These two teams have eliminated the best
By Barbie
of
ngantuk si
the best
Benkai,
to get here,
yes.
and it's time to see which one of them can
I
claim
love Benkai,
that
man.
throne. But the exciting thing is, guys, no matter
Coba
what
pakai foto
happens,
dulu lagi.
we're gonna have a brand new Masters winner and potentially, Tom, one from a brand new region.
I can't get over the fact that you're going to look
Oh
across
my
the
God,
stage
the
and you're going
crowd.
to see Benkai staring back at you in that wig. Like, it's just going to be absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, a chance for 3 different regions to win 3 tournaments in a row would be
Orang-orang Europe
truly
tuh
absurd.
makanya
We
tua
don't
banget ya.
see within esports often at all.
And I'm glad you brought that point up because that means we have a truly global esport. I know it's hard to take Paper X seriously,
lihat.
Tom, but take this
Have
moment
fun.
seriously because now we can say on
Hello,
the
I don't know,
take
Irfan
Paper X
really fun,
seriously.
tactical FPS that encompasses every single region.
Yeah, just have fun out there, boys.
Making it to champions, who knows? I'm sorry, I had to do that pun. You gave me the opportunity. But yeah, Bala again, 2 very,
Suara streamnya sama suara Raya udah pas kan, guys?
Iya.
No, I mean,
Suara stream sama suara aku udah pas belum,
Paper
guys?
X has just shocked the world with their play style, and FPX has gone through the ringer of
Yo.
a lower bracket. It is ridiculous to think that they made it here after all of that.
Yeah, it is indeed. Let's bring it back to this best of 5 at hand when it comes to the maps. Again, Paper X.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this slowly, okay? Jadi kalau misalnya aku sambil makan, sambil ini juga. Jadi kalau misalnya ada yang kelewat, maaf ya.
When Loud had a similar advantage, Tom, they kind of let that slip away.
Let's be honest, when you get to this stage of a tournament, the maps don't necessarily matter as much. You are playing with 2 world-class teams on the stage. They're going to have a map pool good enough that realistically any of the maps could go any of the ways. I think FPX have proven that throughout this entire tournament. They can even play a map that they tough teams. They are world class here.
Yeah, I agree with your
Nah,
point,
itu udah
Tom,
duduk
but I
si
don't
Benkai
wanna
masih
understate
sibuk
this
kayaknya.
advantage that Paper
Copot
X
week
has.
dulu.
This is probably the worst team to have made it through the upper bracket finals for everybody else in the tournament. So FPX came into this looking at that and saying, oh, this is going to be a tough road ahead. Such an uphill battle.
Yeah, we're into the Prime Gaming agent select here for Bind. Of course, Jess, surely they bring back the Yoru.
Give it
surely.
to me. It didn't work when you took it out of your composition. So
Give it Yoru. Give us
across the
Yoru.
stage. I need you to pick the Yoru. And there we go, baby. There we go.
We got it.
race.
Also, if you
Yeah,
have a look
we
at the
got
side of
it.
FPX, they've also made a change. Shao's moved on over to the stage here.
Yeah, that is actually a really interesting pick because if you think about how Yoru plays, this is a guy who's going to try to get his TPs through the bind teleporters, try to get it up short, and try to get it into flanks as well. So a lot of misdirection can come from Forsaken's TP.
Really interesting, and Xiao is really good at Sage.
To block it from going
To be honest.
Well, that's the point. They're basically trying to make things a little bit
Is Xiao
more
gonna
awkward. The thing
play
that will be
Grimoires?
interesting is how that's going to work.
I know.
Also on the attacking
There's
But
a lot
Xiao is
of-
really good
You're
with.
actually going to have your same setups and
Xiao's
same
really good with
executions even that you had before. Now that
Terakhir aku nonton stage-nya dia di mana? Di Icebox lawan Fnatic. Banyak clutch moment ya dari Xiao itu kayak best play-nya.
Of course, coming out Jing being one of those players that can traverse the map in a single second, and Zippin on one of his best agents in his entire agent pool here. We have players on an individual level taking agents that they are well known on a global scale, but the head-to-head, the counters, that goes down to the micro level now.
I mean, FPX, they know exactly what Paper X can do here with the Yoru. Angel, he plays the Yoru. How much faith do you guys have in their preparation here? Or do you feel like the other day Paper X played, is this a free win?
I have high faith in FPX
scared.
preparation, as always, but specifically about your preparation, I don't know if that, I trust Angel's expertise in that area.
Well, the agents are locked in and it's time to get into the
Kayaknya ini
server.
sih.
Copenhagen,
I think
give it up
Max
for Bren
VCT.
and Sideshow.
Paper X is not gonna play at Yoru again anymore.
Yes.
Not as much as this.
Is looking beautiful today. The crowd is
They're gonna alternate ya sama Chamber Forsaken. They're gonna alternate, I think.
I think they wanna
Soalnya,
try Neon.
Ya next VCT pasti Yoru nggak bakal keluar lebih banyak apa sering ini. Tapi kalau kelamaan kebaca kan. That's why I think that's why they tried to pick Chamber, didn't work karena belum cukup persiapannya. But yeah.
I think they wanna try with Neon. Mulai udah begini ya.
Oh.
Could you find a more perfect example of how they're going to try and react to this?
Ooh, nice Benkai.
Missed his shot. A bit of a whiff still, a jump and a right click. Sugetsu does claim that one
Jing.
down now to the 2v3.
Jing. Look at that. Oh.
All over the place.
Nice
Angel waiting right round the corner. The pistol round.
Oh.
All but done and dusted. and the desk was talking a bit about that FPX preparation. I mean, they were so ready for that. The Haunt comes over to Fountain, reading the push.
Oof.
And now it's all left in the hands of
Just
Ben
1 second
a
late.
1v3 that he just can't manage. FPX, they start out incredibly here.
Nice try, nice try.
Winning that pistol in a fashion that showcases that they understand how PRX are going to play this map.
Yeah, the preparation is clearly there, underlying. FPX, they are that kind of team.
This is a nice. Yeah. I don't know why they didn't check that corner. They should have. It was kind of dumb.
Yeah, that was kind of dumb.
Kenapa? Tadi siapa yang nggak ngecek main freak sama for second ya?
Yeah.
I don't know why mereka nggak ngecek itu, kok nggak tahu kenapa. They should have just checked it. Kalau mereka ngecek udah, tuh, I think they won.
Comes out of it round the corner, but the shorty's going to get shut down. And this is where Fortemus is going to find possibly his largest challenge yet. Cracking this FPX default is going to be so difficult. And the way that FPX play around their guns here means that they're going to have an enormous advantage, or at least compared to usual, heading into round 3.
They play like this.
Very slow approach for now with a slow
Yeah, I think they've been watching a lot of. Mereka udah nonton banyak PRX.
Iya.
Absolute freelo, I think, to try and get that spike down, a TP play.
Alright, here we go. Rifle round.
It looks like we countered it.
PRX didn't show anything new in that second round, though. They have a very deep playbook on this map. But this is what I'm talking about with the economy. We'll talk about it a little bit after these replays. Once we get back in, you'll notice FPX have managed to get
really
themselves
know
in a
their
position
strategies.
where they've got a load of rifles on board. It's 4
I think they
Vandals
should.
heading into the bonus
Apa ya
round. And
namanya
this
ya?
is what makes them one of the best teams in the world at being able
More?
to carry on
I don't
momentum
know.
from a pistol win.
What do you think, Dedy?
And this gate crash from Forsaken, you can already see it in more of a passive setup over towards
Oh,
a fast
what is
retake
that
on B.
knife?
Or just a fast rotate.
Wow.
And Showers control
Buat satu doang sih.
Spike going to be claimed
Oh, that
there.
knife is really good.
Going to be backing away though, has to respect the possibility that it could be
Oh,
broken up. You see that fight
the knife jatuhnya di shower. Wow.
This information as well being thrown into the mix, and PRX might get a bit antsy here, might overstep
whoa.
themselves just a bit for that info.
Oh my goodness,
Second lihat
Deno.
nggak
Deno, they fucking know.
Nice.
Oh, that flash, man.
I mean, they have to know. They have to know sekarang mereka ke B ini.
Taking matters into his own hands.
Question is.
Backside Zipper not wasting any time. Zip straight in. What a kill to find with only the Spectre.
Heal,
It's a
heal.
huge one, and it leaves PRX in a
3v3.
situation where they've got to play retake here.
Retake. Ada Benkai. No stun. Oh, nice flash.
Yeah, a bit of information, a bit of space gain. Now, wow,
Oh.
players trying to flood into the back.
Oh,
Oh.
Mindfreak is good though. Ah.
Yeah, Manfred is really good. Ah,
Placement there
no.
by Shao, anticipating where they were coming from. That's the
That's
bonus
sad.
converted, Josh. That's what makes FPX so dangerous.
They're really
Consider how
anticipating
they
this.
got to this point. And take a look at the replay here. Zipan just bouncing into the site. There was
Mana?
Snake Light flying towards CT, but that's only Zipan trying to
Yeah.
handle it.
He whiffed.
And Shao does amazingly as well. Currently 5-1 in the server of just finding another pick on the other side of the map after his team had failed to take
Davai overextended a little bit.
Yeah, I think Dava is
Bit of a
overextended.
boom bot play, but the money's not too
Shouldn't
great
pick
here
it
for
then.
PRX.
Stinger?
Hoping that a couple of these
Yeah.
FPX
Mereka
players
eco
end up
half
just
player. Oh my god.
funneling into them.
He picked Bilongnya.
I think he should have just played jiggle tadi instead of like holding a close angle di long. Oh.
Yeah, Mindfreak tries to swing off and anticipating that maybe
no.
would have caught onto somebody, but look at FPX, the way that they're offloading this.
Oh,
the Stimmy
Davai is
drops
dead.
down. 2 shots rounded off
Dead,
by Davai,
dead,
not enough.
yep.
Can't get that reload in action. And of course, the flanks being watched.
Yes.
Forsaken trying to just TP through. Jing does get 2. Showstopper online, opportunity potentially to do some more damage. Satchel play right round the side, but shut down once more by Shao.
Ah.
Alright, it's time to pause. It's time to pause. Pause sekarang, PRX. Pause.
Yes, they boss.
0 and 4.
I think they paused, right?
No.
Oh, they didn't pause? Oh.
PRX, PRX.
Chance, hyping up the PRX players, wanting them to get back into this game. And it is rifles on board to vie with an operator as well.
Buff Killjoy.
Out of sand, using the fact that FPX are not going to be taking that area of the map aggressively.
Yeah, buff Killjoy, please. I play Killjoy.
Gonna be landing there on top of Showers. Can't be broken. That's gonna be good information game for
No,
Harders.
no, you don't do that.
This is two players trying to play towards there.
His job is simply to hold on.
Oh.
And Divide, while I thought he might
Ardis.
Yeah, they bait.
And perhaps
Detailnya kepake semua.
into a more passive position. Try not to
Dia
get
mau
punished.
jualik satu-satu.
This is very
Sometimes FPX's worst enemy is
uncomfortable buat PRX. Mereka nggak bisa agres kayak biasanya.
You are right, Josh. Onto this minute mark now. Prowler spotting the players split all over the bloody place, but fight now starting to end towards.
I don't know if the Vi will read this.
Watch this.
Oh, wait, that didn't hit.
Misses the shot.
How did he not get at least
Wait,
one of them there? Benkai's still coming
Yeah, I
around though,
thought
and as
it
the
was-
time ticks lower and lower, Jing and Benkai's ultimates may be important.
Flash!
Wanted to push them back. The showstopper. Not let loose.
No.
Shot, but still the kill found. Zipan opens it
He's
up.
so low though.
Leg space being gained.
Oh,
Definitely leg
no,
trick,
Jing.
trying to make the most of it, but again, the trade is there. The back of the side, Benkai.
Oh,
he
no.
anticipated over the top. Seketsu finding his mark. Slow orb. It's hard to try and play through. And an easy enough shot, a flick of the wrist.
Oh,
5 rounds in a row.
Yeah, it's
for
time to
FPX.
pause. It's time to pause,
Absolutely
guys.
demolishing their opponents
I
at this
think they're
point,
pretty
Brent.
good
They've
at
got
apa
the
sih
read
namanya,
here on
picking,
Bind.
attacking
And I think
this
this is what
one.
PRX were
There you
afraid
go.
of when they went up against Optic.
Yeah.
And they decided to move away from the Yoru. This playbook is deep, but a lot of their defensive aggression has the same theme to it.
Same patterns.
The same patterns that you can detect and theoretically shut down, but it's incredible to see FPX have so much success without ever having played PRX before. This is another grand finals where you have a team that's gone straight through the uppers and one that's clawed through the lowers. We saw that play out at Reykjavik as well, but this time it's not a rematch. And I think PRX are very difficult to play against for the first time. So major credit to FPX. All their theory working out so far.
I think they've got a phenomenal understanding of how they want to be trying to break down what PRX were throwing at them, and that's what this timeout's going to be used for. Try and work a way around it. What's been going wrong for them? The aggression's been getting punished a lot of the time.
Yeah. And also these slower rounds, they've just not quite been able to hold on. Listen, round 5 there were many times where Divide could have taken
Kalau
an
aku
option
ketiduran, maaf ya.
and stopped the
Ngantuk kah?
aggression. They just
Nggak
missed the first
takutnya
time and
nanti
let shot
lagi
the
nggak
second
serius
time.
tiba-tiba aku
Those are
ketiduran
chances you
gitu
can't
loh.
let slip away against a team as drilled as FPX.
Ngantuk sih enggak sih, aku baru bangun soalnya.
You have to capitalize when you're handed those. So much of this map, honestly, is just ended up with that hookah control that these teams have been fighting over, and look at this.
Come on, PRX.
Weaponry obviously a bit
Oh,
more, but
you
still
better run,
taking the shot
Zipan.
and
Yep.
nade. Not favored, the 1-for-1, but still this is a half battle for PRX. Given up the space that they've gained.
What the fuck? What kind?
Push. Remember, PRX normally play against teams like that. Teams that are going to try and react against them. Instead, FPX have just frozen. They hold completely in place, waiting for the defensive team to lose all idea of where they are on the map.
Yeah. It's a
And
bit of
now-
a gamble, isn't it?
Benkai is going to start to get itchy at some point in this round.
Oh, Mind Freak is in no man's land sekarang.
Look for information, maybe
Yeah.
with their face.
Sheesh, takut gue.
Oh, Mind Freak.
So slow off the rip here.
One Creek.
I contain a bit of it through. That's going to be the Prowler into the TP.
Jing is
Information
rotating.
gained as well. Latches onto one of the FPX players.
They're hitting me, I think. They're hitting me, I think. Yes, rotate everyone, rotate. The Vi rotate now. Yeah, they're hitting me, guys. They're hitting me. Go, 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 go. Oh, nice stall, nice stall.
Oh yeah, nice
Tempest
stall.
being
Very
slowed
nice
down, and
stall.
Josh is getting dangerous. 23 seconds
And they're
in this
gonna
one.
rotate
They
again.
need to be finding these kills, but it's FPX.
No.
Once more opens it through.
Oh shit, the timing.
These players are just too sharp right now. Even in a dangerous round like this, where the clock
No.
has gone against them, it's all
They
show.
wasted that ult.
What's he at the moment?
Yeah,
9-1 or something?
thank
He's on
God,
fire. Xiao and Sugetsu, the two players
The timing
who are
is so-
holding these passive positions, are unkillable. Unkillable.
Wait, whose technical boss is this?
The momentum behind FPX. These guys in the grand finals, Josh, all on the line. History will be made on either side of these teams, but just a better read for now.
Tech bossnya siapa
We're
ini?
going to a short tech pause here as things
Gitu.
get sorted out. It does give PRX some time to consider, at least within themselves, what's been going wrong. But FPX have come out with a great
You're not
game
supposed to
plan.
talk
And Brent, I
in
think
technical
the map
Tech boss,
discussion that
yeah.
was having is so important because again,
But it
we
does
have another team,
help
PRX
break
now,
off
loud last
momentumnya
time, that
FPX
make
though.
it to the finals whilst only
Yes.
winning on 3 maps. Fracture, Bind, Haven. I suppose they did win on Ascent, but they were forced to ban it in this series. So out of the 5 that they're going to be playing, 2 are complete unknowns. And that always creates a very different feeling for both of these teams.
I think it's FPX technical.
Tom made the point on the desk as
Oh,
well.
why?
Prior to this one, when it gets to this point,
Nggak tahu headsetnya kali. Biasanya headset kalau ini.
doesn't really happen where a team is favored on these maps as well. You make it to this point.
Iya,
honestly,
iniannya
you
si
can
siapa
take
namanya?
teams, even if they are
Iniannya si
theoretically favored one way or the other.
And we saw the same thing happen when FPX played
Valo
against
tuh nggak
Fnatic.
gitu
Fnatic,
bagus cuk.
you would assume favored on Bind, and yet FPX came out. They won the pistol, they won the bonus.
Soalnya
They're just
tadi
incredible at
ini dari
keeping
tadi yang ngomong
momentum going.
FPX doang ini.
They don't give you an inch to breathe, and PRX have only lost 3 key rounds here. The rest all anti-ecos.
But it's snowballing, isn't it? Just waiting as well, getting a restart on one of the players' PCs. Just give you a quick update here with the tech pause. But there needs to be an answer from PRX. Something to make it work with this Euro composition. Right now, Forsaken sitting at 0-6.
Yeah, and I think the biggest problem for them is they're struggling to figure out when FPX are in a vulnerable position.
King love that.
FPX will throw a little bit of utility at the beginning of the round, then let contact take some areas of the map. And once they actually execute, it's too late.
Fanatic strap optic strip PRX.
First time for a Masters level event. We've been seeing creativity.
The crowd is funny.
Creativity and passion. The community is awesome.
It is really sick to see, isn't it?
For the first time that they're coming together.
Yeah, waiting for these crowd events as well, finally.
To crown a Masters winner.
We'll be getting, hopefully, into the round shortly. Like you said, Josh, you know, a bit of a breather for PRX, I think. At times, they felt like the people's champions as well from the cheers that we've been hearing. These guys, they've stolen everybody's hearts, I think, with just their play style.
I want to take a look, though, at one of the big feature matchups you're going to be seeing here, and one of them being this Raze head-to-head that you've got in Bind. Jing, Zipan, in terms of their run throughout this tournament, you know, Jing has been all the way up at the top, who everybody's been talking about, right? On the other side of things, you've got a player that flexes around a little bit, isn't always playing the big entry role, but has still put up extremely good numbers. Listen, I would expect Jing to be running away with this because he's been playing all of those big positions where he can trade off Forsaken, get aggressive, but Zipan's just quietly been putting up excellent consistency throughout the event. And his road has been arguably more difficult with so many more matches to play. But this is going to be a fantastic head-to-head throughout the series.
And yeah, Jing has been obviously supported a lot more. That's the kind of play style of PRX that you expect. You know, there's heavy hitters, Forsaken and Jing. Really just all the resources put behind him. And Zipan, I mean, honestly, in terms of the talent on FPX,
Zipan
it's spread quite evenly. Normally it's Xiao and Sugetsu at the top.
lumayan mirip sama. Do you know the Odd Ones Out?
Hopefully back into the action soon enough here. You can see this face-off between these two.
The Odd Ones, the Odd One Out. The animator level YouTuber.
Specifically looking at Bind, Jing has been the one that's been able to find some level of value.
I mean, I don't know the face of
tip has been
people
broken off,
pretty good.
it's pretty hard to beat FPX with just a staff of wood.
Sure.
You need a better weapon than that.
Yeah, especially when Doomrose has been up all night prepping. And when you heard him in the post-game interview, the guy was saying, I was up until 4:30 a.m. prepping, woke up early in the morning prepping.
Yeah.
That was yesterday. I mean,
And I'm sure that Alex has been doing a similar level of grind.
Of course.
But FPX have been a difficult team to prep against because they're willing to throw very similar comps, but with a slight twist. And that's what you've got here. Xiao making his move over from Fade to Sage introduces this even slower, even more soul-sucking variant of their default.
Well, looks like hopefully the issue is resolved. We are going to be getting back into the action here. 6 rounds in a row for FPX. We'll see if PRX.
Dia siapa? Bentar ya, aku lagi ngurusin Purni.
And it looks like they're going to go for some short aggression here as well. Rifles back in their hands, round 7. You've got to hold the momentum here. This is where you need to put one on the board.
Yep, fault line's going to be ripped off there. Flash off to the side as well, not finding any players.
Oh no.
But just trying to trigger a response, a reaction out from FPX.
They're so passive though, Josh.
Their positions are carved in stone.
Look at how far back they are, just looking at that mini-map. I mean, not willing to give
the crowd, shut up.
Yeah, crowd, shut up.
It's a triple face.
They just love holding angle. I hate it so much, man.
This way before, but the crosshair placement just immaculate by free.
You know this kind of gameplay reminds me of Machan Pro Heiji.
Just the block division. The kill does go their way, but finally the response by FPX already moving their way in.
They don't think the Forsaken's already up there. He had a timing. He had an opportunity, but it's just not quite going to work. Sage wall popped down by Xiao as well. Trying to stop anybody that would be on the A side, but that's not where Divine Jing coming from.
Can they really still play this one with the Vipers pit up?
Yeah, just save it, guns.
Just save it. You cannot push through the pit. It will be really hard to push through.
And that's a heartbreak. Yeah. You're 0-6 down and you're forced to save in a round like this. That's catastrophic. And you're also starting to see the PRX.
Yeah, I remember this kind of gameplay reminds me of our friends, right?
To dig into that mentality. When Benkai went for the first challenge, nobody there ready to trade, nobody ready to back him up. All scared, holding angles for each other. Not approaching it with the same kind of zest that you usually expect from PRX. Take a look at this one again. When Angel finds the first kill, apologies on the mind free. It all falls apart. The timing on the swing is not there for the trade. And Forsaken's reactive push is not enough.
Why did he pick before the flash games?
Right back into it, of course. A bit of a pause at the tempo. This time, though, it is a timeout from PRX.
What?
A tactical one.
Yes.
And Alex is going to be barking out orders.
Honestly, it does feel like PRX has been getting
Malam dari Andrea Smart untuk Thank you, Mitsugi.
Thank you.
The common FPX carved in stone, it seems like, with their position.
Juki.
Mini map so far back, playing around cave and market, just willing to give up a tremendous amount of space early to try and bait out that aggression by PRX.
No.
And it has worked, it felt like, almost every single time.
FPX are never going to make a rash decision.
No.
They are always going to ponder and think and make sure that they have it exactly how they like before they commit to a push. And I think PRX had the right idea a few rounds ago, going for a slower play, get an operator perhaps in Forsaken's hands, and try and force FPX to exec into you. Take some area of the map, like showers for example, and just try and hold on to it. You don't need to necessarily push out further. Although you can see a couple of pings on the map here from PRX's side. That were highlighting the kind of area that Angel's been playing in when they take showers.
Sure.
No players there.
Yeah, just play default. Just play default PRX.
And it's a half buy that doesn't look like it's got too much damage, but there is at least a rifle in Devi's hands.
And Jing could do some solid work with it.
I think this is a very smart, very smart decision to choose attacking from FPX.
One of the hardest ones to find at times. It feels so suppressive, I think, sometimes when you're on this big stage. The first time that PRX have been able to play on the stage together.
Yeah, actually, true.
But having players away from them.
Momentumnya bagus.
Bagus banget.
They
put if ibaratnya kayak gini, if PRX likes to play defending like attacking, so we can do it too gitu loh maksudnya. Play attacking like defending.
Oh,
the brawler!
Jing finds an opening. Control still on their second one. Jing ripping off
Oh,
the
no,
head,
the-
Forsaken from behind. The pincer.
Oh,
Try and make the
no.
moves,
Oh!
Angel. Rifle in hand,
Angel,
3 kills.
Angel,
All
kill
lining
him.
up from
No,
it to get to
oh
goals.
my god, it fell apart. Fell
Angel
apart.
has just pulled out the most mighty clutch there
Sheesh.
to get them into this round, to get them favored here. Can Benkai, the IGL on PRX, do anything similar? Only a Marshall in his hands. It was looking so good.
What a difficult ask it is. Weapon's not ideal, a bit of a
It
jiggle
was so good,
information going to
though.
be gained. He's going for the no scopes, but of course, perfect timing with the swings. Sugetsu takes the crossfire, another one on the point. Brutal for PRX.
I guess it's just going to be one of these days from Angel.
I think they might have
in one of the previous rounds when they're pushing
over-aggressed too much
and then
Tolong.
pulls this off when his team
Yeah, there you go.
He's
The
in a horrible
Vi Jing
spot.
got caught.
grabs
Yeah.
a 3K on the site. And I thought to myself, Brent, that's the first time actually that FPX have chosen to reactively push off some of the mid-round aggression.
Sure.
They flooded into hookah, and that's exactly what PRX were after. That's what they wanted them to do. Forsaken was ready to punish, but not even that round has been working.
Oh, dang.
PRX must be scratching their heads at this point. This time, though, PRX's players in showers have avoided the 0 point. Is this going to bait over-aggression from Angel?
Doubling up, trying to find an Angel. Who's replaced this guy, man? Sipping at the fountain of youth out of his Red Bull cup, it seems. This guy is just insane.
Maybe.
It's everyone from FPX.
Just don't push. Stop pushing.
Stop
Flex on him.
pushing.
400 credits down the drain to try and get the high ground advantage. Just
Really
down
gotta
to
stop
Benkai
pushing,
once
huh?
more. This is absolutely brutal stuff.
Utter domination to start off.
Let's play default. FPX. They have to start thinking kalau kalian main default.
They're not being given a chance. PRX keep wanting to land these
Play
big
default
haymaker
defense,
blows,
guys.
and FPX just back off.
Kalau sebenarnya kalau PRX apa namanya, if they just stay in sides,
We were putting up time and time again
not
over this
over-aggressing
tournament.
anything,
Managed
just
to touch
holding
the nasty
long,
shots.
and
Angel
Buka
in the sky.
and Showers
Looking for, again, a
and
slow
mid.
start to the tournament. But the past few series,
FPX bakal mikir kayak,
elevated. I mean, he's one of the oldest players we got at the event. At this point, the oldest. That experience, I think, just showcasing itself here.
Yeah, playing against some very young players on the other side as well. And Angel is certainly challenging the narrative that your skill fades away as you get older. It really isn't a matter of reflexes. It's a matter of how much you're willing to dedicate yourself to your craft. And Angel has been there for so long. And he's still so hungry. Here goes Forsaken with a clone, down short. Trying to get any value, any information out of this. Angel and Sugetsu refuse to bite.
Coming through, but through the walls, Angel. Oh, it's a dodgy one. The exchange of fire, eventually fighting it again. And oh, so many of these outcomes, so many of these rounds just opening up with these first kills. It all comes down to FPX again. The slow siege, absorbing any sort of aggression, any attempt of information. And here might be another one. The horn off to the side. Jing this time responds in kind. And they need to try and favor them. Angel still grabbing the one.
Okay, you got bomb, hold it, yo.
He's going for it with the showstopper.
Catches
No.
him too far around the corner. And artist, the confidence is there.
Every play from PRX has an answer. And now the res comes through and suddenly it's a 4v2. One of those rounds that could potentially have gone the way
Time though.
of the APAC team.
14 seconds left in the round. Time needs to be getting through here. They're only funded to disrupt them when they're coming in. It's gone so low.
Oh!
You can't whip that. Mike doesn't find it. The plan.
Nice.
He just.
Oh!
No.
No.
Gets too shuts it down. Light at the end of the tunnel in that round. But PRX again, it gets extinguished.
Main freak, just hit the you.
Main freak timingnya jelek banget.
No, main freaknya bagus timingnya. The aim though, aimnya tumben banget gak kena.
Trade is just instant from Sugetsu with a second on the clock.
Time was so tight there. But this is just sheer domination.
Wow.
Wow. I think it's not that day. I don't know.
But it's looking like it.
I mean, we said at the beginning history being made. I didn't think it was going to be this.
FPX.
It's just the danger of PRX playstyle, to be honest. It's very hard to be consistent with this kind of playstyles.
But FPX have just walked their way through showers with still a minute 15 to
work with. But Benkai's there ready and waiting. Orbital strike to try and clear out that space. Force the positioning, but Forsaken, he's in
oh,
through Zipan.
The timing.
Oh, bullet to the side of the head.
Oh.
Awkward timings, awkward timings. PaperX just cannot get a read of how this flow of the game is happening. Angel right now in full control, the puppet master.
What kind of? Oh yeah, because they got showers already. Pretty good.
The footers being heard, the season to the nade. Zipan around the corner. Avoiding all that damage for the time being, but still holding that ult, holding the rocket, waiting for his time. Slams it against the wall, but again, now the clock still ticking. PaperX.
You just gotta go. You just gotta go. In a safe round like this, you gotta go. Just go, 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 go. Everyone go. Go together, pick together, damn. Come on. Why are you picking him one by one? Just pick him together and swing together lah.
Just have a wealth of players.
Yeah, why do they pick one by one?
Still only has one death friend.
I think the Vite thinks that someone is still in showers.
Both feel unkillable.
Udah kosong.
And look at the heartbreak. Absolute heartbreak. And FPX have no mercy. None whatsoever.
12 rounds.
Will this be a 13-0? What do you think?
Not quite, of course, but definitely feel the Atlas that's going to be scrambling
No, I
for
don't think
opportunities,
so.
but this is going to be the shower scrunch. Plays being made, PaperX finally with the advantage they were looking for.
Timingnya. Ultinya hilang di situ dong.
Choosing to commit to the
Jelek
aggression
banget
now knocks
timingnya,
things
sumpah.
back with only one
Itu
player
toh.
advantage for PaperX.
Sage doesn't
So
have
far,
almost have
they've been
revive.
amazing in these situations, but this map has been a completely different story.
Is there still orb in showers?
What's the answer to this one?
Yes.
One round on the board doesn't leave much of a buffer when you head into that second half.
No, they have no more orbs.
Zipan, Xiao, perfectly happy to just let the time pressure accumulate over the course of the round. It's slow and methodical.
The lower the clock gets, though, the better Mind Freak and Benkai's ultimates
How
become.
are you gonna do that?
And so for FPX, if they want to close this out perfectly, they need to find these players over by lamps.
No
Nice,
way.
good trade.
One still to trade the return. Vi will find it. Haunt off to the back, but this lurk into the back of the site.
Yeah,
Oh,
just-
They don't know ada satu city.
Spike drop down.
They don't know ada satu city.
No, Benkai knows. Look at him. Oh,
Oh,
It's a
yeah.
game of timings. Into the back of it, 17 seconds in the round. The play is being made. A bit of pace now injected. Xiao, wall in play, spike in his hand.
The ult.
Rolling button to try and deny, and
Oh.
that is going to be enough
Yeah,
time.
Benkai.
It just needs to survive, Benkai. You just
Oh.
need to survive. 2 seconds left into it. And he does get it. The first round on the board. The final round of this first
he
half.
died though.
And it's such a
It's
hollow
okay, no?
victory for PaperX. Not even keeping the player alive to rejoice at the end.
Yeah.
They are going to need a miracle to get back into this game. And I'm worried about their mental in the series.
Absolute slaughter. Let's send it down to our analyst desk to break it all down from what we've seen thus far.
I think you guys summed it up perfectly there, Bren and Sideshow. A bit of a slaughter. Do you guys think maybe anything to do with nerves here?
Oh my god, display default.
Absolutely. When you have the pressure of this crowd rooting for you, at
Really
least
gonna
half
play
of the
default,
crowd
huh?
rooting for you, it's definitely very different. Jing's first time stepping on the stage as well, for sure.
This
I
is
hope
so.
it's nerves.
It has to be, yeah. It's so uncharacteristic. I'm like, there has to be a reason of some kind because it's not their gameplay that's lacking because we know what they're capable of. They've come down, they've sat down. I think they've maybe bitten off more than they can chew with the crowd and the whole pressure.
Well, two people that are definitely not swayed by any of the nerves here. Sugetsu and Xiao Bala, they're having a cracking start.
Yeah, I also think anti-nerves is a thing,
Ini
right? These guys
Rora
stepping
malah
up
main
to the
Valo.
plate when it matters most. Look, Sugetsu has 2 deaths after an entire half. That is ridiculously good.
Yeah, I think the thing is was they've just had some
Overgressed on showers. This is such a bad push.
position that's there there.
Look at that.
Forces them to play
3 orang di showers. Oh
and
my
then you have
god.
Angel
Oh,
Sama
sorry,
yang di
long,
long itu
long,
sih,
long, not
uh-uh.
showers. Long.
Every single time,
No,
there
long,
was a
long,
moment
long.
where it looked like, okay, this is it. Don't worry, PRX have got their first round. Well,
Just
it
play
took until
default.
round 12.
I mean, this is the
Inilah.
big thing I've spoken about Angel. Like, the moment you put him on Brimstone, the moment you put him on
Default
Bind, the man
defender.
just wants to be the opening fragger. Even though he's not the duelist, even though he's not necessarily meant to be the leading man, he finds a way. Think about over in Showers, how many opening kills against some of the best duelists in the world, and he's your controller player, and you've got 2 of your other support players just popping off.
Yeah.
It's an unbelievable performance from FPX.
I also think that the game plan that they had was exactly what you expect to make going against PRX, right? From the beginning, from pistol round, they're holding the pushes. And guess what? PRX does it. You expect it, and it comes. And they dominated that round, so immediately confidence gets shook against PRX.
The worry for me now, though, is that so far in this tournament, they've only lost 1 map and they were not bodied on it. So for PRX, this is a completely different ballgame to what we've seen throughout the entirety of the tournament. Do they have the ability to mentally reset?
Well, luckily, this is a marathon. It's going to be 5 maps. Tom, maybe it's going to be 5 maps. And Brennan Sideshow, I'm looking forward to seeing how PRX can get back into this one.
Oh,
Certainly
this
the
is
question,
cool.
isn't it? But FPX are no strangers to being the narrative killers. They knocked out Japan in groups. They denied Korea that top 3 spot. They took out their EMEA brethren as well. And Optic, that 2-time title spot now, that's been denied as well. These guys have been battling it all the way through the lower bracket since this tournament began.
They are just utterly merciless. The fun slayers. But that's FPX. They're not going to give you an inch. Here comes Forsaken, though, aggressive on the attack. Starting to build the confidence.
But still,
Trade him! Trade him! Come on!
Artist and Angel finally dealing with one of them. The pop
Nah.
the corner divide.
Nah, they're not gonna win this round either. There's no way.
Here. The players are low. Snakebite off to the side. Divide
Annoying
almost
me.
going down.
3 HP there. He'll die to a cold.
Fucking annoying, man. I hate it so much.
Positioning is not there right now for FPX, but Shaun to get to.
One of the other problems is Mind Freak's looking towards long. They have no idea where these players are coming from.
Timing is absolutely everything. Positioning known. Still goes.
Oh, nice.
And the shot still being found. Shao.
Ooh!
By absolute menace in the clutch.
I knew it. I knew they were not gonna win.
Ah!
FPX making their way back in this map.
The jiggle, oh my god.
Oh boy, scattered to the winds with that pistol round loss.
Xiao winning another 1v2 situation to put his team up onto map point. He has been clinical with these.
Free gun, by the way.
Winning tons of 1v1s. He's winning 1/3 of 1v2s. That is
Unreal.
superstar clutch level
They
performance.
need, I don't know, they need to just
And that
delete
is it.
the
The record
classic.
broken. FPX have now played the most rounds of any
Classic
Masters event.
sucks.
Or, itu klik kanan hilangin aja gitu.
Short here.
Yeah,
They want to go home with trophy in hand as early as possible.
these guys have been battered and bruised, fighting their way to get to this point with substitutes.
No.
Plays still being made.
Oh,
PRX not
never
slowing
mind.
down. The confidence
I thought
is
for a
there,
second I was
right
gonna
to
get
the
caught
back of the
there.
site.
Nice push,
Forsaken with
guys.
the 2 kills they needed.
Spike planted.
Now Artis and Zipan look to retake. They know there's a player close.
Still trying to fight this one. A bit of run and gun in play.
Both
Damage
incredibly
definitely
weak.
done. Yeah, does Artis still want to play for this one? That's the question.
Yeah,
New
it's better
situation
for you to
FPX.
save
Usually
artists.
they're the people that- Usually they're the team that defines the pace on these second rounds. But of course, PRX, they had
Jing is
Whoa.
gonna get the Vandal, I think. Did he get the Vandal?
Ew.
Oh no, Jing didn't get
crazy
the
part
Vandal,
here is
yeah.
The attack side of PRX on this map is really good.
Yeah.
But I don't think we're going to be able to see too much of it unless they are utterly flawless.
There is no buffer with the
Gila,
rounds
man, for
whatsoever. It has to be 10 straight for it to even be a possibility.
Yeah. I think this map's done.
FPX
Yeah, this map's done. Next.
not forcing the issue.
What is the
They
next
have
map?
Lots of rounds to go to try and finally
Icebox.
close this map
This is
out.
gonna be
Oh
rough.
no. It's gonna be
Heavy
worse than
showers take
this.
from PRX as they move their way forwards.
All of the players.
And they're going to meet Shaun to get to.
Utility used off into the side. The crossfire though. Gotta be wary of it. Boombot taken out to get to still with the one, but eventually
He's so
cleaned out
calm.
with the
So you
smoke.
get to he's so
Players,
calm.
They're weaving in and out, but
He's so good. Oh.
much confusion right now. Onto the corner, Angel, you gotta be joking. The warbang angle. Shots being found.
Okay.
Luckily, favorable fight being taken there. Benkai, another one on the board.
Itu untung tadi si main freak nggak keluar dari triple itu. Do you know why? Because he didn't know where main freak was. Jadi dia tetap ngeliatin ke U-Haul terus bolak-balik. So dia kan udah tahu tadi Benkai di depannya kan. But he didn't know where main freak was. Jadi dia kira main freak di U-Haul.
Iya di belakang.
Jadi pas banget itu timingnya dia belok terus ya tembak dari belakang sama Benkai yang main freak.
Can they dig deep in the series? Never mind just in this map.
Who's next?
Oh my god. It's just in here.
Jing with the satchel play.
I love that.
Eventually, Jing is shut down at the back.
Oh no, yeah.
Again, make his mark. But Angel returns it. It's down to that 3v3.
Angel got ult off the back of this. There's two players in
Oh my god.
Angel with 4.
Yeah, it's done.
And this
They're
could be
done.
it. The killing blow. A kill not even needed. Molly over the top. That's going to be half on the defuse. Mind freak, an opportunity. No one's sticking it. It's all down to him. The shot's not found. No, an FPX. Pure
I really think they
domination
shouldn't
in
really
map
push
number 1.
ini. Tadi pas defending.
It's an absolute statement opener from FPX. People were calling blind an easy win for PRX, a guaranteed one on the board. Absolutely not. FPX coming with a game plan, a slight adjustment to their composition, and demolished their opposition. Every part of that was utterly clinical.
I think their aim is also, I don't know, not really good today.
Yeah.
Like a lot of ininya nggak masuk gitu loh.
Reason this highlight reel is so one-sided.
Yeah, absolutely it was. An Angel, and it ends up at the top of the scoreboard.
Alex.
Just choosing to take the game into his own hands, especially in the final round there, to be able to get the ult online, destroy the post-plant setup, and carry that forwards.
That was brutal.
Right now, despite
Yeah.
the 2 map veto disadvantage that they came into the grand finals with.
Just absurd. An absurd
Oh wow.
as well. And honestly, it's only going to get harder, isn't it, for PRX?
Yeah.
Into the map pick of FPX. Let's send it down to a short break on the other side of things. Our analyst desk is going to be setting up the rest of this series in the grand finals.
I'm starting to get sleepy by the way.
Campus Clutch is back. Assemble your team and lead it to the World Final. Learn more on redbullcampusclutch.com.
Alright, lihat dulu.
Yo. Toilet break guys, toilet break.
Welcome back, everybody, to Masters Copenhagen. What a start that was for FPX. I'm back on the desk with Bola, Tom, and Jess. We spoke about it a little bit at the halftime, but I do want to address the Yoru. We were all very excited to see it come out. But what went wrong or right or anything, Bola, in that matchup?
I'm so sorry to laugh.
Everything. I mean, they didn't feel comfortable on the stage, they didn't feel comfortable with the comp that they chose, and it was really, really difficult for any of the players, I think, on PRX to get going. With that being said, the entire game plan that they had, the aggressiveness, was getting countered.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you see how far Xiao was sitting back over towards Fountain?
Yeah.
He's like, I know you're going to come running down at some point. This is something that Optic didn't read before either, and I was going to pull a clip later on, we'll talk about it later, where Optic walked straight into the trap. FPX has had, what, less than 24 hours to know what those traps are and not step in them? That's very impressive.
I think the thing as well is just that clearly with this being played a few times now, I think they will have prepped for this earlier in the tournament. I've even looked into what they would have to do if they faced off against her, and I think FPX are the masters of having someone like Doombros who he's a sweaty nerd. He sits there all night long and he goes, do you know what, I found these few things, Angel, and Angel goes, oh, cheer, did you have a nice sleep? And he's like, yeah.
Yeah, the 1 hour was great.
After the tournament.
I mean, as we heard before from Doombros, they were doing a bit of trash talking back and forth, and I mentioned that Angel was really determined to out Yoru Forsaken, but it wasn't just Forsaken that looked a little bit uncharacteristic here. Divide also didn't have the best map either. Here, these stats are, quite frankly, it's just not something we've seen.
You're back.
Yeah, it's really difficult. I mean, when your entire identity is being countered by FPX, how does any player get going when that is the entire scrapbook revolves around being aggressive, being able to put people off of their toes? We saw the Midgeman clip, we saw Dirk's perspective as well, but the Yoru stuff that Forsaken usually goes for, which
check
is
your corner
early, and then ever since then, these first 2 rounds basically where he goes from TP to the TP, ever since then, look at the TP right here. It's all the way back in heavy. It's all the way back behind triple. He's consistently throwing it in ways that are not aggressive, and obviously on attack side things change, but by that point, it was a little too far gone. Super passive TP placement is not the typical thing that you see from PRX on that defensive side.
The other thing as well is the goal is almost to make your opponent uncomfortable to the point where they're either having to aggressively rush somewhere or almost avoid you completely. That never happened. FPX were laser focused almost the entirety of the map, and because of that, it made Forsaken uncomfortable, which I don't think we've seen this tournament.
Yeah, I think both Brennan
lagi makan donat kan.
I think the PRX players are getting itchy. You know, they can't sit still. It's one of those things that you can really play
Bukan
mind.
ngos-ngosan.
I think that's the kind of benefit that FPX has.
Aku udah kenyang dong tadi itu aku makan ini apa sih? Aku makan apa ya tadi itu? Oh iya, aku makan bento habis gitu. Makan apa sih namanya? Sate Padang.
This is what I always say. It's a marathon. It's a best of 5. We're gonna be a sprint. We could be here for a while. While we're at it, though, we're gonna take.
Yeah, this is looking scary for PRX.
Yeah, this is looking. I don't know. I think they're not gonna win this. But yeah, still nice try.
Is this booster? It's booster.
Yeah, it's booster. Booster is on the crow.
Using the right sense.
Booster playing aim labs.
I mean, I heard CNET is in the building, Mixos in the building. We've seen the G2 Gozen girls in the building as well. Anyone of them want to go have a go?
You don't want them to show him up that bad, do you? Come on.
Yeah, I was going to say, let
You get Zaz on the decks, like, no one stands a chance.
Mimi's in the crowd as well. Mimi's going to destroy some of the scores there on Aim Lab. I am sure of it, but as we've been saying, potentially seeing 5 mats, just like you said. Maybe we just see 3 today. I hope not. We are going to move onto Icebox here, where you know, traditionally I think people might be a little bit more confident playing into.
Ini ada coklat terus ada kayak batu-batunya gitu.
Like this would actually lean more to FPX.
Yeah, well, I think FPX gets a bad rap on this map because the last 4 times they played it, it's been against Fnatic, and they obviously were going against a monstrosity.
No, they're both PRX ban. Why did they ban Ascent when they did so well in Ascent though?
More than I think I've seen from any team trying to implement the fade on.
That's so weird.
Do you think they bring back the Yoru? on Icebox. I know this is a ridiculous statement, but they don't bring it back. Good. Well, then if they make those minor adaptations they have been making, obviously I was a little bit worried that Shao wasn't running the fade before he brought it. That was a tiny little counter. They didn't do the FPX special of going, we're going to change our entire composition, our entire identity. They've been able to do that and come to this. So I wonder if there's micro changes here too.
One of the things that we saw not in the last map, Jing went back to his Raze. On this map, I don't want him to. His Sage is so much fun on that defensive side with just how aggressive he's going to be. But the worry is, after what we saw on the last map, FPX was so ready for any of that sort of shenanigans, is the way I'll put it. So if he's going to be trying to play like that again, he still performed to a relative standard, but now we need to see if it will still work when teams are ready for it.
I do have a bit of a scary
really hard to just change your playstyle like that soalnya. Like I know what they should have done. Yaitu ya just play like any other team. Sabar, nggak terlalu agresif. Aggression hasn't worked that well for them kan. So just wait for FPX mainnya gimana, read, trying to get a better read, and then react, you know. I don't know. They certainly should have just played defense way better than that. Painful to watch, bro. Iya. Oh ada Madelta dari tadi tuh.
I wanna see how this goes because this is the second worst map of PRX stat-wise. And they have Shao here. FPX. Are they gonna still put Jing on stage like always? Soalnya biasa mereka kalau they're gonna pick they're gonna put Jing on stage. But Shao is pretty good on stage.
Who plays the race tuh kalau Jing nggak pakai race?
No one. Jing is either Reina or
Race is so good in this map though.
Di map ini biasanya Jing pakai Reina or Sage.
FPX, they've liked to trial a lot of stuff here. But what are you expecting from PRX though?
I think in the past
Alex.
still running their jet combination alongside the chamber on device, so we'll see if they stick with that or maybe try and switch things up a little. It's going to be exactly the same. I don't necessarily mind that. I think the way Jing plays Sage, as said, is very, very different.
I see.
It also gives much more opportunity for the sake and take that space, which I think is going to be so important for them because when he does it, he's an absolute.
I think this is what they need right now. Their old playstyle back. Whether karena playstyle yang barunya udah kebaca banget. They need to go back like this. This is a good comp.
Yeah, Dava is really good at it.
No, I mean like kayak just forsaken maju yang lain supporting dia. I think this is what they need right now.
So he gets to forever smoker.
Smoker itu jarang banget diganti role-nya. Never change the role of a smoker. See like Mind Freak always play smoker. Dan yang selalu gonta-ganti itu pasti IGL-nya, Benkai, Shazam also changes the role that he plays. Pokoknya 4 orang itu pasti ya udah pasti mainnya apa. Then the wild card is always the IGL. It's pretty good though. I don't really like seeing Benkai on Fate, but then again, there's no. Yeah, I don't know. Fate is so stupidly good now. Bandingin Sofa. Sofa is so bad now.
I don't know. Depends on the map, I guess.
No, Sofa is bad. Nobody picks Sofa anymore. Drone-nya tuh jelek banget sekarang.
What happened with the drone?
Pendek jadinya, cepet hilang.
Oh.
Ini cuma 5 detik gitu udah ya. Oh, look right. Oh. Nice, good read. No. Oh, they planted already. What? Oh.
Walls already up, so they are going to be getting into this post-plant situation, but already FPX not wasting any time. The wall.
I didn't use sound cue, sorry.
Nice. Nice. Oh.
Just trying to stick it halfway. You cannot be kidding me.
Oh shit!
Nice. Yeah, that's what you need. That's what you need, baby. There you go, see? Playstyle mereka yang baru udah kebaca banget. Mereka harus regress ke playstyle yang lama, yang dulu-dulu.
Wah enak banget dilemparin volley sama main freak, Cok.
They normally play with such joy in their game. That starts to trickle out a little bit on bind.
Teams that really do relish the opportunity. Play with that limited pressure. Just come here, have a bit of fun, you know.
Man freak rarely plays Omen.
Maybe take it a bit further, but
oh, yes, timingnya bagus.
Bagus banget, Cok. Gue udah
Nice. Oh my god, Jing is just playing like a duelist with a fucking sage. Sorry. Nice, Divine.
Nice.
That's what you want to see right now.
Jing in this map is famous for its duelist sage. Cuman karena PRX jarang main Icebox makanya nggak terlalu famous gitu loh.
Yeah, this is what you need. This is what PRX needs right now. Soalnya itu kan playstyle Yoru Bind itu kan lumayan baru ya. And I think they played it too much. That's why they tried to change it up kemarin lawan Optic. And you can see it's getting pretty old quickly.
Like everyone wants to counter it. Oh no. Oh no.
It's such a hard thing to counter, cuman kalau udah paham, ini tadi kayak FPX kayak wah, oh, Xiao, nice wall, nice boost.
Yeah, that Xiao is really good at this map. Oh, wow, this box is really strong now.
Nice. Main freak is getting cleaner. Okay, it's bonus. It's bonus.
Yeah.
Good control by FPX.
They kill 2, I think it's good.
He's been such a playmaker for this team.
Usually they kill 3.
Impact kills in the mid-round clutches as well. The point of him being on top of his wall, if you start to break it, if you spam it down, if you want to try and get the plant, Xiao is going to be able to swing on those players that aren't aiming at it, that have their spray all messy towards the wall. Sure. He's always going to be favored there unless you expect it.
Already, Justin play FPX. Playing hard and fast to try and deny that post plant from even getting set up. Aggressive approach once more. Haunt onto the top there. It's going to get pre-fired, so no information.
That haunt is so dumb.
What?
Ditaruh di atas map kayak gitu loh.
You see where Forsaken is, the tip of the spear for PRX.
So dumb. Oh, what a ballsy pick, Divine. Wow, I cannot believe he picked that.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Berani banget anjir.
Zipan's still got a nade to be able to work with. Try and deny
Operator ya yang di kitchen. Do they know? Be really careful.
Prowler's just going to go to the left side of the yellow box with the wall up.
Beep beep.
Trying to get denied there.
Just hold it.
What an awesome play. Yep, pushes them away.
You're a sage, Jing.
Still tack onto Jing.
You can heal.
Oh, Xiao. Kind of sus to be honest tadi. Oh, nice trade. Nice Ben guy. Good flag, good flag, good flag.
Yeah.
The awful approach to that first map that they had. Here to play now, Josh on Icebox.
Yeah, this is what you want to see right now.
Aggression was a very crucial element of how they managed to go up 8-4 against Fnatic. And then this reflank back through mid completely destroys what Xiao was going for. So that puts FPX onto an eco. It's got to be the first eco that they've played in the series. I mean,
I'm not keeping track, but one would assume, you know.
Yeah, they just demolished.
Over the top, yeah, that's going to be a horn pushing back.
It's good that the chamber out of this. Dia dari tadi belum bisa ngapa-ngapain.
Kenapa?
Selalu harus TP mundur lagi. Dari tadi coba buat main agresif TP di depan. But dari tadi kena clear sama cabbage sama lots of things. Nice.
Very nice. Oh my god. Nice.
Maybe a little bit too.
Yeah, too aggressive.
Where's the plan? Bad guy? You're not planting?
Forsaken's extremely weak as well. Really dangerous. Updrafting, trying to escape.
No way does he survive this.
Forsaken.
Bringing him down to 7 HP. Now the knife across the side. The plan.
Plan, you bitch. Oh.
But now finally they can get into it. But positioning is still there. FPX over the top. Zipan into nest. Only has the sheriff got a reload.
No, this is not nice. 2 versus 2.
Yeah.
Nice, there you go.
Forsaken, a great swing to try and shut down.
Ooh, I was way too close to be comfortable.
And that's an
PRX.
fairly close eco round for FPX. But Forsaken was never afraid. And I think that speaks to the mentality they've come into this map with. Despite all of the damage that got done to Forsaken, 7 health, still pushes through the Viper Wall, still ready to trade on Divide.
There's a watch party in Singapore.
They are starting to believe, as are the players, I think.
Yeah,
I think they've forced a timeout from FPX.
They have. Take a breather now, FPX. Wondering, okay, well,
I just don't touch Yoru anymore.
Don't touch Yoru anymore.
I don't know. Maybe fracture with Neon is a bad idea now.
Yeah.
Mungkin mereka punya counter juga buat itu.
Orang di Heaven aja mereka udah punya neon counter kan, si Manfrick udah tahu. That's why Manfrick is kind of genius when putting the stars, like they know where the neon will run gitu loh. Nonton OG.
Yeah, I don't know. This FPX team is scary. They look so smart. Serem ini.
If not the best clutcher in the tournament, you'll have to have that discussion with Xiao throughout this series.
It's like we're seeing Fnatic on their prime right now.
Yeah.
Like they're so smart. They're actually smart.
Some kind of aggressive push. No, he's going to go for the double updraft play with his knives.
Play Storm in hand, seeing if he can catch
No
anyone.
idea.
No bites. The adjustment here, you can see Artist now. It's tour de force in. No longer playing towards being that information, that jump. Risky.
Barely a shred.
No. Ben guy. Wait, did Jing not see him?
Managing to find good information about where Artist is positioned.
No, I think.
There are so many different angles that Artist can play. He's got to stay within a rough area that he can rendezvous from.
Oh, nice! Wow.
Wow.
The cat. Prowlernya nutupin.
Iya, prowlernya nutupin dari kemarin kayak gitu terus tuh.
Oh, get the ace. Someone go in front of him.
No.
And there's your first ace to the grand finals there. And I think it's fair to say PRX have woken up.
Oh yes, they're here to play. I'm gonna go quietly into the night. Not yet.
That's
Still positive.
What a duelis, gila.
Prowler going towards him and no rendezvous online. And then Jing just keeps going.
See guys? See? The crouching spray still works, okay? Don't let anybody tells you otherwise. Even Jing does it. I do it. And everyone's gonna be like, oh, don't crouch, Dedy, don't crouch. No, I crouch because look what just happened, okay? Second ace in crowd Valorant history. Oh, Dedy, don't crouch. See what Jingus did? He crouched and he get ace.
Okay, Polar.
Oh.
They've taken may come back to bite them here. Getsu with a Vandal.
Yep, picked it up, acquired a bit of an upgrade for it.
Oh, line up.
Line up time!
Oh.
Again. But it is the post-plant setup. Mindfreak has it ready and waiting. The orb
Yeah.
will do the job.
Yeah!
Close. Speaks elements, I think. To the
Fucking line up, bro!
Individual talent that they can make it that close even when they're on just those shared
Line up, bro.
Ini sumpah, if someday VCT is on Indonesia, I swear to God, semua fans Indo bakalan kayak setiap PRX skill kayak harus tadi barusan main freak lineup gitu bakalan panjang gitu.
Aja line up.
Ability to punish the aggression just hasn't been coming through.
I mean, Forsaken's instantly updrafted and dashed forward to try and punish this Viper's Pit. It's almost like they were ready for it. And look, forced off the high ground, Getsu has to hold close. The Prowler reveals his positioning. They know he's not up top anymore.
And that's huge info.
No, look behind you. Look behind you. Oh my God.
Moves through off the ropes.
No.
Made as well as you step into that slow orb.
Yes, rest. Oh no, Jing is dead. Never mind.
Finds a kill to respond as well and bring us back into a 3v3. These are normally the moments that Benkai calls for some kind of mid-round. Mindfreak has a position at bottom tube. And they choose not to get detected by the 0 point. Can Mindfreak find an opening here in the map? The defense.
Wow, Mindfreak is playing this so good.
Mindfreak.
Wow, they faked the rotate.
Mindfreak could get some serious value. How does the time?
Yeah. No. Oh, Angel is smart.
Here's him on the top of the ropes.
Yes.
But now he's trapped off to the side, up to Dedy. 1v3 and no time to really make any big of it.
Angel is smart.
Yeah, he's the ideal.
Zipan with the crucial kill that wins them the round. Being able to
Like he plays bad. He plays really bad. He plays really bad on ini apa sih namanya? Iniannya cuman kayak dia pinter gitu loh.
An Angel even hears Benkai on the ropes and is able to immediately place his crosshair.
Oh, okay. Great answer for FPX.
I think you just heard Angel say as well, get the orb, and Ardis says, yeah, don't worry. So now Ardis with
Sayang banget itu main freak kalau dapat coy.
Was close.
That's where Forsaken has been updrafted to, and you can see that FPX are already thinking about it, looking to try and pre-fire it. But Forsaken's one step ahead, covering it with a cloud burst.
Counterplay upon counterplay. The adjustments that each team is making. Obviously, the dash was enabled, has to spend.
Why are they keep pushing this side?
B is more of a. Oh fuck! They're all in A. Let's rotate to B. Not the kind of side to be like, oh guys, let's push B this round. B is not a good side to attack. It's really hard to attack B.
Showing exactly where he might be, and Dedy is doing all sorts of work.
PRX are going to have to be cautious here, but they have such a player advantage. Trying to
For a second versus Xiao.
Nice fake, to be honest. Oh, Zipan. Oh.
Where did that come from? 3 kills. What a play.
Just swings out and kills people.
Shuts this guy down, a menace. An absolute defining factor potentially in this round, and finally a nightfall to push the players back. No sound cues
20
online.
seconds. I don't know if they can plant now.
So close underneath time, running so low. Could come down to absolutely anything, but with the horn revealing it, down,
Nice.
dropping to the side. Now the 1v1.
This is looking scary. Don't, yeah. Oh, nice timing, Ben guy. Good job. Wow.
Oh, Ben Kyle always good with his timing.
And PRX almost let that one slip away from them after doing so well.
Ben Kyle dari kemarin di fraktur tuh timingnya udah kayak dibantu Tuhan anjir.
It's just a gorgeous 3K. That entire round, PRX were determined to get the spike down in only one location. And I think FPX are already reading into that. The amount of utility they are dumping into the position next to Generator, they're never afraid of anything else.
Just Xiao spamming to push them away, but now again, aggressive play into mid. PRX showing some different shades, I think, towards their icebox gameplay. Walking up. They can hit
Oh.
but his aggression once more being
Oh,
played
kill him,
out.
kill him, kill him. Ya, itu kalau dia mati, tipnya mati.
The trade. The advantage just turned around.
What?
And Xiao is still there, holding a different angle. Surely Angel doesn't get that as well. It's back to a 3v3 with guns, I think, available to collect and the resurrect. Able to come up.
Listen, VTuber. I'm happy with 9, okay? Just get 2 more rounds, and then you can lose another one.
Towards the A site now, the plant. No players within the vicinity to try and disrupt this one. But it is that player advantage. FPX are working with.
Do we still have man? Oh no, Manfreak's dead.
Yeah, Manfreak's dead.
That's scary.
What?
Incredibly difficult to deal with.
They need to break this
Good thing is.
I think Xiao will.
But he's just run out of the null command. Drops
Nice, good trade, good trades, good trades, good trades. One more, one more, one more.
TP back away. To get to. Slow, patient approach.
Damn.
It nets him the kill, it nets him the round.
And that is a thrifty. FPX barely brought anything into that round. And yet, every eco has been so dangerous.
Oh my god. That flick.
Yeah.
Can't hurt either. Just outstanding. Look how calm he is. Throughout this entire tournament, obviously coming in late, FPX were playing with subs, trying to earn their spot to even
Pause, FPX
buy
now.
time for Sigeti to get here.
Should have paused.
Experienced international masters before, but you wouldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it.
That's like
finds it.
Holy sheesh!
Crossfire wall gonna be blocking.
Haha, nice wall.
What's gonna be revealing it? Jing already taking so much space on top of it.
Oh, G. Oh.
Holy shit, bro!
He's just flying through.
You cannot predict Jing. And look, they're not even allowing the players to get close for the retake.
Okay.
Applying so much pressure before Sugetsu's even a fraction.
Oh my goodness.
And just playing with it. Playing with it! PRX have gone from getting crushed on
Let's
Bind
go.
to playing with their food on Xbox.
Relentless. It's like we're watching a different team.
Davai quick swapnya bagus banget ya.
No drop off when it comes to the confidence. Jing just willing to take every single fight. We mentioned it prior, this guy. Entire team of PRX mired with issues, players having COVID, having to play in isolation. This is Jing's first time playing on the stage here, and it's in the grand finals.
It can't be easy, but he makes it look it. Another eco. These are the rounds where FPX can look
Ditanya tuh.
exceptionally dangerous.
Nice.
Still, aware
That's
of the
scary.
aggressive play by Artist. He pushed across the ropes. No sound cues being made, but
Itu ada yang udah kena juga tuh sama pisaunya.
yeah, off to the side.
Slow.
This looks like they want to be set up for a fast retake. Spike plant noise. Here it comes.
Plan coming through. That's going to be the knife for scatters them all the way back. The rendezvous though, and now still in those post plan positions. Jing can't hear anything. Prowler, the entire kitchen sink just being thrown at him into this corner, but can he hold it down? Can he lock it down? Weaponry still not ideal, but it is the final round for them. Sigetsu comes through. Rifle
Easy.
is good enough.
There's one more.
Jing rewarded with that
Nice.
resurrect, a clean
See?
finish.
What did I say? 9-3.
How many resurrects has Jing had? That's the third that I counted at least. He just seems to put more and more.
Alright, now just win 4 more rounds and then 13-3 lagi kayak tadi, oke? Balas dendam. Negara apa yang main? FPX itu EU, campuran EU, terus PRX itu campuran Asia Tenggara. Jadi Indonesia, Malaysia ada nggak sih? Nggak ada ya?
Ada.
Ada.
Malaysia sih Davai.
Davai,
Kali terus jadi.
sama Singapura. Jadi SGMYD.
Early in the tournament, he played against Gilbert.
Jing.
Was potentially his worst match.
He's not got as many assists, you know. That's at least one positive.
I mean, healing himself. How dare he?
Yeah. Outside of that, maybe less assists means that he's just, you know, capitalized getting his kills too.
Finishing his dinner.
Yeah,
That's what you
it.
call it. But
I
no.
love it.
Stage-nya Jing serem banget coy.
You have to have 18-10 and you're a battle stage. I mean,
It's just
But
the way
actually the
that
more
they're
he kills, the more he can
like,
rest kan.
giving them a moment of rest. Like this in particular,
Yeah, that
it's
was
just like
great.
you can't even predict that if you're on the other side. And I don't feel like a lot of this is like deep calls coming in from Benkai. I think this is them finally giving Jing that freedom to take over the game.
Yeah, I think this is Jing's great understanding of positioning, angles, and timing most importantly, because some of these times where it looks like he's about to int, he is, but his team is right behind him. He knows the spacing that they have, and it's really, really fun to watch.
Is it in though if you kill 2 and then die? Is that in?
Don't make this a curse.
It's only
Come on.
inting after you've killed the second and then you carry
I mean,
on.
9-3 curse hasn't really
He got 5 in 1
affected
round. That was alright. Not bad.
PRX dari kemarin-kemarin
look,
kok.
this is a stark difference.
Dari kemarin kan PRX
Now,
dapat
their pace has
9-3 mulu.
kept up. They are now the ones dictating the pace, and that was not very present in Bind, so I think this is something they've learned. Maybe they've shaken off a bit of the nerves as well, jump around, you know, get the blood flowing a bit, and now they're on stage and they go, all right, now we know what to expect, now we know how to do things. Looking better.
Yeah, we're moving to the attacking side though for FPX. This is where they kind of swung the game in their favor against Optic. It was a 6-6 half after Optic kind of swung a bit of a lead in the beginning, but this is the half as well where they can accept the aggression really, really well from PRX, and it's on their own terms.
Well, it's FPX that has to try and get back into this map. Now, I'm very excited, Brandon Saisho, to get into the second half.
See what answers
Still
FPX
eating
have got for
donuts?
us here heading into map number 2. Of course, they're
Yep.
leading
I'm done though.
series.
Udah habis.
Grand finals of Masters
Okay.
Copenhagen. The PRX only rebounding.
It's not that good. I don't like donuts that
All the way
much.
down to the bottom of the scoreboard.
Where did you buy the
Came
donuts?
alive on Chamber
Jeko.
when FPX played against Optic,
Oh, Shaco, I see.
dominating Yay. On this side of the map, in fact, able to have so much impact on the attack.
It's so sweet, my teeth hurts.
I think PRX just took him out of the game completely. Barely allowed him to play.
Yeah, one of the heavy hitters the entire tournament, honestly.
They keep hitting a PRX and then just this FPX just plays default now.
As expected, FPX is how they like to play on
Kenapa?
the sides.
Ini PRX tadi kan ngeplay pushing A mulu, sekarang PRX yang apa FPX sekarang mainnya default.
Default.
Took a shot though, has to back, get the heal.
Yeah, returns it. That was a prowler being used in mid
Ya
as
udah
well.
kena aja si Ardis.
Doesn't latch onto anybody, PRX.
Ditembak sama si
Certain
Devai.
just yet.
But FPX are gearing up for an
Oh,
exec.
di heal.
Looking like they want to hit A. Benkai's already read it, gets back into position, ready to throw his horn.
It's about disrupting this one as it comes through now. The horn onto the back. That is going to be Mindfreak revealed. Barely gets away with his life and a horn for
Oh,
but that is through the
what?
wall. Big guy's found. What is that?
Oh.
Ridiculous scenes. Jing with one instantly traded in. Still
Oh.
right into the
Mati
same
Viper
fight.
Pit.
The trap laid down. Mindfreak, he's got all the utility. to cut off any sort of attempt of space, and time running so low now.
Oh, free gun by the way.
Down to the 1v1. Spike will go down. Angel whips it around.
Oh, nice. Wait, dia megang pistol masih. Stupid Valorant bug.
Valorant bug.
Confusing with the pistol. Oh my god. Oh, I hate classic, man. You shouldn't be able to do. That's so dumb.
Yeah, it's so dumb.
I think it makes a lot of sense. Money situation obviously not ideal, but it's about as even a fight as you're gonna get at this point.
Oh, they're forcing?
Who?
FPX.
Oh, yes, they're forcing. But they're being Spectre.
On point here, you're gonna see this Viper Orb looking to try and deny some space.
What I like about PRX, siapapun yang main di chamber, they are so confident with just headhunter. Jadi dia nggak sih. Oh.
Great kill to find onto Jing. This guy has been so dominant over the course of this map.
Oh, he got you.
Taking him out is a major win condition.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Oh. And he still finds one. Goes 1-for-1 up at the back, and now
Okay.
repositions.
This reposition so smart.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they got blind.
Can't make it happen. Benkai was
Ooh, the Vi.
That's the escape artist we know and love. He's in, he's out.
Just like that, FPX. Come back into it. Clawing their way into the map.
But still a major journey if they want to even draw things level here on Icebox. But you can start to see how Artis is able to have much more impact on the attack side. Strangely enough, playing chamber. One enemy remaining. Pushing in at the tip with his team.
The Vi whiff so hard, man. I mean that kill didn't matter that much, cuman yeah, but still.
Yeah.
Even if the Vi got that kill, I think they still would have. Oh, they still would have lost the round. Cuman not a good look. Gunakan. Ah.
It's there. FPX is so diligent with these things. We saw it in the game against Optic as well.
Yeah, they're saving.
Always holding the crossfires, always knowing which angles they should be watching.
Alright, first gun round. I think FPX will buang Zeta.
But that's not what's coming up right now.
Yep.
PRX back with rifles in hand. Have an opportunity to tip the balance back into their favor again and stop any kind of streak that FPX might be looking to
Yeah.
Well, Dafa has ult, no?
to work with too here.
I
I'm looking at the positioning of their players. Wondering
no.
if Forsaken wants to go for something aggressive.
Same similar default on the defense side that we just saw with the horn over the top.
But it is some aggression over towards A.
Dafa, oh yeah, thought he's not going to buy rifle.
Aggressively gives them the idea that there's no one really here.
Stop it, bro! Stop dengan playstyling udah gedikduk kayak gini. Oh my god. Ini Dafa positioningnya juga
nice.
Cok, serem banget, cok.
Awesome position that Benkai's holding up there on the top. Able to throw out all of his information, play a high-low setup over with Dedy. All left in the hands of Xiao.
Hell yeah.
To work with.
Now that's the aggression you want to see working.
Great round out there. Everything worked on both sides of the map. The aggression that you see from Forsaken and Jing, the Sage running towards
Tadi siapa yang di mana di spawn itu?
The Vi.
Choosing a high-low setup where they can
The Vi di snowman tadi.
Enggak di spawn. Yang mati.
Oh, it's Mind Freak, right?
It's Forsaken yang tadi nggak ngelihat ada musuh di spawn kan?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah.
I think iya soalnya Forsaken using left hand itu. I think he didn't see ada yang nge-pick dari ketutupan senjata. Kayak tadi gue bingung gitu, kok dia nggak ngelihat gitu ya. Forsaken using left hand.
looking actually to hold those hyper-aggressive.
Oh, this is looking good. PRX belum pakai timeout sama sekali di match ini, di map ini.
And at that point, FPX have already used a lot of
They are so confident in this map. For some reason, this is such a weird game. PRX ngambil bind, FPX yang confident. FPX ngambil icebox, PRX yang confident. Kayak so weird.
Have a chance of getting the plant done in these rounds.
Yeah, on icebox the
PRX
Look at Jing though, oh my god.
Yeah, that Jing is scary man.
19 kill, hampir 20.
Wow. I think he will get more abis ini. Soalnya PRX compositionnya agak aneh di sini.
Yeah, but this is like kind of like their old playstyle.
Yes, their old playstyle. Waktu masih di Challengers ini?
Stage, yeah.
Pasti Challengers.
Ooh, nice actually. Suigetsu serem. Oh, wow. And there's only one.
Oh ya,
Kayaknya against FPX you cannot aggress 2 times in a row. Looking scary. Nova has all? No.
Not without a lot of information on the other side of the map.
2 more.
When you're not particularly favored, and look at how ready they were for this. Prime game flawless, keeping all the guns moving into the next round.
Come on, man, come on.
And there is a snake bite that's being thrown
Angle-nya
there.
dari tadi aneh-aneh
But even in the rounds where they don't want to go for aggression, he's had his Viper's Pit online for a while now. He's just choosing not to use it. It's more aggression, actually. Mid of Forsaken again.
Yeah. This time with an operator in the hand of Forsaken, and he's pushed up onto that mid angle. Look at where the spike is around the side here.
And this wall.
Watched on top of the wall.
Oh.
A headshot
is done. Yeah.
But barely any damage.
What?
Wow, you can't be kidding
No,
me,
Jing langsung turun
How
kan
is
dari situ.
Zipan getting 2 out of that?
Huh?
Jumping onto a box.
That had to have just
What?
been threaded right between the legs, surely. That had to have been it. And the Resurrect, of course, it's online.
So weird, man.
Kill Prior, not even going to be
So
mattering
weird.
now, turning it into that fight.
What did that not hit?
Risks need to be taken.
Yeah, okay ya. I thought it was also here.
Going for it.
Again, FPX is so
Ini juga
diligent.
Mind Freak very
Try
very
and clear them through. Viper's Pit is a
ambitious,
bit of a
isn't it?
response here from Mind Freak.
In a 3v5.
No. Deja vu anjir. Main freak udah beberapa kali mati kayak gitu.
Push back the onslaught.
panik deh kalau udah kayak gitu.
Almost every single side.
30 seconds left.
Yeah.
No, but they have the funds to be able to commit to this and still buy for the next round. So
How
they
do
might
I-
try and make this just a little expensive. Zipan is having none of it. He is not having any of it today.
A triple push over the rafters, a reflank through mid. Benkai can just hit
There-
footsteps
yeah,
all
yeah,
around
yeah.
him. There's nowhere to watch. Who can blame him?
And Zipan gets 4 in the round, but it's the first
What?
2 that confused me.
That shot.
A jump peek up onto the box to claim his first target. Let's take a look at this on the replay. Oh,
Right between the legs.
oh, he did. He just jumped
How did-
over the op shot.
Oh, how did that miss? It looked like a hit on Forsaken's POV though.
Reset of the aim.
Yes.
Starting to look just that bit
Wow.
more for PRX.
It absolutely
Was it
is.
the letter
FPX
G?
are now starting to snowball ultimates as well. They've been very diligent in these anti-eco rounds.
Weird as this.
Oh,
Hold on.
No.
This is the jump.
No
Oh.
strangers to these kind of plays being happening as well. That was a snake bite and a seize happening over towards.
So many misplays. They're gonna have to retake now.
My ball dropped off, a fast approach, no time wasted. Now Horns, he reveals the positioning perfectly. Spam around the
Nice,
side.
nice.
The kills.
No,
One again, one
nice.
after the other. Forsaken. He's right
Again,
in the faces. Blade Storm not giving him any options.
So good, so good.
Somehow, it's come down to the 1v1. In the blink of an eye. Forsaken.
Ooh.
Read the crosshair placement is there for the wider swing, but he dashes back, and now he knows it, but still, the noise being cut down over the top. Sugetsu. Does he know about the positioning?
I clenched my butt.
Forsaken playing that one beautifully to take PRX up to map point. 12 on the board now, and that's around where it starts. Forsaken missing his jump to go for a double updraft, and I'm sure he's glad he still had the updrafts available to win this one out on the A retake. Right up above, perfect for the repositioning, wasn't it?
It's thrifty? Wow.
Yeah, they were saving.
Wow.
No,
Jing.
This one right round the side. Nightfall pushing him back, and they're taking the fight right up.
Jing, help him.
Right off to the side, and the team is helping him. All the way pushed up. They want to end it right here. Right now.
Device on the ropes here.
Whoa!
Oh, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Oh my god.
Eventually back in the way of the rendezvous, and he's just distracted.
Oh, nice one. Go back.
We get this way.
I have the spike.
Angel with it all to do. Mind Freak and Divide to fight.
Imagine Davai yelling, "Hey, guys, shut up! Cannot hit lah!"
Silently moves his way over.
30 seconds, Josh.
30 seconds left.
As soon as he fakes this plan, he's gonna know.
Oh!
Davai di atasnya siapa itu deh?
Even in the series, 1-1 apiece, the grand finals. Not quite so
Hey, Monster.
Monster anjir. Si Davai apa lemes anjing itu.
Not only in the manner that it was 13
Si Davai apa lemes jir.
the level of aggression that they showcased.
Karena tempat duduk kan biasanya kan ribut kan dia diem anjir.
You had all of the same diligence coming out from FPX. They were still trying to punish the aggression, and they did at times. And yet you still had moments like this. Jing pulling out an ace.
Manis banget cuy.
Going for play after play. Just outlandish stuff. All over the map.
Oh, the fan is so clean though. He's scary.
Yeah.
The map at hand, but even out eventually.
Sampai si GSOY udah lemes coy.
And that's it, that's the map. At this type of level, it's the tiniest of fractions that will make the difference. And like the Des was saying at the beginning, every map is winnable. It's just what you bring.
I would hate if they go to map 3, map 5.
Yeah, I don't want it to.
We're going to go to a short break, and of course on the other side, our analyst Des breaking down all the action and setting us up for that crucial map number 3. Don't go anywhere.
What map after this?
Fracture.
Fracture. Apalagi habis fracture?
Fracture habis itu
Heaven, I think it's Heaven.
Heaven ya, Heaven habis itu kalau masih seri
Breeze.
Hey yo, stop. That was scary. Jing, I don't know, there were some misplays kayak overall they did good though. Adaptasi ke playstyle-nya FPX.
Yeah.
They didn't push as much di Icebox tadi. They only pushed 3 times and it worked twice, so it's good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Don't, kalau apa ya,
don't overpush.
Kalau musuhnya sabar kayak gitu, mendingan kayak do it only once in a while.
Tapi Jing gila coy killnya. How many kills Jinx got?
I don't know. I didn't see it. W gaming, y'all still can do this.
PRX baru sehat.
Jing,
Ayo, betul.
not personally. Wait, bagusnya siapa ini? Sounds like
What?
Sounds like Daft Punk a bit. Nope, it's not Daft Punk. Just a basic Skrillex.
Boom boom bam bam. Boom boom bam bam.
Oh my god, I thought I was gonna go sleep early tonight. Apparently
Yeah,
not.
Yeah, I thought, yeah. Besok I have work loh.
You wanna sleep?
No. Kasihan sama kamu. No. There you go. Wait.
Scary. Oh, nice.
A variation of maps. What did you make of it?
Well, I think it was almost exactly what we expected it to be from when they play versus Xerxia. Like a lot of aggression. I think they added a few cool things with like the horns that they had to use, although I think both teams had that in aspect. And honestly, just seeing Jing perform on the stage at this level, it's a lot of fun.
I think it was definitely exactly what you expect out of PRX.
20 kills.
Half, you just mentioned Jing. They're just
20.
consistently pushing, and that almost costed them a little bit of a comeback here, which honestly was what FPX was able to capitalize on, which PRX wasn't able to.
The Vibe KDA-nya sama Hargai tinggi banget totalnya.
I just think that if you
Hargai
have
sama The Vibe
going
KDA-nya
to bring
gede
a duelist on usually what people are moving to a
Ini juga nih
non-duelist
flagship
composition
4
map,
second yang
it's
dia
got to
tadi
be
terbang-terbang
this
tuh
man.
asik
The amount
banget
of
ya.
times he was able to dash away. He's got
Lihat
an
itu tadi Re,
unbelievable presence
cuman
around the map. He wasn't one of the big hitters
apa
when you
namanya?
think about the kill impact, with the ACS impact. But what he was able to
Cuma
do
satu pixel
was
hitam
keep
doang,
everyone
jadi dia nggak
wondering,
sadar kayaknya.
everyone thinking on the side of FPX, is he in the cloud? Is he not? Where is he? Has he dashed? Where is he going next? I love that he had that kind of presence.
And honestly, he took over the game once FPX started to come back into it, right? I think a lot of people thought when they first saw Forsaken on the international stage and maybe watched some regional matchups, they're like, this guy will just take over a game. And he did that again. This was exactly the type of thing you expect from Forsaken when he plays that jet, and it delivered on a big scale.
I know you guys wanted to keep an eye on Ardis, especially on this map. The first half he was a little bit quiet, but he ended up this map, Tom, with actually his worst statistical performance in all of this tournament.
Yeah, I think this is the first time he's properly been shut down. Like you look at, he was still going for the same aggressive peaks, taking those fights, trying to get work done with the operator, but he was just getting
Chamber diff lah.
just running at him, shut down by Dedy as well with some of the counter operator on the other side. It was the quietest performance we've seen, but I don't expect that to continue.
Yang suka nge-off di
itunya siapa sih? And I love that I put it in there. And then I think unfortunately PRX took that to heart. And they're like, how do we stop him from
yang tadi yang tadi bareng sama si Dava itu dia nggak kena, abis itu di flick sama Dava.
Ardis itu Chamber.
Ardis kan?
This Chamber deh.
One of the guys that was maybe in charge of shutting him down a little bit as well is Jing. Here he is in the Verizon high-speed moment of the match. An ace from him, but the crowd went wild for this as well.
Vintage. I mean, seriously, exactly what we wanted from Jing when he comes back on the stage. He
Look
was
at that,
definitely
guys.
uncomfortable in that first match.
Crouch.
Wow.
See the crouch? See the crouch?
Wow,
Bulletsnya nggak ada yang kena kepala.
That's the thing. When you're in a grand final of a tournament, maybe you taper off a little.
The crouch
bit,
is
you know,
good
I'm gonna
for
chill. Like, I'm
apa
not gonna make
namanya?
those same crazy plays I would make
Just
all the way back
avoiding
in like challenge just
bullets.
when I'm playing against teams I'm just better than. But in Jing's mind, he's better than everyone, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, we needed them to come back with this confidence. If we wanted to have a series on our hands, we had to have them come in with that kind of ferocity that we're used to seeing PRX. And if it's Jing on the Sage, if it's Forsaken on the Jet, I don't care who it is that's stepping up to the plate. It needs to be a team effort, of course, but there are star players on the side of PRX who start something like that, and it will kick off into momentum.
You also just know the Benkai sat there like, just do it. Go, 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 go. Run as fast as you can.
You got this,
and
bro.
he's probably going to carry on running as well on Fracture, which is the next map we are moving on to. You know, Bala, we often say when it comes to PRX, if you let them have bind, don't let them have Fracture. Do you stand by that here?
I mean, they had no choice to, but yeah, I mean, I do, but also I think I'm pretty confident when I say FPX's style on this map specifically, they control the map very well, and they will receive this aggression from Forsaken. You talk about how he's going to run onto this map. It might be hard to do when you have a Prowler or one-way in your face.
One of the things I really want to see is just like, are they going to run the composition which involved Jing switching to the Sage, which really was trying to lock down one side and pressure the other? Or are they going to let Jing off the leash? And I'll be honest, that's what I want to see heading off this match. If he gets to play that Raze and he's pushing alongside the rest of his team, then they're really hard to play against. If they play the more passive approach, I don't know if it's going to work.
Some of that defensive aggression I expect as well. I mean, there's so many times I've seen them just run down B long with the Neon rather, and they get the stuns out, and everyone is just shocked. The round has had 10 seconds, and they're already in their spawn. I mean, these are the kind of
It's better to drink protein shakes with no
to think that's what's coming. So of course, FPX isn't waiting,
caffeine when you're doing something like this.
They're used to having 30 seconds left in a round to go get that spike down. So I don't think it'll detract necessarily from FPX's playstyle, but I'm worried that that's what they'll be expecting time and time again, and they'll be considering PRX too much, whereas they need to focus a little bit more on their own gameplay now.
I mean, they've already taken down Optics Neon. Not many teams can take down Optics Neon. So do you guys feel like the preparation...
They both have, yeah. 13-5, 13-7, not too bad.
Does that preparation mean anything as we head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select?
I think definitely. I think for FPX, every single time the preparation is going to matter probably more than any other team. They are excellent.
Fracture, we're going to see some Bridge from Benkai, we're going to see some Viper, and then Chamber, and then Jet or Neon, and then Trace.
And what, by the looks of it, again, we are going to get what is basically a triple duelist. I think we have to call it that at this point. I don't think there's much sight other than what is going to be that reliance on the likes of Benkai and the likes of Mindbreak. Everybody else is going to be pushing.
Yeah, Device specifically is a monster on this map when it comes to both sides, right? That chamber can be so useful at locking down an area, but also lurking on this map. And that is so hard. I mean, you have to be paying attention to that. Actually, that cost a little bit FPX on Icebox, was how often these types of timings were occurring for them.
I love that we get Angel back on the Omen, for example. The amount of one-ways that FPX, especially yesterday when they decided on split, they're like, actually, we'll get the one-ways happening again. It's a strength over towards A main as well, that they hold that power position with that one-way. Not necessarily him and having those, you know, supposed to work with is going to be the kicker here, but they love to play off of it on many maps.
Just TPs behind the A and just like crazy stuff that you see. So
shout out to the observers, by the way.
Yeah.
That was like a movie.
Yeah, the fact that they read that
every day. That's always smashing.
That
is a 1v2.
I mean, there was a lot of shenanigans that happened. It's not all of the observers with the 1v2.
Alright.
So you got to be more specific.
For a second, it's time.
But
You need to run up with Neon, with a Frenzy, get 3, and then let Jing take care of the rest.
Watching them, I think they're the most exciting team when it comes to Fracture, and I think they'll take it.
Well, whoever takes this one is going to have a huge
How much you want to bet that's going to happen, actually?
After Fracture, it's time to send
I think FPX already has the counter for this map.
Yeah, maybe. They don't have Bridge though, which is kind of weird. And Sage, right? You got a Sage, can?
No, they don't have Sage.
Yeah, I don't think they're...
They love playing it. Yeah, it's one of the maps at the top of both teams' pools. And I think you could argue whoever takes it could well take the series. Because you're talking about them being on such even footing. Whoever's able to get that one up, it might just extend further and further. We've seen great
it's actually
stuff from
Jing
both
yang
teams
pakai
at this point.
Frenzy.
And from FPX, when they were
Iya,
able
Jing
to
tuh
take
suka pakai
down
Frenzy.
Optic, they got most of their work done on the attack
Forsaken
side.
tuh klasik all the
Now
way
we're going
tuh.
to try and defend against this hyper-aggression. PRX sending both duelists looking to try and react towards Dish perhaps in this round.
Utilities traded out there in the one way as well.
Go here, you bitch.
Tempers that aggression. All that was going on. PRX, they did take that Dish control, already a drop. Nade in hand, ready and waiting, but with the Viper wall drop down, that's going to be an indicator. The rotations, oh, they're there. The nade off to the side.
Oh,
what the fuck? He's on the side already. What the fuck?
But PRX is happy to squeeze any remaining players that might be just trying to defend their way through. But the doors opening wide. Angel's head ripped off, and Jing is relentless with it.
Oh my
god. And exactly their game plan functioning.
Jangan Frenzy. Aku tuh selalu ini tau gak sih sama kagum sama Frenzy-nya Jing tuh selalu kena kepala gitu loh. Gitu. Walaupun nggak kepala tuh pasti deket kepala gitu.
And then Jing decides to overpush and just go straight to spawn. Just doing Jing things.
Sounds like the crowd's on your side, so extra element.
Kaget anjir, itu tiba-tiba Toto for second udah di dalam side kan.
It's neon.
Yeah,
one of the impressive things about both of these teams, able to carry that kind of momentum and the way that they were playing online forwards.
Oh, they don't. He doesn't have the wall. Oh, shotgun though.
Stun as well, Shao. Gonna try and lock this one down.
Oh, he knows shotgun. Yes. Good. That's all that matters right now. Shotgun di side udah mati. They can plant easily.
And here's another classic of PRX. Look at the position of
Divine
Divine coming out for the longest lurk, the biggest flank possible.
Oh, mati.
All the way behind them. The fight still being taken.
Oh my god, what a maniac! Yeah.
Push them right into the line of sight angles. Divine taking that long lurk all the way through.
Nggak bisa, mereka harus dari situ. Iya.
Down to Sugetsu, he doesn't have what it takes. PRX once more.
Yeah, Jing is a maniac.
Yeah, he's a fucking maniac.
That's exactly what I would do though.
I know you're a maniac. That's why someone's always complaining, Dedy. You're just making Dedy.
You need to be confident lah, W Gaming.
Yeah, no, I mean, that guy is a smoker. He didn't even play race like the utility is not as good as yours. Have you ever saw him play race?
Siapa?
That guy.
It's not great. Two Bulldogs,
no.
Spectre. But Jing is one away from that showstopper too.
I like the way you fly more.
To get himself one away so that he would have the rolling thunder with the
The
orb as well. Make sure that that's nice and clear. But he
no way!
That would have been so good.
Oh yeah!
Look being watched Divide. They've caught onto it fast enough, haven't they?
Mind freak! Oh my god! Mind freak!
A mind freak
It's bonus. It's bonus. Chill. It's okay. It's bonus. Positive thoughts.
FPX are going to consistently try
Why you jump like that?
style to deal with PRX. Unseen, unnoticed, able to work around that utility.
How did he know?
To anchor the site.
With his eyes. With his eyes. Kelihatan itu yang kiri kelihatan, terus yang dia lagi reposition si Jing nembak dari kanan nggak kena, jadi tinggal reflect aja. Oh, wait, what's going on with? Oh no.
Opportunity, him and Zipan just locking down these angles. It's up to Jing. Moves in, but he is being swarmed, surrounded. They know his positioning. TP away, the nade pushes him back, and he's so
god. Yeah. Don't push the smoke, guys. Just wait for the smoke. Oh, you got two though.
And that's a great try. Awesome
spray
transfer as well.
It's good.
But the same issue in the clutch, and it's the same issue to open the round. There are too many players in halls for PRX to get through.
Just ready to deal with it.
Even after they ult Angel away, Zipan is there to go and help Shao. And Shao only had a Guardian. And yet the
they pushed the smoke. That smoke was pretty good.
Locked that area of the map straight down.
Sees nades, the paranoia, it's all used to disrupt that kind of play. And again,
it was a half one, right?
The same sort of setup. The players are there. PRX cover going on. Have the weapons.
Alright, 1 second. Run up. Run up. Get three. Oh my. Oh, okay, never mind. Good trade. Good trades. Get more. Good trades. Get more.
How are they returning the fire like this?
Trade until you die.
Close the gap. Absolute madness.
No.
This shuts down any sort of funny business.
No fun on my watch. Not unless I'm the one singing. That's what artists
I'm gonna
say.
sleep. I'm gonna sleep now.
And for PRX in general, they have just been battering their heads against halls.
A-halls all the time.
Yeah.
Over and over and over again.
Because in theory, it does make sense. You should be able to get around it. If you can have Jing or Forsaken or both of them playing up by Dish, even 3 players from FPX can't watch both sides at once. If you get the timing down, it should be possible. They may want to try and have Divide purely playing as beta there. A lot of the fracture meta tends to revolve around having your chamber, trying to take and break the trap plays happening in halls. If they can force out one of those paranoias or a seized nade, and then react out of Dish, maybe they can start to get something working. Or, you know, there is a B side to this match.
Sure, you could lean over to that side. Timeout to try and think about what they want to do. You are right, Josh. Normally teams, when they're playing this one on their attack side, you see those 4-1 setups. Usually the chamber player alone, just with the rendezvous setup, trying to bait and pull out that utility that might be being used. Could be an option for them, but so far it's just been complete conditioning, or at least the attempt by PRX to try and drag players over towards A-halls of everything they're pumping into it.
And it will work. FPX are committing 3 players over to A, and I think it's quite unlikely they start with 3B at the beginning of any of these early rounds. Both chambers with an op, and Zipan's made the move over to the B site, now playing with a showstopper to try and shut down any kind of adjustment in the strategy. But from the look of it, PRX are still content to send the same kind of pistol round look, where they're slowly prodding towards halls with both duelists up at Dish.
It's a stun and obviously exchanged. Prowler's being used. That's a lot early on from Xiao just to try and clear through in case there's somebody there. But it is more tempered and space has been given up. That drop location. Players are watching it though. FPX seem relatively aware that it could be a possibility, of course. Compromise, you've got to be knowing it.
Angel's getting a little antsy here.
Yeah.
Gonna have to refresh his one-way soon, and I think that's the timing that PRX are going for. One way back up. Angel wants information right now. He's playing much further forwards than he has done previously because there's been no noise from PRX.
It's been cut completely.
Only one rendezvous is what he hears.
It's not a lot to go off, but with the Viper orb down, there's a fast lane to try and split this one up, and now the showstopper play into sand, cut it across, but this wall impedes it! Sugetsu, 12 he lives! An absurd
God damn it, that ult is so bad.
The corner not being cleared, Angel returns back into action. 2 kills for Divide. Will eventually trade it, but he's left alone, isn't he?
Showstopper is so bad, man.
Picking up this rifle.
Berat juga lompatnya kalau pakai showstopper.
Got onto the site. An almost impossible task.
With only 10 seconds left, he is not getting past the brick wall of Ardis. And PRX, I've never seen a Raze player get robbed so frequently as Jing with his showstoppers.
That was just absurd.
Should we sleep now?
138 damage he did. And also a bit of miscommunication there as well. Mindfreak not realizing where he died from.
God dang. Why is Showstopper so bad?
Any sort of attempt to try and lead towards the B side.
As a race player, it hurts.
Happy to keep up a similar kind of default.
Yeah, they're really trying to hammer home this conditioning.
Perhaps
trying to make space for Divide
Wait,
to
what
work
is
his operator
this?
in there.
Buck.
One against the other. Force could be a huge difference maker.
What bug?
Tadi tasernya ada baik error.
I'm gonna look at Twitter first.
Just the patience to try and hold this one. Ardis still unwilling to reposition.
Tell me when they lose us.
On On the other side of the map, Angel has this info.
Good place on him.
It up for though. All going to be scattered through. That's going to be the rolling thunder. And now Forsaken, the overdrive is all the way deep in their spawn. One kill found. Satchel attached to Getsu. You should not be favored there, Sun, but still locks down tower, but he's being squeezed.
Nice Forsaken engine. Good play, good plays. My freak.
It's looking like a difficult task, but Shao, listen, he takes that threat out. Now he's making it work. Him and Angel against the world. Forsaken. Ult's going to be fading. Picked up a Bulldog. But they still need to get themselves onto the site. Angel has TPs available, but it's red. And a satchel across.
Nice.
Playing it well. PRX, 3
The
kills.
duo as always, man.
What a way to win on that thrift.
Yeah, Jing and Forsaken.
Great stuff by PRX there.
What is that guy doing?
FPX actually read what was
Just,
happening.
he was trying to
Two
work
players
on
out, Angel and
just
Shao
what?
through Hall. That's how Shao got behind so quickly. But they weren't anticipating Forsaken to be this aggressive. It's one thing to know that PRX are going to push you. It is another thing to suddenly find them in your spawn.
Let's go, boys. Let's go. Big one. When it was looking like, honestly, the momentum of this first half was really on the side of PRX. Or FPX, I should say.
But they found something that works, and this time Forsaken Divide getting very quickly past the one-way smoke, making sure they hold for any kind of setup. I'm not sure what their plan was if they got hit by the paranoia here. Maybe just to flee. But at this point, Angel's missed his opportunity.
It's really weird.
Moving him back, I mean, he's still holding close to the wall.
It's awkward, though. It's awkward positioning from the FPX players. Angel might just end up running into Jing.
No!
Jing trying to take the timing. He's given free reign there at Dish. Misses the opportunity, though.
And this is Sugetsu's classic. Mid-round Viper's Pit popped onto the A site. A little bit of sound bait here from PRX as they try and make it sound like they're going over towards B. Or is this just indecision? Pings all over sand would indicate PRX are still going to try and fight through this.
Needs to be watched now. You can see them moving all the way through to stun. That's going to be a connection. Forsaken moves forward. It's a fast lane to split it up, but this is a difficult one again to deal with up close and personal. Sugetsu on the high ground, and the Viper's Pit remains intact.
30 seconds.
And it has to be a pivot. It has to be an adjustment.
And Ardis stays in his position here. They're going to go... No, thinking about going over the ropes. There really is indecision. Littering the camp of PRX right now. Benkai normally so good in these mid-round decisions.
A tour de force as well. A dodge to the side. Ardis, he could shut this down single-handedly. Holding behind it. Dies. The shot is found. And the slow field placed across. The showstopper is the cherry on top. Not a chance in hell for PRX to find their way back in.
I just saved you up the way.
Divide the silver lining to this catastrophic round may be that he just keeps the operator online, but FPX immediately rip back control into their camp. This setup is so difficult to crack. Sugetsu on top of B, with inside his Viper's Pit, and Shao playing inside it on the bottom. Shao's more often going to take first contact, and even if he dies, the pit remains active.
It's painful.
Really no way to clear out Sugetsu.
Painful.
Back against the wall on the high ground there.
After a very successful map 2, Forsaken's stat line seems to indicate he's back to bind. Just getting shut down, hammered by utility. Has to keep giving up these early fights, but he wants to force another. And what is that shot?
What a flick in the angle watch Divide.
One shot flick. That is insane.
Once more relentless. Forsaken though this time.
Take his
Put off the
PC.
gas. Now the Satchel play onto the side. It's up to Zipan to see if he can lock this one down. He knows. Slowly being squeezed with the positioning, and the timing was everything.
And it was perfect.
Flash into the corner. Ardis rattling off almost everything in his clip there. The headhunter finding it though still. It is.
It's time to chill, guys. Time to chill.
What a kill to final to Jing. Choosing to refight into this Divide with the shot though. Down to Ardis.
Oh, dapat.
Time to chill. Time to chill. 1v3, 1v. Oh.
Doesn't look doable.
Oh.
Rendezvous in to donate the op.
Oh, they didn't give.
Just thinking that he was inside the other totem there. PRX managed to claw one
Look at this, look at this.
Look at this shot from
Boom.
Forsaken. What is that? That's filth.
Oh,
Absolute
oh my
filth.
god, that flick.
Divide as well, sneaking an op shot underneath. Look at the face on Angel.
Oh, they're pissed.
They had a
great
pissed.
They're pissed. They're really pissed.
Players are up close and personal. The paranoia was
Especially
scattered
that last
across,
one.
but
Nggak dilepaskan.
do you really anticipate Forsaken to just be sliding and gliding across the floor, cutting up the crosshair placement, immediately retaking that space?
And I think the other point to note is that from FPX's point of view, the team that's now taking a tactical timeout, there was nothing wrong there tactically. The guy just hit a crazy shot. And that's what you're going to get with PRX sometimes. Jing and Forsaken in particular are so talented. They've been able to turn up to these events since the very beginning, since their first showings at the International Masters events, and shock people with how talented, how skilled they both are. Yeah. Forsaken obviously for quite a bit longer.
When they play with that pure whimsy, man, it sometimes carries them. Moments of brilliance.
I think I still have milk tea. I will go back and to take it, baby.
But they are going to need to keep pulling off those miraculous shots, because from a strategical point of view, things are not going so well for PRX. But an attempt to brute force it might just work if you have the force.
If you have the force.
It's just absolutely outlandish behavior. The double satchel in the showstopper. Rip through, trademark. Oh, Slowfield's going to be throwing a wrench into the plan, I think, just trying to clear their way through with the flash. The fast lane players offside Shadow. Oh, he's right around this corner, and the timing here could be everything for them.
Forsaken's going to plant in a position where Mindfreak has those snakebite lineups. So now, possibly for the first time, we get to see the PRX post plan. And how do FPX deal with it? Are they going to go for something quick? They've denied Dish. Actually, Mindfreak's not going to, because he was looking to go for a mad wraparound.
Forsaken! The Horn is just lighting this guy up, and somehow he still lives. Alive, but for a moment, Zipper will eventually deal with him, but it is just Hall's control. That's all the PRX are dealing with. It makes it hard for them to try and push back this one, but it looks like they've got a setup to deal with it. Control being gained, Divide with the operator, opening after opening.
That's all they need. All is all they need. Divide is all they...
Divide eventually shut down by the snake bite. To get too weakened, no more time, has to stick it. And it's clinical by Mindfreak.
There you see the power of the PRX post plan.
Yeah.
Mindfreak was really thinking of going for a big wraparound flash.
Expensive though.
Instead, countercall.
What?
Kinda stupid, but it works.
They throw out a lot of out.
Basically cuma Forsaken sama Jing yang masuk side, and then Jing left, dan cuma ada Forsaken di side. Dia nge-plan, habis itu post plan-nya yang bagus.
Wow.
Karena expensive round, soalnya mati 4 tapi. Cuma sisa main freak yang main post plan Viper. Oh no.
Hardest plays inside of it. It gets one to get to, still in tower. Still locks it down despite the fact he's being pressured from the back there. Jing ended up sending in his nade in this crosshair placement. He just knows it's coming.
And Sugetsu has the spike as well. It is so difficult to try and retrieve that.
Mindfreak sabar banget ya. Tapi kalau lagi pancing ulti mati gitu loh.
Vardis collecting that one there onto Mindfreak. Gonna take quite a bit more for him to find an edge. Every shot whipping, and eventually Sugetsu comes out to bail out his teammate. The thrifty win.
These anti-ecos have been a real problem for PRX. Even when they haven't lost them, they've come extremely close. And now it's PRX going from having a booming economy to none at all. Oh, they say none. They've still got something going.
Shorty. You are so annoying,
Shorty. Well-known IGL strategy. On eco rounds, or on anti-eco rounds rather, send it to the other site. Keep them guessing. Don't always hit A. But completely failed there. Angel rotated instantly, Zipan pushed out Dish. They just knew they were going B.
Stun's going to be revealing quite a lot there, but this time it is on the B side of things. Mindfreak. See where this one lands. Supplementing the rest of this push now, right onto the top of stairs. So it's going to be pushed forwards, and I think the goal there to try and push him forwards into the aftershock. They've already taken tower, but look at that crosshair placement. This guy is impeccable.
What a monster! making a serious case for MVP in this tournament. And in this map, finally gets taken out by Forsaken, who goes for a slide play.
One after the other, the plays just keep happening. The shots are rattled off.
Wow.
Back and forth.
That's fucking amazing.
Hardest. How do you retake this one? Operator.
Udah jangan dikejar, jangan dikejar.
And you have to go for it. It's the final round of the half. Either way, FPX have 6. Question is whether Hardest can put them out to a major advantage. This would be an outrageous clutch if he could pull it off. If he could find the timing.
Not quite there. PRX even it out in the end this first half. So back and forth. The importance of this one to get that edge in this series, your grand finals of Masters 2 Copenhagen.
And every other Masters final that we've had the pleasure of watching has been a one-sided affair. This is the first time where a team's taken a map and then we go into a third and it's close on either side. Copenhagen, you are getting a treat today.
Iya, tapi tadi dia lagi inconsistent pas map-map sebelumnya, cuy.
Watching, let's send it down to the others to break it down so far what we've seen.
Yes, like you guys said, this is anything but one-sided, both teams showing up. And it does come down a lot to the Rave players. Jing and Zip and Tom, they're having a hell of a head-to-head.
Yeah, the way that things sort of started off between the two of them, it was like Jing blast packing his way into the site, and then you almost had those multi-frags coming through on the other side from Zipan. But I feel like we started there with those two players, and then after a while, it just started switching between whoever was just going to pop off in different rounds.
I think Ray's players on map of Fracture is just so incredibly important. There's power positions. I was a little interested that they weren't that interested over towards B a lot of that half. I was like, okay, maybe there's a lot of space you could take. They decided to hit A time and time again, and I don't know if that's the G2 special that we keep bringing out, that only A side exists, but for both of these players, Jing was able to traverse the map quite efficiently. Zipan was kind of the mid-round kind of guy as well, so it was different, a little bit different stylistically.
Yeah, I mean, Jing was full-on W gaming in effect right here. There's so many moments where he was trying to set the tempo for PRX, and then Zipan
Why is Bunny?
Right? So
why is Rabbit is known as animals breed like all the time?
Jing Showstopper just didn't find any value. This specifically is where it started to turn for FPX, and I thought that they might go on a mad run, but instead, they're doing exactly the type of thing that you expect.
You're gonna start calling it a Jing ult now.
The fast push. And then PRX just turned it on again. It's just crazy how back and forth this game has been.
Yeah, I think we need like an honorable mention as well for the likes of Devi, like some of the operator shots, but also towards the end, Saigetsu basically winning them around with a shorty. Like, it is just, this man is just illogical in every sense of the word, and a joy to watch.
I mean, we said we were really lucky to get Fracture in the first 3 maps. That way we would be guaranteed we would get here. Well, we knew it was just going to be an absolute slaughter on both sides of the coin here. I have no idea where this is going, but I'm wondering whether or not the attacking side might favor a particular team going into it. That's where my head is ever so slightly.
I want to see an overtime, you guys. I want us to go all the way into OT. Brandon Sideshow, what do you think about that?
I only hope we'd be so lucky, I think, Sue.
We're heading into the half now, where FPX managed to completely neutralize Optic's neon aggression. And that I think is going to be the big question for the rest of Fracture. Are the set plays on defense that PRX love running, are these crunch plays going to actually find value? And I think we might get the answer very shortly.
They're just holding for it. The angle, but look at this positioning, this crossfire. 3 players watching it, just the angle still. Stuns off to the side, Artis in the back, Headhunter.
Okay, stop, go back.
One after the other. Not the cleanest shots in the world, but it doesn't matter.
And Benkai has to limp away, 13 health. A failed
Just
venture
play
completely.
default, guys.
Maybe Mindfreaks can save something though.
Over the top, reveals his position.
Devi, there's no one there, Devi. All 5. Tower Devi.
Being pushed from the other angle. He does have a little bit of space to work with. But
If only Devi turned.
How do you deal with this one, Devi? Hopping around the corner, the Prowler. Nobody wanted to
Just 2 headshot, Devi, easy.
Double face. Have to be careful. The 1-2 shot, the damage is done. 2 HP in a dream, and it's not enough for him. Pistol round for FPX to claw any sort of advantage coming into this map, into the second half of Fracture.
And the way that PRX like to play on their defense side, it's exactly what FPX are waiting for. They're sat there anticipating it on the pistol again. The same thing we saw on bind from them on attack. Completely reading where the aggression was going to come from and set up with ultra disciplined crossfires to shut it down immediately. Looks like PRX are not bothered about it though. They're going to go for it again. Another attempt at some bridge aggression. Trying to FPX is starting out. Looking at tunnel. Looking at taking steps.
This is honestly, again, a bit of a hard read, I think, from FPX. The preparation coming into this, knowing the aggressive plays were coming.
And what a boom bot. That one actually notifies them that somebody's pushed out arcade.
Ooh.
But still, how do you deal with Dedy?
Hello?
Rest of the players over across the ropes there. He's taking off two of the players' heads.
What the fuck?
A bit of action, Shao,
Is it
Guardian.
collateral? Yes.
Tricky weaponry, but eventually doing the job, isn't it? Evens it out, now a 3v3. But could still get dangerous.
No.
Shao gets every kill to take them out of dangerous situations.
No. Noise. Mind freak. A time here is absolutely everything.
Oh.
With a right click. You have got to be kidding me. How are you getting away with this one, Zipan? Bit of a retreat. Finds a shot. Now away one shot to the head, but Shao shuts it down. It got hairy.
That's
it
a
got
good
dicey.
save. That's a good save.
Shao is good for it.
Guardian v Guardian in the final moments. Dedy finding impact though. 2 headhunter kills that just came out of nowhere.
Okay, I'm gonna
whistling
watch.
himself up to the top.
Aku mau nonton artis Switch dulu ya.
Just before this,
Huh?
Jing had caught it. Or rather,
Gua nonton artis Switch.
Jing swings out.
Artis Switch
Why
apa
no
itu?
double face? Why not try to take out Shao? You let him live to clutch the
The
round.
animation about the
Can't allow
witch.
Okay.
At least
No, it's
PRX
okay. I
did
will
enough damage
still
to
listening
stop
to
these
the sound of the
bonus
stream.
rounds that have been carrying PRX's carrying FPX's
Oh,
aggression.
come on, guys, stop
Normally
pushing
in round two,
this.
PRX have rifles
Don't
to work
push.
with, bulldogs, everything. This time, only the 2 from Angel and Shao.
Dedy, come back.
Zipan just hoping somebody gets up close and personal with him.
And FPX have got to assume in these kind of rounds that bridge, the north side of the map, is taken. If they don't have somebody up there giving them information, you can't assume that PRX have decided not to push.
It's re-cleared. The timing here, shots exchanged. But it is that double face. You have to be so careful here if you are forsaken. Smoke drop down, blocks it still. And now to contact once more. FPX are hoping that, again, that patented PRX aggression, the way that they play, might just be working out in their favor. This time, though, it strikes for them. A satchel body blocked. Aggression not really getting too much done here, but it's still a crossfire all the way back. But now, 30 seconds in the round.
PRX have prodded, taken map control, and not overpushed this time. The time pressure is becoming an issue for
Paranoia
FPX.
fades, Benkai!
Oh.
The rifle, the shots. Just perfection.
Oh.
Nice.
And PRX are able to come out with that one prime.
Nice map
flawless.
control. Holy.
That's a bonus round where FPX came into it without too many weapons, but they're still going to be able to have a deadly one, a deadly buy this time to follow up. And I like the way that PRX approach that defensive aggression. They go aggressive and take the top side of the map, but they don't overface. They're not trying to force the issue. They're just slowing the round down, denying map control from FPX.
Ensuring that they don't give away any free kills, easy ones still. That's TP forwards. Horns over the top and a bit of spam through. Play cooked up, Angel. Oh, he's so deep there. Into Dish, he gets rewarded with the kill as well, but it's a battle on multiple fronts. Shao pushed up close, right to the side.
No.
Satchel play, and listen, I don't blame you. You missed a bit of the
Stop
action.
doing
Now
the
it's
same
pure
thing,
pandemonium on
guys.
multiple sections of the map.
They know.
Yeah, crazy stuff going on actually. They push out of arcade and barrel forwards. I thought the round might be over for FPX because Shao had the spike alone.
Enemy remaining.
But she just double blast back past him, unable to do anything. And manages to land himself, Jing that is, lands himself in a nice tasty specimen for the rest of the FPX players to clean up.
Lead, a horn just ever so slightly missing.
That might make FPX a little cautious. Usually PaperX are playing around.
What?
This time not. Going for another peek that Zipan is ready for.
And this is just shades of bind, I think, at this point, Josh.
How did he see it?
The aggression, again, you know what to anticipate with this comment from PaperX. When they're running the double duelist with the Neon on the raise, you know they're going to be trying to take control, making risky plays. A bit of a double satchel there, now to Nightfall. Push them back, he does get good information, they know that there's a player there, but now the response, Rolling Thunder. Viper Wall going to be blocking them, no more sound cues, double stunned, up into tower to try and find it, but again the crossfire, just watching. FPX so good, they're just tempering all the aggression.
Not it.
Getting steadily bigger and bigger for them.
And FPX just look untouchable in these attack sides. It didn't work for them necessarily on Icebox, though they started to mount some level of a comeback. But here their players are just so diligent dealing with the threats on all fronts. That might be the first time I've seen the Sugetsu pop off. Yeah. Even he's feeling it out here in front of the crowd.
Passion definitely going through here. The crowd as well, playing a huge part of this one, the cheers. Reverberations being felt by the players on either side.
And every fun play that PaperX cook up, every time they want to dash forwards and go for something off kilter, every time they have a set play, it's just getting crushed.
Watchful. Look at this with the PaperX timeout. Stubros is doing most of the speaking, isn't he?
And I think FPX have a good idea of how they want to be holding this. One thing we haven't necessarily seen just yet is PaperX going aggressive out of tree and trying to crunch the players on the south side of the map. It's where FPX are normally going to be starting most of their people from, with Angel looking towards tree. Angel likes to do the TP behind the box, as you can see him setting up for that on the minimap right now. If you have a read that he's going to be there and utility to stun him up, maybe PaperX can cook up some kind of anti-strat set play. Yeah. But if they haven't brought it out at this point, maybe it hasn't factored into their preparation work.
The PaperX players definitely looking to try and put a bit of that aggression into halls once more, but again, the FPX players just holding, watching. Offensive Viper Wall does obviously put a bit of a blockade, but a haunt just to push back through it and take that space.
And this is going to be one of your most typical FPX defaults, taking a lot of people to hold the angles as somebody sets up on the top stairs.
Trademark gone, nade into the back of the side, don't have to worry too much, but tower, Snakebite was there, helps him out, and it does force that rendezvous, so site control is gained.
And PaperX gambled A very early on, so they are going to be retaking from a long way away with very poor weaponry.
The Viper's pit drop down, so gets spammed out of this one, moving forwards, Ardis has to deal with this one. The risk being taken, teleports back, moving forwards to the crossfire. Diligence being shown once more from them, and somehow Jing
so bad on defense.
Managed to get the flank off, and now it's offered him his showstopper. Double satchel into the side, a flick to the back of the site.
What the showstopper dari tadi?
Again with one of his own, down to it, all the way to the wire. FPX eventually clawing it through.
I really hate the showstopper.
Another dangerous eco round where PaperX maybe could have found something. The push out of holes from
Jing, you wanna take flying lesson from me, Jing?
Showstopper, anything but. The high sensitivity gamer, high APM, maybe just causing a problem as he shot the showstopper directly in the middle of his two targets.
Yeah. Couldn't quite get that kill secured, honestly. It's a thing that's been carrying FPX, I think, all the way through their lower bracket.
I don't know what's wrong with Jing's ult never connects though.
Diligence, the crossfires.
I mean, the ult is shit, but it's not that shit, I don't think.
Yeah, I think it's
Nice aggression though.
No one's really able to respond with that one. Jing still wants to hold the angle up with the door. Opens up the double swing, it's a trade. At the end of the day.
Really disciplined from FPX, shutting down Jing. Device gonna go for another peek, and he has an answer as well.
And it's just feeling inevitable at this point.
Stop it,
top,
stop it,
Benkai
stop
does
it,
grab
everyone.
2 kills, okay.
Chill out.
Though anchoring up top now. Spice gonna start to go down, but Benkai is weak. Not a lot of utility other than the flashes. What can Forsaken offer as well? Forwards, fast lane as a punish. Great timing with the swings. And now, staring at the end of here. Map point for FPX.
I'm gonna watch out this
Such a great
switch.
job at tripping these players down. And I think we barely got to hear the comms at the end of the prior round, but I could hear Angel saying, I told you guys, don't be shy. And I think when you watch FPX challenging PRX, like this swing here, just Angel raw swinging out, trying to find a timing on Forsaken as he uses his wall. And it's perfect. Too often in this tournament, people have given PRX all the respect because their players demand it, and yet if you bring the pain to them, you can find openings.
A last-ditch effort though. Fast lane, the overdrive is all popped off to try and help Forsaken supplement it, and the kills this time going their way. Weapons not too good, squeezing them from the back of halls, but Sugetsu shuts it down, still Jing the central play. Sugetsu!
Stress, cuy.
What a monster! In the blink of an eye, the map secured, takes it away, and the advantage is theirs. FPX sensing the blood in the water.
I don't know.
Let me remind you as well, Brent, that was a 6-6 first half. PRX won only one round on their defensive side. That's the level of battering that we saw on Bind as well.
Oh my god, besok aku mati deh di kantor.
When they're going for these defensive set plays, that style just doesn't work here. We thought they might get tripped up by Fnatic or by Optic with their heavy defaulting. But it's FPX coming out, relying on these rock-solid performances out of Xiao and Sugetsu to carry them through and neutralize all of that defensive aggression.
They just are always on top of it. The final play that you're seeing here, the guy is just too clean with it. Sugetsu, his game sense is off the charts, and you can feel it. The emotions now are running high for these players, for these teams. You're seeing it, just the pop-off moments from all of them. Here it is, the advantage, Josh. FPX getting that one map lead now and heading into it. This is going to be it. This next map, an incredibly important one. We're going to go to a short break, and of course, our analyst that's breaking down all the action that we've seen thus far. You know, you're not going to want to miss it.
Okay. What is this? Si Naka belum tidur loh. Aku tiba-tiba dia masih cantik. Habis web 3 deh. Web 3 kalah, kita tidur yuk. Dengerin lagi nih. Ini nggak ada yang nonton kan kita.
Nggak ada sih. Oh my god.
It's okay, it's okay. I don't know, it's best of 5. I thought it was best of 3 and now I'm sleepy.
Welcome back to Masters Copenhagen. An incredible second half there from FPX to secure them another map here in the grand finals. I am joined by Bola, Tom, and Jess once again on the desk. I think PRX, they had it in the first half. I thought this was going to be really close, back and forth, but Bola in the end, FPX, they just ran away with the game.
Yeah, 6-6 half, and then they only get one round after that. That's the problem, right? That defensive half was so predictable from PRX, and when you have Angel on the side of FPX, it is too easy to understand exactly what's going on. They're comfortable when they're pinching them. Like, it's literally just bunched up FPX guys just ready to trade on a moment's notice.
A little bit of stark difference between the way that we have, you know, PRX swinging one by one as well. These are micro-mechanical things that we're breaking down, but this is what we're at. We're in the grand final. We have to point out these things. You know, PRX swinging one by one, but the fundamentals for FPX, especially on the attacking side, to trade constantly, swing out, get the triangulation each and every time. You look at the kill feed, there's a trade. You know it's coming, and if there's not, you know that they're going to be setting up for that double swing moments later. So real crisp, clean fundamentals from the side of FPX.
Lothar's having the time of his life right now.
One of the things I really love as well about the FPX squad is that a lot of teams you can maybe name 1 or 2 players that you would consider a rock. Like someone that you can basically have sat back, holding your lurk, like basically making sure that you're not being flanked or nobody's coming in from behind. I feel like FPX can do that with basically any player on the roster, but Saigetsu and Xiao, easily 2 of the best in the entire world right now. Like the amount of times where you're looking at rounds and that crunch is coming in, like you're still seeing the same sort of plays coming through from the opposing side. They may even get the opener, but it's the swing backs because there's always somebody waiting for that crunch.
It's just really, really nice. And I think Sugetsu is the guy who really leads the charge. Zipan as well. They're consistently right next to each other. And Angel is calling for everybody to make sure, like, you know, things are going well for them. I think his impact on this map specifically, obviously that second side, just flawless.
It felt like they had a plan for everything as well. Like I said on the second half, we're going on to an attacking side for a certain team that kind of likes that. And I was a little bit worried for the side of PRX because they seem to have answers for every corner of the map. And it's not just on Fracture, but this is where it oftentimes shines quite heavily. You think, okay, we got a paint shell here, we got to do here, we got to get a smoke here to block this cross here. We know where PRX is going to be, and we have slight utility counters. I don't think utility necessarily above and beyond what we expect from FPX, but little touches was really, really good.
And also at the same time, you know, we talk about how PRX, it's a fortress on Bind. Nobody really beats them on Fracture. FPX have managed to do both.
And they did it on Bind too. Yeah, they're really flipping the script in terms of the maps. This is a really good sign for FPX. Obviously, they're now 1 map away from becoming Grand Finals champions.
Surely the toughest, they've gotten over the toughest hurdles now, right?
Yes.
The next 2 map is where you would maybe even favor FPX.
I mean, that's what we expect, right? But then Icebox got flipped, and we don't really know what's happening on Breeze. And Haven looked great for PRX against Optics. So, I mean, it's hard to tell still, but I think you're right. I think from expectations, from what we knew before coming into this, flipping Bind and flipping Fracture, those are the 2 hardest tasks to do.
I mean, we talk about expectations. We've spoken about the big brain game. We've actually got a couple of big brains in the crowd today. Golden Boy is standing by right now with Optic Gaming's FNS.
Thank you so much, Into. Yes, I do not possess the big brain. This man does. Finesse, it's a pleasure to have you here today. How you feeling, brother?
It sucks. It sucks to be here instead of up there, but it's awesome. 2 great teams playing. I mean, both these teams did beat us, so they deserve to be up there. It's pretty awesome.
So I actually wanted to ask you about, you know, playing on a stage like this, right? It's not something, it's not every day, right? Especially in Valorant, it's the first time we've been able to do this with a global crowd. What is that like? Like, you know, when you're up there knowing that all the eyes, everyone in here in Copenhagen is staring down right at you.
When you're in the moment, you don't really feel it, but then there's random times where they'll start cheering people on, or like they'll cheer like for someone to ace or something like that, and that's awesome to hear. Even like when they're cheering for the other team, it's just awesome to hear that atmosphere because you kind of want to go big.
So you've been watching the games, I'm assuming. So you've been enjoying some of them. What do you make of the teams right now? FPX currently looking pretty good, up 2-1, but you know, PRX, you've experienced this team. They're so solid. What are your thoughts on this roster and this team and this game overall?
I mean, they both beat us, so they're both great teams, honestly. Obviously, FPX has the upper hand right now, but can go either way. I kind of want to see a map 5, so.
Oh, yeah. I think everyone here in Copenhagen wants to see a map 5 as well, right? Yeah, I think so. All right, final thing, and I'll let you go. I owe you a beer. Champions on the horizon. Are you looking to go all the way? Is Optic going #1, baby? Give me the I'm tossing you a softball, baby.
Come on, brother. We're winning that shit. Come on.
Yeah, they're winning it. Oh, it's getting spicy on the floor, Yinsu. I'll send it back over to you.
Thank you very much. Golden Boy, gotta love hearing from Finesse there. Bit of a shame that he wasn't able to defend his title on this stage, but these two teams, they are delivering us the entertainment, the competition, and going into the next map, what are you guys expecting?
Should we not? Can we not do expectations anymore? Can we stop? Because every time I do it on this desk, I'm like, I set the expectation, and then I'm like, why did I do that? Because they've proven it wrong. Icebox was such a wrench in my whole thought process here from the map vetoes and how that went. I just sit here and I go, you know what? May the best team win, because I think there was a little bit of nerves map #1. That sort of defied some of my expectations. I actually didn't think it would go that way. Things started to level out for both of these teams now, and Fracture, that was a banger. So I think we're in level playing ground now.
Yeah, I think, you know, talking about expectations, this is the map that I was like, this is maybe tough for FPX, just given how we've seen PRX play on this map. There's multiple comps. We've only seen it one time so far here, and we don't really know exactly what they're going to throw out there. So it's tough to set expectations, you're right. But we know how FPX play, and we've seen them pull out some crazy moments. Just since Sugetsu has come here, we haven't seen it that much. So I'm really, really interested to see how they play, and I'm really looking forward to see Angel go crazy on this map, because there's so many good TPs and in spots.
Well, I think there's so much, especially I think this is the map where you're going to get into that basically look towards the chambers. I feel like this is where we saw Forsaken going in for those crazy lurks the last time they played this map. He was so impactful getting in behind, but we've mentioned Artist a few times in this series. We've definitely not seen his peak. On Haven is where he's an absolute machine.
Sure.
I mean, what a time it would be for him to step up as well for today. Again, this is match point for FPX. What do PRX have to do? Because they have to win this if they want a chance at this trophy, Bola.
Well, this is a map where they can really abuse timings, really abuse rotations that FPX will go off of. So you have to see, are they going to be able to pull those rotations out of FPX? Are they going to be able to feint in certain directions? And are they going to get value out of the lurks as well? Divide tried a few times on Fracture, and it worked well in that first half. But second half, obviously, not able to do that much.
Last time PRX played this, you're right, there was a bit of a smashing there, and I don't think they were necessarily tested. Sometimes winning by that much of a margin is a detriment for your next game on it, because you don't know what the weaknesses are in your strategy. So those lurks and everything that we're allowed time and time again, if you have a really diligent team like FPX shutting that down mid-round, are you prepared to be able to switch and go to a different pace, go to a different strategy?
Well, as you guys can see, the Prime Gaming Agent Select, it's been completed. We are going to get a Sage Getsu back as well on this map. And what do you make of the Agent Sage selected, Bola?
Yeah, I mean, these are the pretty standard comps from both sides. I look towards Forsaken, I look towards Mind Freak to really find space on an attacking side, and then on defense as well, Jing, Divide, that combination can be really, really strong.
I think the thing I like as well is with that Sage that you highlighted from Sagetsu, he's one of the rattiest players I've ever seen play Sage on this map. You'll watch him continuously try and mind game opponents by putting down specific walls to almost bait them into thinking, okay, he can't push there, and then the next round he puts it down with the gap in so that he can try and sneak through it and kill you. He is truly disgusting when it comes to this map. But again, I think that main highlight has to be the chambers, because I don't think we've seen the best from either of them so far.
I also do think that the Fade pick that PRX has gone with, this is kind of common for them, is countered by Sugetsu's Sage, right? They consistently are trying to find out where is that Prowler coming from and putting a slower wall down.
Micro changes here from the side of FPX are just pushing me to think that everything that they've been able to prepare on, Icebox wasn't one that they were able to prepare on, but every map they have been able to, those micro adjustments are coming in. It is not the flashy, big old, let's overhaul our identity FPX again. This is where they're making those slight changes. I'll sit with you there, Ball. I think you guys are right. I think these are just the little changes to counter.
Well, this is match point here. FPX, they can almost smell that trophy. But Bren and Sideshow, PRX, they still have a way to get back into this.
Yeah,
certainly do. We're going to be finding out how exactly it plays out here on Haven, our 4th map in this series. But FPX are on the cusp of it, Josh. Yeah. 1 map, and that is it. They will be crowning themselves as that Masters 2 champions.
Yeah. What do you reckon a trophy smells of? Sweat?
I would never know.
Success.
I would never know.
Yeah, I think all of those things have gone into this for both of the teams, especially for FPX. To find themselves here is just absurd. But heading into this pistol round, things are going to change. The style that PRX plays on this map is so very different, and neither team pulling a breach out when that is, you know, the standard meta pick. Both of them moving away to that Sage, as the desk was discussing there.
Yeah, a bit of a unknown variable, I think, on the side of FPX as well. Using it to disrupt some of these hits coming through. Barlow was mentioning it, but there's the wall coming down. Prowler actually avoiding that close corner. It's an immediate response to back away. How does Angel die to the nade there?
That was, I think that was a seize and a nade they may have thrown together there. I'll have to take a look at that afterwards. But PRX's mid-rounding has been fantastic on this map.
One over the top. Shao's positioning, it is known. Still the angles. This crossfire FPX. Absolutely elite of shutting down any of it. And the layers to the strategy. FPX will not be denied. Not the pistol round, not this time.
And already the preparation coming through, in my opinion. You've got FPX pivoting there in a 4v5, recognizing that the vast majority of PRX's mid-rounding ends B. So you just see players swarming towards them. This is Angel blinded by the Prowler into the slow and the nade. That's what that one was. But yeah, the way the PRX play this, they're going to be doing fast, aggressive hits early on in the round and trying to condition their opponent to overreact, to over-rotate. And then they have Forsaken lurk into those holes in the defense. But first, you've got to create the holes.
Yeah, first you've got to try and condition them, but it looks like FPX are more than ready. A nade to the side, and the angle as well. Border watched. Angel with the ghost, 3 kills.
Check your fucking angles, man. Sorry. Check your angles.
Towards the end of the playoff bracket, he shows no signs of slowing down. He's one of those players that only has the ghost in these rounds, and yet he's still able to come up with the goods.
Smoke to try and push it back, but Forsaken already taking all this space. Angel was low enough. Down to Sagetsu. This timing is everything with the plant coming through. He could have isolated a 1v1, but denied. A thrifty for PRX, right back into it.
Terus mati sama granatnya langsung revenge.
Kills that they'll have all series. Great headshot onto Shao and then finishes off Angel. And Forsaken has been hard shut down in this series so far. He's been playing entry. He only has 160 ACS average over the course of the series. But now he's moved away from entry. He is the lurker in this, despite the fact he's playing the chamber. And that is going to open him up and facilitate him so much more.
Be able to follow up on a lot of that. Was coming through, Horn over the top. Jing not wasting any time, is he? All the way up close and personal to Caesar try and clear that corner, but at this kind of pace with the Boombot spotting the target. Does he know up top? The answer is yes. Sees though. Drops him and stops him for but a time. Still have to take these fights though.
One steal sewers, guys. One steal sewers.
Very dangerous for PRX.
Might go long. Careful long, давай.
It's a weird one. You have a Sage wall on either side. Artist couldn't get punished in short because of Sagetsu's wall, and now FPX are coming back in. The post plant positions are so claustrophobic.
They're re-pushing this all the way through. Jing shut down. Divide catches that one down to that 1v1. And Zipan answers back.
Back-to-back thrifties.
You gotta be kidding.
In our 4th map of the grand
Oh my god, what is going on?
Give up an inch. Such a weird setup though.
It's so unusual.
With both barrier orbs in play, with both Sage walls up, you can't, as the attacking team, go and re-flip short.
Last player.
And then when Jin pushes forwards, these angles, Zipan just finding and threading the needle.
Just the chunks being taken out of each team. Fracture was even on the first half, obviously a bit more one-sided when it got to the later portions of that map, but we'll see now. Money's a bit wonky, especially in the hands of the PRX players. They want to try and take that fight into mid-space straight away. It is again relentless, the showstopper. Off to the back, and what a direct! Jing catches it, the nade. This guy not convinced yet, still. He backs away. Not lacking for confidence, but now the Prowler in his face wants to be inside this smoke. He dissipates at exactly the wrong time. The angle's being watched down, but Zippen is just being dealt with still. Shower's there, want to try and help him out. The crosshair placement was broken for about a moment. Oh. He's still eager to take these fights, swinging back and forth. The precision, this guy is just elite. And all he's doing right now is buying the movement.
Get him.
The wide swing into it.
Wait, where did that go? What?
Not connecting Sugetsu, 1v3 time, ticking, no more to work with. Slide off angle. Gets the one, but with the post-plant situation, finding the kills, there is no time to secure it.
Damn.
And sometimes it feels like that might be the only way to win clutches against Sugetsu or Xiao. Just don't even give them the opportunity to fight. What a decision for PRX to force there. They barely had the economy to do anything. And yet, with the kills that Jing had put online and the showstopper in his hands, he finds the opening.
Missed me.
And they're able to play the post-plants deep from mid.
Dubai is on an absolute heater.
Yeah.
Started the first half, a fracture, popping off. Now he's doing it again as well, leading his team for a lot of those kills in that round, so 3 of these obtained.
And now after the pistol, every team with the eco disadvantage has won.
See if that trend continues. Same plays being made, the boombot up close and personal, the stars laid down and
damn,
as well.
Jing.
Positioning revealed.
Alright, you're done. You're done.
PRX players always set up to succeed with this.
Zipan Sugetsu, they've got Vandals in their hands, but no chance in the round unless they can find an opener, perhaps two.
I'm sleepy. I saw the wrong thing.
Happened, but Forsaken with the crosshair placement locks it down. The kill onto Jing there, but it's just up to Angel and Sugetsu, and with the spam through the smoke. Not much more you can do other than skip and a hop away, just try and bait and take away these guns, but look at that.
What the hell is this
an edge
Odin?
in this map.
Drawn out by PRX. Blood, sweat, and tears for any team to try and get an economic snowball, but FPX are going to be right back into it. 4 light armors. It's not looking fantastic, and they're going to take a timeout to discuss how they should be defending here. This round coming up is going to be such a swing. You have FPX on the verge of being broken once more, with a showstopper, a nightfall, big tools to be able to deny the plant. And yet PRX, they've managed to get, I think, slightly into the heads of FPX's defense here. PRX have been running a lot of early A aggression. At some point in this half, and normally it's about now, they're going to start running fake A aggression and then sending somebody in towards Garage. Sometimes that's going to be Forsaken, sometimes Mindfreak. But either way, they're going to try and weave through your defenses. We saw PRX pull it off expertly against Optic, where they were smoking off Ye's trademarks, smoking off potential trademark positions all across the map early on.
Always catching that advantage. Just finding the holes, making sure that they fill them with the lurks,
and you can see the trademark from Artist being placed on B. One of the areas when Mindfreak enjoys just smoking that one off.
Yeah, it's on the high ground, I think, as well. It's easy to avoid if you know where it is. See if it plays out that way, though. The weaponry is important. A full investment on the side of FPX. Artis, tour de force, obviously, whipped out, but that jiggle means that the information is gained now for PRX. And look at this already. Starting to see echoes of what we were talking about before.
Sugetsu could easily get caught here with a slow orb in his hands. If Forsaken tries to get aggressive, you can see the same kind of thing again. 4-1 once Mindfreak connects with the rest of the team. Either the hit onto A works, or you have Forsaken.
I think this is gonna be a long night.
I think think with a bit of
can
being
go
made
to sleep.
here.
I will
Setting
watch
it up,
alone.
the stars dropped. That's going to be the timing for Forsaken. And look at that. Leave the wall in the hands of Segetsu, just caught with a utility. On the other side of things, still being watched. FPX are dealing with this one adequately enough. The show's not going to force them out. Angel works his way into mid. He knows they're trying to pivot into that. Even a B split. Whatever they can get their hands on.
And what a perfect read from FPX once more.
Manfred, get in there. Get in there. Control the site now. Get in there. Get in there.
Stuck, and they collected the lurker.
Yeah. Get in.
Benkai. Can Mindfreak pull off
Evan.
of these ridiculous moments that powered PaperX through the upper bracket?
And with 20 seconds left now, they know that this is coming through the horn. Dealt with in the swing. Oh, the timing. It's too good for him. Divide. Pressured from every single front. FPX getting a handle, getting a read on the way.
Kayaknya aku nggak boleh
PaperX are
nonton
liking to play this map now on our attack side.
And the desperate thinking about it too. If you have Angel able to read what you're up to, oh, you're in a world of trouble. Xiao shutting down the hit. And they had Zipan there reactively. Even if Xiao had died, Zipan was there with the showstopper ready to shut down the A push. And I think that's just the perfect read from FPX. Yeah. They have tools to deal with the site hit. They are in position to deal with the mid-round work play. And then they are still playing like a very drilled retake setup to stop PaperX from getting into the
Zipan pushing.
Let's play. This guy's always ready for it now. The layers on top. Made to push them back, and this deep omen smoke does cause a couple of issues.
Look at Ardis playing Opping again on top of his trademark. He's never leaving the trademark alone on the map where it can get smoked off and abused. He's got his operator on top there. Sugetsu, in fact, has just chosen to use the wall for Garage. Diligent from PaperX to break it early enough, though, that could still be a threat.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time in this round. Anything to happen, and look at this re-clear.
No, they know.
They're going to be able to get a lot of information off of it, but is it enough? You still know the fight's coming.
What?
Sprays them down. Tries to take a little bit more out of him, but Mindfreak watching it, holding it. Jing now taking a bit of an approach. Side control's going to be his, and Ardis forced. Try and make some moves here with the operator in his hand. The angle's not being there for him, and what a shot by Forsaken. Just the head being found.
Clinical. Forsaken is looking a lot better on the chamber than he has been able to showcase this series so far. Playing entry. He's tried Yoru, he's tried Jet, he's tried Neon, but his chamber has always looked good all tournament. Wow, that's a crazy spray down from Xiao. But PaperX still had the answer. And the opening was punishing an info peak.
The crowd want to see it. Let this go to map number 5, all the way, all the distance, and who can blame him? Another fast approach, a pull off to the back. Angel though, only working with the pistol.
Need it, Jing.
Sometimes these anti-ecos have gotten sloppy from PaperX, but they've got site control incredibly early on. Is that a fake wall, a deliberate bad one?
It's an interesting one.
Something strange. Either way, FPX would have to hit some nasty shots to make this one close.
Now here's what they're trying to do. They're trying to follow up on this one with the Hort lineup in play. The player, Ardis, was really the only one who could capitalize. He was shut down soon enough, and again, the weapon's just too much to overcome.
And PaperX, they grind out their 5th after an incredibly hard-fought opening to Haven. These big executes have been working for PaperX. The mid-rounding, not so much. But finding those opening kills has been pivotal to cracking the door, opening the defense of FPX. Ardis has moved his operator this time over to A lobby, and it's exactly as PaperX moved themselves away, aiming for some kind of C-split, or at least early pressure in that direction.
Door being broken, making sure nobody's close. A nade and a slow up, but look at this timing. Forsaken, he's already so deep. I don't know if they're going to expect this one. Possibly a bit of a soundbite with a slow warp. This angle up close and personal with the wall. It's much more passive one from Sugetsu.
Forsaken and Jing love doing this. Even if you think you've caught the one lurker, the other's there to punish. And that Boombot sees nothing.
No. No.
Comes up with Zipan. Patience, the knowledge knowing that they could have just made their way past it, but now you can start to see this, at least the beginning of a hit coming through. There's not much pace behind it though, only a bit of utility being used, and now the wall to see if they can get themselves in. It's a distraction. They're trying to buy time for Mindfreak again to lurk through, but look at Jing into the back line. The kills are flooding through! And what a performance. Neither team willing to give up an edge.
Kalah duel.
Yeah, FPX with a really great defensive setup there. I mean, I think huge props to Zipan for this kill. They're not trusting their utility. And I think that's one of the biggest factors that has FPX able to win these rounds on defense. They're not trusting the trademark to lock off a map. They're not trusting the Boombot. You hear that from Zipan there as well. It was just a good timing. I was going to check B. But the fact that he was back so quickly into Garage made all the difference. And this time, Angel makes the play, moving himself up into Cubby.
Is this even going to get cleared? Boombot latches onto Artis, has to back away, will break it in the end. And look, Patience being played! Spray down, not enough to claim 2, but at least just the 1. A 2 for 2. Jing has the positioning. Another nade to try and force him back away from those connectors. And Mindfreak, while you're trying to watch this lurk, the show stop it, misses completely!
Not a point of damage!
The outplay, Mindfreak. Shots being found. Wraps the Vandal spray down, and all the players of FPX come tumbling once more. A 2-round lead now for PRX.
That is a -8 if I've ever seen one. How did that one happen?
Might be getting some buffs at the end of this tournament.
I mean,
sure, way off the mark.
Sure, that's not a kill, but no damage?
Yeah.
I mean, Zipan feels robbed there. You can see it in his face. So does the audience. Nevertheless,
that's how we feel every time Jing uses the ult.
Very reasonable.
Very dangerous, but still Xiao wants to take the fight. The disrespect of the utility, he really has no way to disengage here. The slow walk, keeping him locked. And the swing.
So crispy for a second.
Forsaken claims the kill. Space for the Resurrect as well. Angel's got a hefty task ahead of him. The Nightfall to cut across into their spawn today. Know that Angel is here. The Boombot won't quite see him. And the crossfire! That is just perfection. The smoke up top, close to dissipating. FPX, again. Bit of a chokehold that they got on this one, and with the utility in Benkai's hand, he was not expecting that one.
Deby holding the angle, Artis gets the better end of it. And Sugetsu to finish.
No.
This is scary.
It's been the bread and butter for FPX. Holding angles, managing to just allow PRX into their crosshairs.
Love the repositioning from it as well. I think when the Nightfall comes through from PRX, they use it into their spawn, anticipating a lot of the players trying to play retake from back there. But Angel just gets positioning.
Alex is not happy about that one. But I think he should take some solace from the fact that Forsaken is really having a huge impact in this map, like we haven't seen before in the series. Both of the heavy hitters waking up.
Oh my word.
And this is the classic play. The smokes get them in. Trademark broken. Forsaken so deep in the first 10 seconds. And then he vanishes like a whiff of smoke.
Starting to see the shades though of why this Sage was picked up by FPX. It's a later wall to just block off that one extra avenue, and Artis still watching for it. The jiggle peaks though. I mean, good by PRX showing that discipline. Don't want to give away any easy kills, but again,
paranoia retake of Garage, and Angel almost stepped into Forsaken sightlines. There's a lurk play caught again, and the Nightfall into mid. FPX have no idea where their opponents are.
The information
is so far back.
It's all over the place. Lurks on lurks. Forsaken taking advantage, I think, of a bit of that chaos in the round, and with the war fading down, where are they leaning? PRX running away through now. They've got that Garage control, skipping it off, and they broke the crosshair placement. Forsaken set up to succeed. Off to the side, Deby. What an angle.
And it's on Xiao and Zipan
30 seconds
so
left.
far away from the
Spike
action
planted.
to try and make this one another even half. The reflag from Forsaken. The battle should happen in Garage here for the round.
Pressure is on, seeing if you can get that even round. Players work their way in, but FPX, such a difficult task. Right into the crosshair placement, the slow field lockdown. Shao! 2 kills! He expects him, and Forsaken wins!
That's close.
Just not
That's
clutch enough.
too close.
Probably the best clutcher that we've had in the tournament, and even he can't quite get it done. PRX take the lead 7-5, looking for a rebuttal, looking to send this to a 5th. What a play from Forsaken. This chamber has just been awesome from him. He plays like this on 2 maps in the pool, on Ascent, which they banned despite being unbeaten in Stage 2, and here on Haven. What a performance.
Unreal scenes. We'll send it down to the analysts. Let's break it down so far. What are you guys making of this?
Unreal scenes indeed. Tom, you highlighted before that map. We got to look out for the chambers. How impressed are you with what Forsaken has been doing on this map?
That's the thing. I feel like there has been a bit of a chamber diff. Like, I don't think Artist was always in the right place at the right time, but it's again those lurks from Forsaken. He's just incredible in those moments where he's taken space in Garage almost every single round. So much so that normally you see like Saigetsu fighting that. He's like, I'm going to put my wall deep. They're not going to be able to get in. Instead, he had to fall into the C site, and they had to ultimately adapt around what he was doing, and he still caught them throughout the map.
And they did adapt, actually. They started putting that Sage Wall at the top of Garage, but it's so difficult. I mean, Artist in that last round, you could actually see Forsaken getting set up so well by Benkai, who's just bunny hopping across Long C, and it's that what leads Forsaken, and on top of some just great initiative on his own. This is consistently garage control, garage control, garage control.
I'm going to sleep after this
I
map.
mean, he drove straight into my heart with the sort of smooth criminal plays that he has all over the map. You could never, I think it was the second last round there of that half. The boys on the cast desk turn around, they're like, you just don't know where they are. Where are they here? Where are they going to be on the map
So
right
crispy.
now? Zippin had one moment where it looked like he could tell what was going on, where he could grab the round by the horns. Other than that, you know, PRX has been really taking the driver's seat. The scoreline doesn't really look like it's dictating that way, but a lot of these rounds have been, you know, the pace has been dictated by PRX so far. So I'm happy with what I'm seeing. Again, though, that second half, it's always a tricky one for PRX.
But that's the thing. I feel like when the read was actually there for FPX, they were very good. Like the crossfires they had within, I think it was the A side, were absolutely nasty. The problem is, it is that factor. They did not have the read for the majority of that half, or at least they didn't have the read on Forsaken. They may have been able to work out where everybody else is, but then they get stabbed in the back.
They definitely made some adjustments. On the second half, though, this is where I really do expect Artist to be a little bit more in a spot where he can receive the aggression like we've consistently seen, like we saw on Fracture and like we saw on Bind. And that's a problem for PRX because now they kind of have to slow down. They know that type of pace is not going to work.
Well, PRX, they've given themselves a lifeline here, Saisho and Bren. Let's see if they can take us all the way to map 5.
Certainly is a tenuous advantage that they've earned themselves. Can they take it out one step further? Can they bring it to that map number 5? So everybody's wondering.
One of the things that's been going so well for FPX on their attack sides is that PRX aggression. They don't tend to do as much of it on this map. They will occasionally, and it's a triple stack over by A early on here. Forsaken watching mid.
No way. The angle being, what? You are joking.
What a kill.
A rapid fire approach. Just unloading the headhunter to find Angel.
And already Jing posted up in A lobby off the back of all of that. Forsaken is going to be given space to take liberties here. The FPX default is going to be slow.
The reposition.
Did he punish? Did he intend to do that? Was that just a crazy timing that Zipan caught?
He must have heard it, at least some sort of sound cue, I think, to try and take it, but they are just again taking liberties. The wall comes through, hopping up on top of the box. Jing. What a play to take out Artist. Bit of run and gun as well, just skirting in between the bullets. The nade on top of it pushes them back. And it is just so in chaos in the round. FPX just so uncertain of what the hell is going on.
I've never seen a Sage on Haven as creative as Benkai. That play is awesome. And Zipan should have been caught. Manages to squeak away with his life.
Face the shot.
Brings reinforcements.
Bot over the top. Now they're going to be both of them on top of the wall still. Just Jing finding value, finding the kill and watching it. The Horde sets them up.
Push.
And a pistol round going away, PRX.
It's
Pushing
crazy.
that tenuous advantage just a little step further. Such an important round for them to find. And the early punish on Angel, then this play. I've never seen a play like that before.
Yeah.
The wall and a jump up to punish the players that are breaking it. Awesome stuff.
Just in the moment decision making.
Wow.
Instinctual plays a lot of the time is what it feels like.
And we saw all of that creativity from Benkai with his Sage on Haven when PRX played against Optic. Although that was mostly on the other side of the map, but you can see that they've crafted stuff for both.
With the poorer weaponry, not enough damage to try and break portions of that wall, but there is enough of a gap. Benkai making sure to plug it. He knew that the wall was bad, but it's an instant answer, a response. Long range angle.
Bad is subjective. The wall is what you make of it.
Bad is subjective.
Artist, though, was very quick with the response, grabbing Dedy down short. And FPX are going to want to try and punish this A-lobby aggression. Here comes Forsaken again, trying to peek the same angle that Dedy was on earlier in the round.
I love this mind freak push.
Here, Angel's trying to find the timing past the Sage wall. When the wall breaks, the defenders have less information, and he's going to try and hit that into B.
Shots rattled, and the damage, look at that swing! Again, the thing that's carried FPX so far, that discipline, and the raw mechanics of Artist. But they're not done yet, PRX. A nade into the corner just in case, but is it going to be watching for it? Yes, indeed. Flick of the wrist.
Nice.
And the players are cleaned up easily enough.
Mind freaking Jing making sure to put that one away. But it has taken some of the sting out of this third round. Forsaken, looking like he wants to go for a Vandal. Is this an entire team fight? It looks like it. Forsaken's not close enough to his tour de force to make some kind of play for an ult orb. And so it's going to be 3 Spectres, 2 Vandals that PRX take into round 15. It's not a bonus anymore. They need this one.
Very impactful round. For FPX to try and close this series, it's got to start here on this round.
They have to be ready for pushes like this. FPX must know that Jing occasionally goes on a wander down mid. Benkai's looking ready to break any kind of utility that would come through.
Making sure that he's got his sightline, the angle onto that haunt. It's being used a lot by FPX.
But Xiao's not in a position to try and clear Jing at the moment. And Xiao has also used both of his prowlers, or perhaps only brought 1, maybe 0 into the round. Using them as part of the default means that he doesn't have them to clear out mid. And now with a minute on the clock, it's been so slow. Jing made a noise, a footstep, a jump.
And Jing,
the jig is up.
Yeah, right moment of patience, I think, as well. From him not to just commit into this one. A bit of a jiggle, a jump peek there from Forsaken. The information going to be gained. He knows now that A-Long is compromised, but Dedy, always ready and waiting. Sitting up close and personal to rendezvous. Positioning, found a slow warp. Latching down to the feet of Artist still. Jing wants to fight this one. Zipan though, the angles and the weapons. Head's taken off, still finding it. Players just pouring out into the side, trying to deny the plant.
Zipan and Xiao have just been animals. They're so good at holding these angles down. And it all comes down to Mind Freak, the player who entered these grand finals with the highest clutch percentage. Quiet today. Can he find a moment to put PRX into double digits?
Crossfire isn't exactly great. The smoke to try and lurk his way in. A tap of it. Trying to bait out one of the angles. The Haunt though tags him through the box! And he's
Wow.
Mind Freak well and truly
Genius.
back.
Fucking genius.
Wow.
The 1v2.
Holy
Red
fuck.
Bull clutch.
That was genius,
He
man.
was working with
What
just
the fuck?
Spectre.
And didn't he play that one
Wow.
beautifully as well?
Wow.
Breaking
He was
any kind of
fucking
crossfire
genius.
that would have been happening from
God
graffiti
damn it.
over to hell or
That's
default
smoke.
to position.
Wait,
He had
that's
tapped,
smoke.
not just baiting a position, but baits utility out. So Xiao couldn't even shoot back.
Just elite.
He even got marked up at the end and still wins against Zipan.
That's insane.
That's the kind
Really
of play
insane,
the
man.
Mind Freak has been bringing out
I cannot
over
believe
and
that.
over again
Oh my God.
through PRX's journey in the upper bracket. And he hasn't really had those moments yet today, but what a time to do it. Stopping, halting any kind of streak.
Yeah, I cannot believe that.
FPX would have liked to
Seriously.
get up. Any kind of
That's
momentum
more.
that they
I
would have
cannot
had
believe
back
that.
into
I
this
think I
attacking
thought that
half.
he would stun ini kan,
lead
apa
on
namanya, stun sudut situ kan.
Looking primed to
But he
take.
double smoked
Talking
there.
about how impactful that round was to win for either side when they were just investing all of their money into it.
The fact of the matter is, though, Brent, the loss bonus
Hello,
here for
Sarah.
PRX is going to mean that they have.
Like
Sorry,
he
the
bait-
loss bonus here for
he
FPX
baited.
is going to
He
mean they
baited
have
that.
about the same amount of cash on either side. Sure. You might see some kind of crazy force going on, or just a weaker buy overall. And here it is. There's the crazy force. 3 Guardians, light armor on everybody. FPX are not giving up, not giving in.
What's the play here? They're going to be trying to spam an angle? Potential for it, or maybe it was just really all that they could afford. Taking a fight over towards C long, and again, the disrespect being shown. Making his way right down mid, but Deby also answering back, making sure
Wait, I'm gonna watch.
that map control
the
is
end.
lost. What a response! Angel tries to answer through, but you don't expect him this up close once more.
Jing finding huge value out of his deep mid position, and it all falls down to Xiao. Almost gifted one there.
Listen.
And Mind Freak would die to a single body shot as well.
Where are you?
Low enough for it, but Xiao is, I think, feeling the pressure on every single side. You can feel it. The Haunt was dropped down just in case a player was close, but these angles, the positioning, honestly, all over the place. 20 health, okay, Mind Freak, well.
He's given him a weapon upgrade, Xiao, now with a Vandal in hand.
And plenty of time on the clock as well, Josh. This can be slowed right down.
This stage, Xiao has already won 3 1v3s. He's been demonic in this tournament in the clutch. One of the MVP candidates for the tournament based on how crucial he's been for FPX. And the time is not on his side. Less than 30 seconds as he starts to take the spike over to A. Nobody there. Benkai watching, listening for it.
Xiao has to be diligent. But also, time running short. 10 seconds left to try and make the play. The launch dropped down to ensure that there's nobody there, but with it destroyed, now you can see the pressure is on the wall up.
What a crazy wall. Benkai tried to deny the plant with that.
That is absolutely absurd, but now he's just going to wait. The timing. Xiao wants to force it down into the 1v1. At least he doesn't know where Jing is. But now he feels it. He hears it, the utility being used, the positioning's known. Benkai, he will fall. Xiao taken down into the 1v1. The showstopper, the trade. What a play! Just outlandish scenes.
What an absurdly good clutch from Xiao. Every instinct in his body telling him to look in the right direction for Jing. And manages to beat this one out against a showstopper in his face.
Just ridiculous.
Sprayed down. And that is why he's an MVP candidate for this tournament. The impact has just been enormous. Remember, Brent, in this tournament, FPX weren't sure whether they would have Xiao
Benkai is
also get
pissed.
There was a thought that FPX might be starting in the groups with only 3 out of
Ini
their
emang
5
semua
players.
ini udah final ini. Benkai is pissed. He misplayed that.
So many obstacles to even get the luxury of playing here in the grand finals. Playing with subs early on, going down to the lower bracket, even in their groups. They fought every single step of the way, tooth and nail. Rewarded the opportunity here to claim this title. PRX looking to deny that. Bring this one to map 5. The timing of this timeout, tactical in its nature.
And it looks like FPX's journey, though, through that lower bracket, it doesn't appear to be getting much easier.
No.
They're still 4 rounds away from drawing this one level. Otherwise, we go to a map 5. FPX with a large financial advantage in this round, despite the fact that some of them are still working with light armor. The economy's been in tatters for both teams.
Space being gained by FPX. Working their way through now to Nightfall and the Paranoia. It's all comboed up, but it doesn't actually latch only onto Benkai, up top onto Heaven. The Horns push them back, and now the players swarming into the site. PRX want to be denying this one, but a satchel play. Zipan again, up close, up top, and personal. Denying any opportunity for PRX to get in there and shut down that spike plant.
Forsaken met with a 1v5, unable to have any impact in this round, despite his 20 kills, despite his carry performance in the first half. He just hasn't been able to find those moments.
This tour de force, a quick scope. A flick of the wrist, but only 2 bullets remaining. Too many targets to choose for. Only losing Angel. What a clean round for FPX. They found their foothold here, Josh.
That's exactly what they needed. That economy is now going to start to snowball a little.
Just sleep. Let's just sleep.
Jump up, back down, and goes for another bite of the apple. So much confidence exuding from Zipan here. And sure, look at the numbers. He's not winning the race head-to-head necessarily.
It's 3 more rounds, PRX, come on.
He's finding those times to carry the rounds. And now you see both teams with full equipment in hand.
This is being shown again. Into mid with the boombot, following up off onto it. And look at this, Angel teleporting up onto the high ground inside the smoke. A nade to clear the back bit, but it is that full retake setup by PRX.
And Forsaken's already come out the back of Garage.
No way.
Looking to get the fast wraparound. Smoke dissipates.
3 players looking for it, and it is being watched. Xiao! He just about whipped the weapon around, watching that one angle, but still. Plant not in play. It's a bit of a tap.
And Angel has used his Omen ult, teleporting behind everybody, causing genuine paranoia in the mind of Jing. He has no idea if he's being flanked.
Every angle needs to be watched for. I think the setup from PRX, look at this now, trying to make the plays happen. The showstopper to contend with Jing. Oh my goodness! Eventually shut down, but has he done enough damage? His teammates might think so. The Cosmic Divide cuts it up, and now the pressure is on. FPX have to play up close and personal. The horn broken, pushing through the wall, but how would you get through it? The barrage! The bullets laying down, and PRX get their 11th.
What a round from Jing. What a huge, monstrous performance from PRX's star player.
Hello, PRX's
star players, I should say. He collects the lurk on Ardis, which was a little early in the round, dodges a showstopper. After throwing his nade, he scatters the players on site and collects everyone.
Wow.
Insane mechanics.
FPX's clean round, though, 1 prior, allows them to still buy into this one. They're going to make an attempt to stop PRX from getting to map point.
There's a bit of an all-in. Angel TP'd, it's punished! But Zipan responds in kind! Comes through, how would you get 2 kills like that?
Oh no.
And if you had to tell me, which team would you expect to use the utility combo and which Raze is just going to be swinging for 2, I think I would have had the names backwards. Mindfreak looking for the mid-round push.
What a risky play. And the angle, it's everything! But a shot to bound, a jiggle of the movement!
Nice.
And the second player falls. Risks over the map, but containment in the end.
And Mindfreak has really woken up now. Finding these timings to get impactful and win them rounds.
Energy is building.
That's good. That's good. Okay.
Feel it meeting in that crescendo to bring us to that map number 5.
And PRX are 1 round away. Alex, frustration turning to tension now as the coach watches on, unable to have too much more impact. They just need to dodge 1 scrappy force buy, and Jing starts it.
And again, they don't put off from making these high-risk, high-reward plays. The money is abysmal for FPX. Losing a player on top of it. It's dire. Wall has to be used just to see if they can get the res offline, but look at this. Another punish, an attempt of it. A bit of a gamble as he fires it against the wall. He misses the mark at the end.
Again.
It's a great idea, but Sugetsu was already ahead of the play. He understood that was going to be coming through. And now it looks like he's still trying to find a time to go for this. He needs players to help.
They are going to be trying to contain with the space, but at least holding down these angles, baiting a swing from them. The nade! Oh, it's so tenuous. Sugetsu wants to go for the Resurrect. He needs to try to bring this even, and finally it's being played, but the spam through. Pinged out to know exactly where it is. And one after the other. The advantage is just snowballing.
They really needed that
PRX
resoalnya. So Sugetsu is just relentlessly holding it. It's safe round, they don't have guns, they need the numbers, so they need the rest.
Would have to pull off a miracle.
Odin lagi.
Managed to find his way into B.
Oh, Angel is here. Look at this.
But with
so
15
dangerous.
seconds left, it's all but done.
Just no time. The duel, well, not quite favored. The plant, though, Angel gets a spike down, but it's left down to him.
Oh!
And sure, the time pressure dodged, but FPX spent half the round just trying to get a res online. It's all down to Angel, and he can't handle it. PRX are taking us to a fifth. Absolutely absurd.
I don't want to sleep. I don't want to sleep.
Okay, let's watch.
Will we have it any other way?
Let's watch.
And this map really had a different feel to it compared to the others.
Oh my god.
A very methodical play by PRX, finding those moments to get the lurks
It's fun,
working,
right?
and then
The way
crushing
they
that
play.
attack side. And if we're going to talk about unusual things, how about the fifth man being
so
threes?
well,
I mean,
though.
just absurd, isn't it?
Yeah,
Absolute
They are
madness.
so smart. They
What are we
are so
gonna see?
smart. Like you cannot fault
outlined here.
FPX.
Map that both
It
teams
just
are
comes down to
in the
mostly
past playing.
like
FPX,
genius
of course,
flanks
for their
from
Euro
Mind
Cup as we're
Freak,
heading into it on the
Jing,
fifth map, but
Forsaken,
you have
like
the minerals to pull out something that might even just be
genius
expected, or are they going to be switching
flanks.
it up even more?
Mind Freak is
It's all
super
on the line.
genius. Man.
So what you're seeing from PRX, they're shaking off any potential nerves that might have haunted them in map 1. They're finding ways to make their defense work, which
I
failed
really
them
like Mind
on
Freak, man.
Bind and Fracture. And they've heated up thoroughly. You're getting big rounds from Mind Freak. Forsaken, finally online. They've got everything building for map 5.
Yeah, it's leading that way, man. It's leading that way. The players have turned up. We're going to send it to a short break. Our analyst desk, of course, breaking down all the action, but don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. It's the culmination of the grand finals.
I want to sleep, but I don't want to sleep.
Yeah, me too. I also want to sleep. Like, what's up? Let me tweet it.
I'm gonna mute this stream.
That mind freak is a genius, man. That smoke.
After what PRX pulled off on Haven, I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Baller, Tom, and Jess. Did you guys think in the beginning of today that we were going to map 5?
Maybe. I don't know.
We wanted it.
There's no way. I don't think this is going to go to the distance. Every time we get in this situation, I think, oh, 2 map advantage. There's no way this goes the distance. And finally we get it. And it's a good go the distance.
Because you didn't believe. That's why.
I mean, he wanted the FPX win, then they were starting on bind, so maybe Bala had something there. Bala had the foresight. But I do want to talk a little bit about what happened on Haven, because at one point, you know, maybe the fake comeback, it was coming in. PRX, Bala, they take that timeout, and then they just close it out.
Yeah, I really think that there was good adjustments on both sides. I said at the beginning of the series, it's going to be hard for them to continue going super aggressive on that defensive side, given what we saw in bind, given what we saw in structure. They slowed it down. They really did. It was much more methodical. It was go up A lobby and wait there, hold for the positions that FPX are going to push in. And on the other side of FPX, it was really, really good as well. They started adjusting to go for executes. But there's so many moments here from Benkai too, who he pops up these walls that are so creative. In comparison to the Sage on FPX's side of Sugetsu, it's nowhere near the creativeness.
I mean, a reactive utility usage like that all comes instinctually. That's about game
Kreatif
sense,
banget
positioning,
loh Benkai
understanding
ini.
of the mid to late round, how you want to use it. Sometimes there's not a set play. You just have it in your back pocket, ready to be able to be reactive. There was one time he tried to deny a plant on one of the sides with the wall.
Imagine if that had worked.
I know,
Imagine if
That's
that had
creativity.
worked.
That's great in this part of the series.
And you know how great that was when we're not talking about Sage Getsu. We're talking about Benkai on the other side.
You didn't have a pump for that one?
For Benkai? No. I have a really good one for Devai. So Devai, please can you pop off? Because I have a really good one for you. But the 2 players that did pop off, Tom, Saisho and Bren, were talking about them. Forsaken and Jing, the dynamic duo, they showed up to take down FPX.
Well, that's the thing. We've seen Jing throughout this series of what I would say is the high level we expect from him. We hadn't seen peak Forsaken yet. In this map, we did. Both of these players popping off. I don't know if there's a duo in the world that could compete with them. There's plenty that have tried throughout the entirety of this tournament, but you can go back and look at the likes of Durka and Alpha. They weren't able to match this duo, and in this map, they were insane.
It's maybe a little bit of a copium, but it's crazy that FPX are able to put the rounds that they did on the board. But both of those guys have close to 200 ADR. That is ridiculously high. And they were delivering. I mean, many moments where they're shutting down the rounds. Jing specifically, finally his showstopper's connecting.
Yeah, it's not necessarily made of plastic there for the man, but I think the big thing as well is that whilst they might be the dynamic duo and they're moving around the map rapidly, they're not doing so in a way that I would say is untradeable. That was a big criticism I had in the earlier maps for the side of PRX. Forsaken or maybe Jing would just go off on his own little journey. No one's there to trade him. They're in the ability to have reminiscent of FPX having those crossfires, having those trade game, something they were lacking before. In this last map, that will be crucial for them. It's a big map. There is no room for error.
How do we feel about Jing Seiken?
No.
No? Back to the drawing board?
I love it too.
Okay. Yes, Baller gave me the pity love. But moving on to the last map. Okay, I'm going to. We've seen some shenanigans.
Right.
Benkai Phoenix, do you think we're going to get to that level of shenanigans?
No.
Please God,
it
no.
worked.
He would go down in history as like the biggest memer of all time if he decided.
But imagine if they won on it.
Yeah, but there's about a 98% chance that they won't win.
Oh my god, 13-7, 13-7,
We say that on the other side of things.
It's so
I don't know.
bad.
You know what I mean?
Teams
Like
are so
legitimately,
bad.
you have agents
Crazy,
on both sides
man.
of the coin here that could be fun.
Di PRX ada Jing sama Forsaken, di FPX ada Sugetsu sama Xiao.
Yeah, I mean, I think the evolution of FPX throughout the
Yeah,
tournament
gonna
with the
go
Yoru stuff has been artists just talking it down the entire
Yeah.
time. So I think his confidence built when Angel was finally like, okay, we'll stop.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't looked the best, especially the record, the results on this map hasn't been great. But we heard it from Angel. He does want to kind of school Forsaken a little bit. He wants to show off a little bit. And I feel like when else is he going to get the opportunity than now?
I think the thing is as well, if you look at the last comp that was run by the side of PRX, it's not one I expect them to run again. Like, you look at their chamber on Jing, I think that's one of the only times he's ever played it. I don't think he enjoys that agent. I think it works a lot better when it comes to Forsaken. and having like both of them with the jet as well, I think that's something they're only going to run when it comes to APAC. If they run it again here, I don't know, I'm not feeling good about it.
It reminds me of the uncomfortability that Optic felt when they were trying to implement this map, right? They really didn't have somebody who could play the chamber and the jet at the same time. It was like kind of weird. So they were flexing, and finally they found a player who was willing to do it. But that speaks to them not necessarily being super happy, super comfortable with the map.
Yeah, I love the fact that Devi can just pick up, I mean, any weapon you put in this man's hands seems to work. It's the Odin, it's the Tour de Force, it's the Operator, and I'm like, damn, I can sit here and watch a montage of this all day of the week. So it's nice, you're right, that there is a secondary player to take on the chamber role. PRX isn't sort of shoehorning themselves into these roles, into these agents where, oh, I'm the only one that can play chamber, I'm the only one that can play duelist, for example. These are being swapped around interchangeably, and on a map like Breeze, you pointed out rightfully so, someone has to be prepared to switch around. Do we see a Yoru though? That's my big question, and I don't know where that's going to go.
I will say, Tom, I think you're right. I think if they are going to switch around the chamber, I don't want to see it on Jing.
No, I think it limits him. I think that's the thing.
What do you think they will pick Benkai?
Just hit that W gaming even on an agent where it doesn't really add too much in.
Benkai is
what we are going to be getting into.
We are into the Prime Gaming Agent Select for the last time in this tournament. Keep your eyes peeled on whether we are going to get a Yoru. I'm quite vigilantly on Yoru watch right now, and things are already shaping up a little.
What?
Jing is going to come in on the
you
deal.
wanted him to move, Baller. You wanted him to move, but did you want him to move that far?
What is this comp?
Wait, which team? Which team?
These guys right here.
What is this comment, bro?
They've got no Viper. They've got no Viper. There's so much insanity here. I feel like when you look at Breach as well, this was an agent that pretty much from day one, everyone went, yeah, you probably don't want to play that when it comes to Breeze. It's way too open a map. You're not going to be able to set up.
I don't know.
Yeah, you know that comp with Phoenix? That looks kind of normal now compared to this.
I will say that some of the Fnatic guys were talking about that Breach being absolutely overpowered on Breeze. So I'm looking forward to maybe seeing that. But on the side,
Fnatic doesn't play Breeze.
They're the team that
I mean, I trust Mini, but on the side of FPX, I like the comfort picks of putting Sugetsu back on the Cypher. This is like an OG Sugetsu pick.
Okay.
Don't care.
I don't care.
I don't know why they pick Astra,
This is
man.
Scarlet losing his mind. We get to come back at halftime and rip this apart. We get to work out exactly what it is they have up their sleeves, but you don't pick that without a plan.
throw.
Okay, but I know you lose your mind, but just one thing you want the viewers to keep an eye on. Only
No,
one.
I think they
One
throw.
I don't know, they might have thrown.
I'm pretty sure they
They got a lot
throw.
of stuns.
Yeah, they got loads of stuns.
Yeah, I think that's going to be fun.
Stun gaming, from W gaming to stun gaming?
Yeah, there's so much to take it. I also think you have to look at the Astra here, like how they're actually
I
going to
think they
utilize
will
that without
push
having a Viper.
as defenders
Well,
right now.
Avala is very hyped here on the desk. We are hyped. Copenhagen, I need you guys to make some
But
noise
Jing in
for
for
FPX
Jing in
and
Neon.
PRX
Oh.
as we head into the final map of this grand final.
This is the first time I saw Jing selain Reina.
At the end of this
Reis
map,
sama
a
ini
new
apa
god
namanya
is
sih.
going to be born. We will have a
It's the
new
first time I
team
saw
on the
Jing on
throne
Neon.
with Masters Copenhagen. That is such a sick feeling that it's gone to map 5 and such bonkers compositions as well. Outlandish, man.
I'm
Just
gonna
insanity.
get
Just
tomorrow.
a bit of pure pandemonium in today. And I mean, this crowd has been electric. The entire match has been electric. I would not have it any other way. Map 5 here in our grand finals. PRX versus FPX. Copenhagen, are you ready for map 5? I'm not sure I'm ready, Bren. I'm going to be honest. PRX are starting on the attack side here. Like the Des was talking about, there's no Viper walls whatsoever. How do they cut off sight lines? How are they going to find value?
Oh.
Out of the Neon. I mean, I guess they're just running in. And Jing just runs in and he finds the value to teleport.
Okay, that's what they have in
Breaking
plan.
ankles,
Okay.
taking names, but Shao locks it down, he shuts it down. Still playing over by the half wall kind of setup. And Mind Freak on the lurk here, looking for another one of those big rounds. Mind Freak, what an opening to get. Hard is taken out, still the fight being taken. Jing, the confidence, your solo, one shot will do it in Zipan. He collects it easily enough. Bit of spam through the wall, Mind Freak set up.
Oh, the Astra.
No stars available. Knows where the spike is. Trailblazer broken and the 1v2 face. FPX so favored, but ultimately it all came down to Shao.
What an awesome way to begin this one. Already starting to see glimpses of what PRX are going for there. They had a flash, and then as Forsaken Gate crashed in, it was comboed with a fault line from Dedy. It is such a bizarre way of playing, but it all got shut down by Xiao. Wow. The recon dart, the spam kill onto Forsaken, a second one that he found. Just unbelievable. And then shots to find. Hitting the headshot there as well onto Mindfreak. Ice cold. Giving him the aim punch. What is that? PRX are not done though. They're going for a force.
They're forcing into this one. Again, a dangerous tempo, a dangerous game they're playing, but it's all on the line. Why not? It's going to be the Prowler. It's going to be removing a bit of the threats there. They crash into the back. That's going to be a teleport and the dart. No targets really being found. There's still, this is a player lurking, waiting at that main approach, that one choke point angle, but the spike be planted. No difficulties there. Post-plant scenario is allowed for them, but Forsaken takes so much damage just trying to get out of there.
Forsaken, in fact, does not get out of there. That's his clone jogging to safety. Benkai's weak.
Fight's being taken, the Bulldog ADS, they are going to be favored in this one, but it's a trade anyway. Now, the flank timing the lurk. Mindfreak is down for him to do some damage, to buy a bit of time and space for his team, but now look at this, running them down with the Ghost in play. Doubled up. Dedy and Mindfreak against the world. Sticking this one on the defuse. The damage, it's enough to stop it, but it's still up to him. Half online, and he has to swing wide, he has to hit the shots, but it's Xiao again.
No.
And time just enough. They shut down the force buy.
I'm gonna sleep. Okay.
And Xiao has just been so clean for FPX. There have been other players, obviously, coming up huge for them, time and again. But Xiao has always been a rock that they can rely on for these late game, late round kind of moments. Demonic in the clutch. Utterly cold. And that puts PRX back down onto an eco round, just using these sheriffs. And listen, whether or not PRX
so scary.
fall or fly, they're doing it in true APAC style. Oh yes. You could not get a better end to this series. It's the most EMEA comp you could come up with against the most APAC craziness.
Really is someone that you'd find, honestly, just picked up in your ranked games. The PRX are a dangerous team, even when they've only got the sheriffs, a marshal or two, whatever, to work with. You can see that's why FPX are playing this with such discipline. This angle being played by Artis as well. It's going to be able to watch for him, trying to push up deep into mid as well. It doesn't really reveal too much of his positioning.
This angle by Cypher is really good, baby.
He's going to make
Yeah, I play that angle a lot.
Sunskate crash into the back of the side, but the shots are whiffed.
I play that angle a lot. It's a good
Couldn't
angle.
find the head, and Artis is still
I don't
surrounded
know.
by enemies, but with the rifle he should be good for it. A quick updraft, revealed by the dart. And Mindfreak's lurk comes to no fruition.
That is a prime game of Flawless as FPX continues to build up their economy here.
Wake me up, okay.
The FPX composition is so good at gaining information around the map, so Getsu's setups are going to allow them to put cameras, triplets all over the map. And then you still have information being given by Zipan as he throws flashes deep into different areas. It speaks to the flexibility of both of these teams, that they're able to almost roll the dice on the compositions they want to play as they head into the most important map they've ever played. All on the line. And that is fast. PRX immediately swinging out to window. Punish Ardis. And Sugetsu tried to hold the angle, but just got overwhelmed. Too many bodies for him to deal with.
Instant response though. Looking through mid, Angel just takes up all this space now. And he's going to be watching, holding. Seeing if anybody comes within his crosshairs.
And FPX have decided to play heavily for mid here. Both A and B are full retake setups. Not that PRX know that.
Their moves now as well, delivering that spike over towards one side of the map. FPX are playing so cautious in terms of just their positioning. All of them grouped up.
This middling kind of positioning from Xiao might allow him to use his Hunter's Fury to stop some kind of plant, but I think he might just be a fraction too far away.
Dart was sending a release the trip. Triggering there, giving them a bit of information, a bit of positioning, but still now they have to use that cam, clear it down.
And honestly, against PRX, you're worried they've pushed your spawn.
Yeah. They could have taken so much advanced positioning off of this. Not a lot of even the Forsaken well. Taking away Zipan. Advantage. Gain for PRX.
Manfred tuh sabar banget ya.
Put this round on the board.
Amazingly. PRX are actually playing really passive positions on the post plant. Going for the reflank now through tunnel. Sugetsu's got it all to do, and it's just impossible.
Locks it down with the Odin spam and around there.
The Vice using and put it in breeze. Doesn't make any sense. That gun is so bad in long range.
I don't know, he just loves Odin. He loves Odin really much, you know, like he prefers Odin over the Op.
Because the post plant positioning you can get from there is just amazing.
Yeah, and I think as well, goes against the grain in terms of what you expect with PRX playing this composition.
I agree.
Euro in play, Jing as well. These guys are known to just take space and be relentless with it, but one way to shut that down is Ardis. Operator in his hand, Hunter's Fury to deny the gate crush. Has to back away. Forsaken in the corner, he's taken a boatload of damage, but now still wants to try and push his way back into it. Maybe a timing can be found, and the shot is true. Sugetsu, head ripped clean off.
Mindfreak still in this lurk position. Does Angel check with enough diligence here? Otherwise, Mindfreak might be a dangerous thorn in their side for this post plant. Xiao is just tracking this gate crash all the way back into spawn.
I love this Astra play by Mindfreak. He's just supporting his teammates on site, but he's on way far on mid.
I really love Mindfreak, god damn it. I told you, right? I told you, that's my favorite in PRX is Mindfreak.
To inject, but this retaken with the operator, never ideal. The timing for Forsaken with that swing, it's too clean. Utility in the hands of his opponent.
Mindfreak, I love you.
The luxury of saving that operator.
So
Let's
good.
go.
And the post plants are looking fantastic for PRX. Mindfreak doing his job perfectly on those lurk plays. And I think that's going to be such a challenge for FPX to deal with.
How much do you dedicate of resources, utility to try and shut down Mindfreak when he's taking up positioning, holding in mid?
Benkai is so focused right now.
Very well combined between Divine and Forsaken. Back when we used to see them play this, I mean, obviously on Vine, you would have Benkai playing the sending in those fault lines, but it was the same combo. Yoru ult, fault line, allows Forsaken to find the easier kills. And here, Mindfreak has to be so creative with how he's using the smokes.
Oh, it's already expending that dash. Still has the ultimate, still has the blade storm. He could do some serious work into this one, but the post plant's locked down. Now a fast lane. Just dodging to the side of it. Angle being found to get to what?
You didn't see
a
it?
shot. And this is looking still.
He's using itu left hand for second.
Passive post plant position.
Ketutupan sama ini ya senjatanya. Dia kalau ngeplan di A tuh ya di brief penyakitnya selalu gitu nggak kelihatan.
I mean, Mindfreak could just be running at them right now, and he is.
No one quiet on it now. The rolling thunder, overlapping all of the abilities, all of the ultimates. The timing being taken.
Oh,
such a good utility use.
Never letting their foot off the gas.
It's crazy, man. That Mindfreak timing is
meta
also
game has never been shifted so far. No. A seismic
Odinnya masih.
But PRX are playing this one beautifully. You can tell that this isn't just a comp that they've thrown together at the last moment. Or if it is, they're geniuses. Because they've got a great understanding of what they want to do with it. How long does it take Angel to figure out that they're playing passive post plants? That's my big question. Once Angel starts to get a read, and maybe this time out I'll be conferring with Doombros, once Angel gets the read that they're playing these passive post plants, fast retakes might be the order of the day.
The way that PRX are playing this Euro is so different to the way that FPX have played it in the past on Breeze. Often it's like a slow siege, a take of mid-control. A lot of the Euro, the implementation of it by PRX has been these fast executes, something to add the extra layer on top of Jing just running it down on Neon.
Wait.
And from what we saw of PRX's A-site hit, I'm not convinced that would work on a rifle v rifle round. I think we might be seeing a repeat here of Icebox, where they only go A on anti-ecos.
Sure.
You can see the pings now that both teams have rifles back in their hands. And FPX are nowhere to be seen.
Still positioning, at least given up early, but time to...
Yeah, still 10 seconds for them to set up, but certainly having a discussion about their positioning in spawn here. But look at the positioning of PRX. They look like they want to send this thick and fast straight into B.
What is the play here?
And they have the Cosmic Divide as a...
They're just playing rank right now.
Viper wall that they could use.
Some of the block they angle off. They
Just literally like the rank that we usually do, kan.
We've seen that operator in buy. Of course, Artis has it, but he's in a completely different location. And now the Cosmic Divide and the fast lane. Any hopes of holding that angle to the side just going to be denied. But space given up. Angel, in fact, working his way off to the side. Could be able to catch a player or two.
And Jing caught by the recon, but couldn't be punished.
I don't think so. I've committed too much in this round.
Surely Artis. Surely not Artis.
Dash enabled. Flash as well. He connects. Does he want to push through? The answer is no. The Seeker up close. Personal now with the wall denied! Coming through, the dog does so much work, so much damage, but Angel, he secures it. But the post-plan positioning, it's so passive through the choke point. They just want to try and buy time. Push them back, a bit of spam. Artis, an unlucky one. Just
What the fuck?
taken out beneath him. A flash to push them back. No one is on this one. In fact, look, still the star in play. A tap of it, a timing now. Alert comes through, Sugetsu. He could be a difference maker. He at least gets two, but just down to Angel. At the time, the pressure just far too much.
Whoa.
And these PRX rounds are looking gorgeous.
Amazing.
Every plan that they've run through in theory,
Amazing.
working in practice. After those first 2 rounds that FPX have put on the board, it's looked like they have no answer. They can't stop the site hits, and they can't win the retakes. But everything has been on B. All right, time to test the theory, Bren. FPX are back onto an eco. Do PRX go A?
Oh, yeah.
Certainly looks like it.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe
it's there, isn't it?
I wonder if Angel can get a read on this as well.
Positioning, though, I mean, the players are so deep into spawn here, and when the fire comes through, it's a gate crash into the corner. This Viper Wall does do a lot to try and slow down the approach. PRX obviously don't want to disrespect this one too much. They could just get destroyed in the blender that is this choke point. In fact, case an example right here. Artis, great opening pick for them, but the wall goes down, and now Design to slowly accrue a bit of that space. What a shot! Divide dropped down to 5 health, but not enough to secure that kill.
These players on site are struggling here.
So aggressive.
This A site hit. It's getting mopped up.
It's getting so sloppy as well. FPX. Heads being found, guns being gained, and it has to be the pivot.
Mind Freak with the spike just booking it over towards the B site. Sugetsu still has his cam in this
I think
position.
they got the echo.
But there's a Viper's pit been dropped on A. 2 players still staying there. And Devi's going to look for a lurk with 5 health and an Odin.
They really have brought APAC, haven't they, to Copenhagen?
I love it.
Kind of plays, man.
I love it. You just can't expect
You can't prep for it.
Mind Freak's going to start distracting now as he starts tapping the plan. Does this turn around? Does this get Devi a free one?
The timing on it! Then the kill is found. Still a 2v3 though. FPX in theory should be favoured into this one.
And I love that Mind Freak goes for a pick as he anticipates. Mind Freak goes for a peek as he anticipates everyone looking towards Devi. He knows that he'll have a little less stress on his shoulders for just a moment.
Give me Devi. Give me fucking Devi.
Enough assistance here.
Was one of the players to tap onto the spike as well, swinging through, but the damage. Oh, the gun just not quite good enough. 5 HP in window though, does not expect this one. Angels worked his way around, but he's got a fine positioning on the site. Mind Freak repositions, and the damage, the time, it's already been bled off the clock. Mind Freak, impeccable rotation.
Let's get that on! Oh my God.
These rounds somehow being saved by PRX, mostly because of the gun advantage. Look at the replay here. Mind Freak, even before this actually, was taking mostly duels against players that had sheriffs.
God.
The crowd seems firmly on the side of PRX. A lot of cheers for these guys. How can you? I love them.
I've heard the FPX chants as well. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. But at the moment, it has just all been APAC. PRX winning 5 rounds in a row here, forcing an FPX timeout. And what is the adjustment? I think from our point of view, Bren, there are clear things that FPX can try to work with.
Sure.
But the patterns are not as obvious when you can't see all of the information.
No, you're only seeing one half of it.
And for FPX right now, getting that read on how PRX are playing post plants, when they're hitting sites based on the economy of their opponents, all of these things would be crucial tools for FPX to have access to right now. And they themselves are working with a composition that they haven't been playing recently. This is not their standard comp. They've either been running Challenger or they've been running the Yoru themselves. And Forsaken has decided to take it upon himself to prove to Angel he knows better.
Running the Euro against them.
The FPX stand is so
What a way
cringe.
that would be to win.
Teriak-teriak tuh mulai aneh banget kayak apaan sih?
There's an approach of flashes to grab the orb.
FPX stand.
Again, how has he got the Cosmic Divide online once more?
Looks like he's just used it.
And so this is the first time that PRX start with a default.
Clutch good.
But it looks like they're going to go back again to a B push. It's been a B push every time in these rifle v rifle rounds, and the Cosmic Divide is such a massive tool for either side.
We'll slow down for a moment, but eventually the pace must resume. There's the
Yaro.
rolling thunder to get to it to the back of the side, but look at all the utility. Combat up, Angel somehow able to claim himself a snakebite kill, but Forsaken's happily able to just return fire once more, but he oversteps
Angel.
himself. Utility in his hands, and his hit has gone
Time to
skew.
dip, time to dip.
It's the first time that
Time to
FPX
dip.
have decided to commit fully to it. Overstack players here. And the problem with that is Mindfreak's always on the lurk, and he's managed to find the A site.
So much space being gained.
The crucial thing here is for Mindfreak to not overstep himself. We've seen moments like this before where PRX just too determined to get an extra kill.
Can't go down easily.
And Mindfreak's aggressive, but tempered. Just hearing Zipan walk his way into the
Incredibly cautious.
And that's
Just waiting for one timing.
That's decent information that he can pass over to Benkai. It's actually Dedy, again, who becomes the lurker. They're just so happy to pass these roles around.
Device definitely wondering about the counter flank.
Benkai, look at that eye, Benkai.
Running down, but Zipan lurks down, and it's up to Dedy.
But now the race is on. Dedy, the spike down, has to try and get in a position where he can play this post plant. And instead of running for the spike, he's going to try and get an angle onto it.
You've got to be joking me. You've got to be kidding me. Plants off to the side. He falls off of this. Sticking it down. Already half onto it. The fault line to try and stun them up, but FPX, it's handed to them on a plate. A bit of an overheat moment once more.
And for one of the very rare times that PRX's mid-rounding has in fact failed them, mostly because FPX players happen to stumble upon them.
Get in the picks. They contacted all the way through, even when the spike was down. Zipan did not make any noise. Contacted down into halls, picked up this kill. Artist getting the one beforehand, it was all essential.
And maybe Mindfreak's death could have been avoidable, for sure, if he'd managed to position himself somewhere where he's not as exposed. But okay, you've got rifle v rifle, and it looks like PRX are starting to break the mold. Heading round 10 for the first time over towards A in these buy rounds.
Big crash there, back around the side of yellow, but that's going to be the ult popped off almost immediately. Artist though, claims a kill.
Oh no.
Bit of chaos, a bit of pandemonium approaching now onto the side as kills are just again flowing one side to the next. Seeker's even in play and the angle just cannot be found by Zipan.
It's an awesome kill by Mindfreak there. Zipan was posing a major problem for them over at stairs. And now the round can slow down. But there wasn't really a lurk play over towards B. Mindfreak was required to help the rest of his team. Artis is going to find this one so uncomfortable to have to watch towards Switch and
Just
Cave.
doesn't know where they could be. And there's still so much time in the round, and PRX happy again to just let that mid-round apply the pressure itself. If they make no noise, it's up to FPX to try and at least get a bit of information, and there's the swing into mid. Sugetsu comes out on top though.
The information play once more finding value for FPX. Benkai just gets the horn back online. Dedy trying to see if he can get a targeted fault line, but Artis dodged it.
What a shot. Still, the disrespect being shown into the aftershock almost goes down from it, but with the time down to just 20 seconds, Dedy picks up the operator. It looks like it's going to be the safe play.
You're good, man.
10
start to
seconds, the
play
clock ticking
like
down.
Gunakan.
No
How
hope for
to counter them.
PRX. And here come the FPX chants. I knew the fans were in the building. They just had no reason to be loud up until this point. Map 5, 5-5 the score. A knife's edge that separates these two teams. A massive difference in their approach to this, the decider, that puts someone on the throne. But Artist played a masterclass in this round,
And so
disrespecting all of the utility to get picks.
30 seconds left.
having immense value with the operator. But a similar scene being painted again. Last 3 maps, it feels like this first half of each of them has been so even. Back and forth, all the way down, but someone eventually grabbing control and grappling it away.
And PRX haven't had very much success over on the A site. Even when they were running against the eco rounds, they still tripped up. And as they take a timeout here, I'm sure that's going to be something they're discussing. There are ways that you could make this composition work on an A hit. Having an A split where you take halls control, you have Mindfix utility at the bottom of halls, you're doing a hall split, you only need bridge smoked off, you're coming from all of the other entrances, so you don't necessarily need the Viper Wall.
Just to highlight the stakes once more, in case it wasn't obvious here, map 5 in our grand finals to decide who will take away the title, the Masters 2 champion.
We heard it from Artis earlier on in the day. He said, we came here as challengers, we're gonna leave as kings. And that is a bold claim that they've now gotten closer and closer to fulfilling. But there is a hair's breadth between these two teams.
Of course.
Definitely the two best teams that we have in the tournament. And they've both turned up on a dramatic level. This series, it's anyone's to take.
Both faced obstacles throughout this tournament. One would argue that FPX maybe with the harder task in terms of how they've been battling through the lower bracket, but it has forged them into something else entirely. The teleport into the back, they're ready for it. Seen that play before. He's more than ready. And Artis as well returns fire. The angle locked down with the operator. The overdrive is denied. Every player toppling. But Jing returns again. Glides to the side. But eventually the shots finding it and shutting him down.
Look how quickly FPX have 4 players onto the B side. Within moments of the initial pieces of utility being dropped, FPX are rotating players there instantly. Choosing, I mean, the read is perfect from FPX, and their adaptation in the half is awesome. Just instantly, off the first piece of utility, stack players on the site, play to deny the plant going down. PRX can't play post plants if they ever have a plan.
Map 5 decider match. Whoever wins this wins it all.
I can swear you, man.
Feel the pressure being applied.
Forsaken so deep. I don't see how Artis could read this.
So much to get through as well. All the way down into horse. It's going to be a fast lane that Jing's been able to take all this positioning up. And it has injected that chaos into the round, but timing just contains it regardless.
If Jing had used his fast lane, Forsaken would have had a free kill. But now he's getting droned out.
No way!
Did he spot him?
Running around the side. The decoy in play. Shao still locks that angle. And it's up to Artis. He can feel the approach, the blade storm, the updraft, the heads not being found. But now Hunter's Fury, anything to help him out. It's the 1-4-1.
Angel spent the entire round inside his Viper's pit, over by A main. That means he's got a very quick flank here. And for PRX, they've got to force the fight. They know that they're at a player disadvantage. They can't go for the back, the safe
Trailblazer misses, the dog is not going to be setting them up, and yep, the safe option, not an option.
Oh, man.
Angel's already flanked around, Benkai's positioning, removed, taken out. Devi is known, he gets one, but he has a mighty task. 1v2, isolates it, down to the clutch, but Shao reigns supreme.
Just can't outrun Shao. He's been a monster this tournament. He's a great player online, but he's been a superstar here, offline.
Okay, let's sleep.
Winning round after round after round for FPX. What an attempt by Dedy. What a great,
I'm not gonna watch it.
great try.
Oh, the frustration seeping in. But when it feels like there's a final boss on the other side that you just can never get through, you can realize why they might end up being frustrated.
Radiates through, doesn't it? That's going to be the first half here on our final map of the grand finals. Des, take it away. What have we got for us?
Thank you very much, Bren and Sideshow. What a half that was. Probably the most entertaining half we've seen all day. Did you guys think we were going to get a 7-5 when PRX started to push the way they did onto those sides?
That's just such a ridiculous gamble that I was like, there's either they crush this or they get stomped. But we have an even game in our hands. This is ridiculous. The fact that FPX are able to adapt after PRX took a really, really nice start.
Yeah, it seemed like they had a lot of really cool ideas as well. I like the fact that they used that fast lane to sort of like mask some of the positions. I also think Mindfreak, with the way he was placing his smokes, it was very well planned. The thing is though, and the thing I always love about FPX, even though they're up against probably the maddest composition we've ever seen, they still always adapt. And they did towards the end of that half.
Oh, some of the lurks from some of these players as well. Divide decided to join in on the fun down towards mid, get a little lurk in the corner there. I think the crowd, you guys helped out a little bit on that one. I heard you guys screaming when that came down, but the biggest thing as well to keep in mind is that Mindfreak has this complete understanding of the map, where he can be, where the rotates might come through. He's had a really good half.
He has indeed, but on the side of FPX as well, they managed to claw this back.
Yeah, I do think that they took way too long to actually realize that there's no Sentinel on the other side, right? The flanks were not coming through except in 2 rounds. I think Angel was able to get some value out of it.
Yeah, and looking ahead onto the next half, Jess, I know you wanted to give us a stat about the pistols.
You know I love to find the stupid little stats in the game, so let me give you something. Throughout this entire series, the team that has won the second pistol, and they have pretty well evened up on the winning of the pistols, but if you win the second pistol, they've won the map so far. That's for every map thus far, so whoever wins the very next round, statistically, if I've got everything here, according to the stats, they should win not just the map, the entire match. So that's what I've found so far. A little bit of a tidbit there.
So the tournament comes down to 1 pistol round.
There you go.
Okay.
Well, my most important pistol round I've been a part of in the audience up. And Brandon Sideshow, let's see who's going to get this important round.
Very important round indeed. This pistol round, deciding a lot, of course, trying to snowball their way to the final half that we're going to see in this series.
Oh no, they're going to push A, but they're all over A.
How much do PRX have prepped with this unusual composition? Both duelists look like they're trying to take a fight in cave early on. Jing not going for his fast lane this time. Has a stun in hand with the Ghost.
Already the disrespect being shown!
How does he get that?
Dart removed, he just wants to fight.
He's
over
swinging
and over again.
He's swinging before he's even ready to shoot his second shot with the Ghost. And yet he still finds Zipan's head. This guy's got such talent. But FPX are not going to let it rattle him.
No. Gotta stay calm. Situations like this, it's a huge advantage, of course, given to PRX with that opening kill, but can easily turn it around.
But FPX might end up here being paralyzed by ignorance. They don't know what PRX have planned. They've never played against a team comp like this. They don't know if Forsaken's going to be going aggressive with his teleports. They need to play spread and play slow to try and figure out what the game plan is. They just have to hope that when they finally figure it out, they have to hope it's not too late.
A close angle by Forsaken, I believe the drone earlier. Not quite catching him. The war going up. Slide off angle. How are they still finding these kills? Bit of a jiggle there with the movement. Shao eventually gets him. But on the other side of things, it was Jing who managed to open it up. Hey, oh my word, PRX. Spike's still going to be stuck down the fault line. Gives him a huge advantage into this one. Artist, though, now all the pressure in the world. A prowler in his face, a flash, a tap of the Spike. He has to stick this one. He has to stick it or win this 1v1 and survive. All he needs to do is survive. A heroic effort. But at the end of the day, it's PRX who win it out.
Map 1-4 kok di setting groundnya di Bridge. Jadi mapnya yang di ban Asan sama Split. Map 1 tadi Bind yang menang di FPX. Map kedua itu tadi Icebox yang menang PRX. Map ketiga itu
Haven't.
Enggak, bukan Fracture. Fracture yang menang itu FPX lagi. Terus map keempat tadi itu baru Haven. Haven yang menang PRX.
This is so close, man.
It's insane, this game.
Very insane, man. Cannot this. You still have work tomorrow. You cannot want to win.
Oh, the Vi. You gotta realize someone's here. Okay, the Vi knows.
But perhaps this indicates that FPX are going to want to try and take positions like this in future rounds. PRX aren't running a Sova, they're not running a Sky. They have some informational ability with Benkai, but they're mostly going to be pushing.
Kenapa sih Forsaken suka ngambil angle-angle kayak gini sih?
Seems ready for it, wanted to clear it through, but a spam into the corner, the right click Shao. Dodges the flash.
Ya kan? I just don't like that kind of angle, man.
Any sort of quiet value now, down to 35 seconds in a round though.
Not too much time to work with.
Where's the spike going to end up?
I think for FPX, it's all about the kills. It's about being
Maybe I don't see artists.
Remove weapons from the hands of PRX. But they're pushing into Jing's Bulldog. And that could be a scary prospect.
Smoke drop down there, that's trying to deny something. The shots again rattled off on either side of the map down to the final few seconds. Looking like it could have potentially got dangerous, but
Jing knows, right? Yeah, he knows kalah tapi.
Still not enough time in the round. Shao
Nice.
hopefully going to be happy with the damage they did to their economy.
Happy to die there, actually. Didn't want to save a Spectre with no armor into the next. That's going to allow him to get Vandal full armor. And they did some serious damage over to the PRX bonus. But now we get this question. Has PRX got something crazy prepped for their defense side? And if so, can they make it work? Bind Fracture, that was one of the failures. They've won the final map level.
Tidur mbak, besok kerja.
Iya, tidur.
Nggak bisa, kasian doang.
Comboed up to punish anybody that would be playing these passive positions.
Incredibly deep as well. Taking the space away from Shao. How much further back can you get? Essentially on the beachfront.
Mundur lo anjing.
The spray down. The damage was found on the Forsaken, but eventually he does trade that kill.
And then Forsaken goes back to B.
Right now, FPX with less time to work with and more of the map to re-clear. These are the moments where PRX were occasionally trying to get a bit too funky. Somebody else on the other side of the map trying to make a play happen.
Okay, the Vi knows and will help Forsaken now.
Device coming in to try and reinforce this position with Forsaken. The two
Forsaken angle-nya gini-gini banget.
over defending B.
The battle lines are drawn. A closer hold. Devi wants to hold this down off the first read, I think, of any sort of utility, maybe even a footstep. And there's the contact play.
The miss.
Fault line comes through. The damage is certainly done. Devi watching the angles. Forsaken are. It's going to get cleaned up. Not able to get too much done to get to Guardian. He's looking far too clean with it. And there's still enough time for them to try and get this plant down. The positioning is gained. Plant going to be stuck. Cage giving him just enough coverage. But a little bit of favor there. Mindfreak just lets it away, but what a shot! Benkai, the crosshair placement, just fantastic! And they win out the bonus!
I thought Sugetsu might be able to get the job done there.
Wow.
But PRX is so fast on these kind of decision-making moments. Devi grabbing a crucial one around. But the final moment there is all about Benkai. He sends a prowler forwards. So the rest of FPX think that they're both coming from
That's actually Benkai is such big brain rotating to main.
to get around and backstab the post planters.
Yeah, actually big brain.
For the first time in the series,
Benkai, man.
PRX are thoroughly in control. Looking like they're going to edge out.
Like, I cannot yell, but I want to. This game is crazy. Oh, Jing never gets flashed.
Crossfire setup.
Oh, si Ardis kena itu.
Away, dangerous times. Dog those, seeing if they can supplement it, any sort of approach to take the fight for the choke point. And shuts it down easily enough. Blade Storm now being used by Artist. Feels like
this defending is so... Why is it so hard to penetrate?
If Jing goes for some kind of info peek here, there is a potential to get punished. And you can see the way that Forsaken's put his gate crash over towards B. It's going to allow Benkai to get reinforcements if he's under pressure.
Yeah, they're gonna rotate.
Does have an expiration date on it. If FPX end up just really playing the clock like they've...
Look at Forsaken. Yes.
Brutal, but don't think he's too worried about it. Artist round the side though. Blade Storm, that's going to be a good return. But the Prowler latches onto him.
Did
Be
it?
able to take too much more space off the back of it. Decay as well. Pressured from almost every single avenue. And with the spike drop down, the Blade Storm still renewed. Artist, he might be able to do something with it, but not.
Oh my god.
Still alive, still
I think the Vi is definitely the MVP in this game right now.
Yes, it is.
Jing has been a beast in this series so far. And it feels like whenever they need him most, he's able to just pop around a corner and hit a 3K. You see how much chaos PRX inject into these rounds too. Artist was entering and tried to break his own recon dart because he's just getting overwhelmed by
The Vi is so good with his support, man.
This looks like a bit more of a
The Vi main role is initiator.
perhaps take some early mid control as the rest of PRX floods out of B.
And Benkai is good with
Two stars being used to
bridge.
try and block it off, but look at the approach again. This is FPX.
Like if there is an iconic player for bridge gitu, it's definitely Benkai.
Space right into the back of the site.
And how do PRX play the retakes with this composition?
Oh, they're going double gaming.
Drift to work with.
Oh, risk could be taken indeed. Artist now with the door opening.
And here's Forsaken looking to gain information. He can ping out positions on the map for this
Prowler,
targeted utility.
what a find! A flash to find it, but FPX 2 kills. Looking clean in this post plant. Reaffirming the crossfire setups that they've got, the thing that has carried them so far in this tournament.
Mindfreak dodges the flash actually.
Tries to make a play to spray down. It's not the cleanest thing in the world, still does the damage, but FPX. They win out the round, an important one
They
at
have
that.
extra money to play
Ensuring the
like that
PRX
cuma.
don't get that lead to run away with it.
They hit back.
Mereka nggak nyangka bakal di rush kayak gitu juga sih.
What a rare, fast round coming out from FPX. And what a sick play by Artist. Finding that pick onto Jing neutralizes all of the aggression in the retake.
There's just no way you're favored there.
But also, what a switch up of tempo. I think we could count on one hand the amount of times that FPX have gone for fast pushes in this series.
That's why it ends up being so dangerous.
Here comes Jing. Here comes Jing.
Yeah, speaking of the pace, speaking of the fast play, lets the stun ball rip right around the side again, and he knows the positioning, he knows to get to is isolated, but Artist responds in kind. Holding down the staircase. Overdrive still in play. Tip-tap of his feet, just trying to run around the map, but the positioning, of course, is going to be known here, but he ends up slowing it down. Artist, great crosshair placement. Shot to the cranium, Jing is shut down.
Artist is saving the round for them at this point. Benkai's only got a stinger to work with. Can't even pick anything else up.
Real difference maker, hasn't he? Shao catching this angle, there's the kill.
Besok tadi
Up in
ya
the air in
kapan?
terms of who might be able to be winning that one,
Yeah.
but looks like Devi
Just
opting
safe.
play back and save this
They're
one.
gonna,
Benkai
they're
obviously
gonna
doesn't wanna
pause
bring
if they lose this
stinger
round.
into the next round.
And he won't. He won't be given the
I
choice
don't
either
know.
way.
They're gonna save and
What a round for Artist to
they're
turn
gonna
up.
pause.
Getting two massively impactful kills after the rest of his team had been barreled over.
Yeah.
And you might have been fooled into believing that that was some kind of eco-crazy push coming out from PRX as Jing popped off his ultimate, but that was them going for a force.
Yeah.
PRX are now ceding control of the game as FPX tie the series up 9-9 with an economy advantage.
To 9. The guns moving into the next one as well. It feels like they've got that read. And I think FPX's path, the way that they even got here, hardships, obstacles, the entire way. But it hasn't stopped them. Even when going up against the former champions of Optic, they earn their spot here, but Devi bites back. the operator that he saved into that round. That's another hurdle for FPX to overcome. Angel not looking to get aggressive on the Halls lurk. Mindfreak would be waiting for him. And FPX, whenever these rounds start going badly, they seem to lack the map control to send things back in their favor. FPX have got to be patient here. There's still 1:10 on the clock. They can group up, start to move over to another area of the map. But if it's Angel that leads the way, there's 2 players ready to punish.
I've got your trail.
Seekers in the mid-round. That's for a bit of information. See if there's any players holding close, and of course there were. It's all just a fake. And a real hit starts to come down now onto B. A flash over the top for Taken. Wants to disrupt this one. Here's the spike being planted. Now he's going to try and opt for this peek. Angle being watched. Sagetsu's covering his teammates back. A fraction away. A fraction away from being able to deny the plant and buy time for the rest of his team to rotate in, especially with the Rolling Thunder. That could have been everything. Fight's still being taken though, and mid locked in by Angel, ensuring that they can't get away with any mischief. Divai and Benkai up against this one with the crossfire and the post-plant setup. FPX more than favored. Divai's just going to have to try and save this operator once again. And like we expected, FPX are going to try and take the lead here and hold on to it. Benkai making it a little more dangerous, a little more expensive. But at the end of the day, it is FPX taking the lead, the first team to get to double digits in map 5. How close are these teams, man? They started 3 players away from even being able to attend Reykjavik. They're now 3 rounds away from winning in Copenhagen. PRX forced to take a timeout as they adjust to what FPX have thrown at them. And you can feel it, Josh. The momentum of this map, it's been backwards and forwards, trading hands. The timeout, I think, forces the question for them now to see how they can deal with this. FPX's adjustments, the adaptations they've made, they've just been elite all series long. Or tournament long. They certainly have. FPX have done
Coach Alex ini kebiasaan tangannya gerak ya kalau lagi jelasin.
Could tip the entire balance in their favor. PRX on the verge of being broken once more. 15 seconds left in their timeout to confer with Alex and try and find out what the game plan should be. PRX must win this round to keep their dreams alive.
Sleepy.
So important. In the past, PRX are a team, they haven't let that pressure get to them. They've come into tournaments, they've been playing a bit of fun. Their goal has always been in a distant future, the champions. It's given them that edge, that bit of whimsy that they needed to often just better themselves against some very tough opponents. They never have pressure on their shoulders. But when you're 1 map away, when you're 4 rounds away from lifting a trophy, maybe the dreams start to become a little more real. Maybe the pressure starts to become a little more real.
Terbiasa pakai hand gesture gitu.
FPX again moving the tempo up, and you just don't expect this. It was PRX with the timeout, and FPX have decided you will not get to execute your plan. We are immediately taking B. Making sure that they watch for a lot of these common angles. The spike is going to be planted. It's forced into that retake. Look at the flank angle approach. You can see that there's a gate crash all the way back into their spawn, but Jing trying to find his way up into the angle. Now the Hunter's Fury. Popping off right now for Shao to see if he can shut this one down. The kill's still flooding through. A dash and a glide. But Angel again comes out on top. Forsaken, he is into the back of their spawn. Positioning is just so far away. And FPX, what a critical round to just slowly obtain this lead. Forsaken, what can you even do in this situation? Trying to get the punish onto Angel, but at this point the round's already lost. It's done. The barest of silver linings being that he can take a Vandal into the next. But FPX are one step closer.
Okay, I'm gonna sleep.
And Josh, you mentioned it. FPX were denied the chance to attend Reykjavik. They were watching from the sidelines despite them being one of the top seeds. This time around. The best team in EMEA. Forced to watch
as other people defended the region's reputation and fought for the crown.
I watched this already.
More than enough. One of the oldest cores that we have.
Bad read.
Formed in 2020. Finally looking for that place to be seated on the throne. And it's another fast play. They're working. Why change it? Artis is in.
Mindfreak just trying to work his way around the corner, but he's spotted out. He saw to see if he can find the timing. The trade is there. It's on the other extremities of the map, and the shot's still being found. Benkai. What a pick. Angel not going to be able to watch that one for much longer. The choke point has been compromised. Shao forced to reposition and move back now to Nightfall. PRX investing into this one. They know how important it is. But they need more on top of it. The Rolling Thunder, it scatters them. The utility Jing, what a timing! Moves to the side for Zipan again. Comes back around. An instantaneous trade. Half on the defuse. They're sticking it all the way. Benkai, you're an absolute menace! But he's shut down, still down to the 1v1 to buy. Zipan forced to offload the Seekers, and he will not get it off.
Divine missed.
What an enormous play to take FPX to map point, match point, tournament point.
One enemy remaining.
Divine missed. Oh, if he didn't miss.
Phenomenal plays by Zipan. The rotations, the dodging, the juking, the weaving, moving around. He's earned his team the final stepping stone.
And these adaptations have been awesome. The fast rounds have been excellently coordinated. And it feels like they're not afraid at all to mix up the tempo. They can feel the game is within their control. FPX's fate's in their own hands here.
Throwing forwards. Good info, but they're going to be tagged up now. And look at this Horse control. Artist has already made the moves. Up into it, the Horn spots him out, spam down. That's a crossfire setup. From the side on the wall, Artist really nowhere to run, but it's an instantaneous pivot once more.
PRX have read it. Mindfreak and Divide, ready to collect this with a seize, a fault line.
They have to shut this down. They have to find value. The Paulie hears it with the footsteps. An opening kill going their way once more.
There's the pull, there's the fault line. PRX holding on.
Now, one step closer, Josh, one step closer.
That's got them through the choke point as well. This is where things start to get very dangerous.
Incredibly dangerous, but still Forsaken, performing under the pressure. To get to aims, the reset! Absolutely ridiculous! And what a play! 4 kills for the final blow!
Yeah, okay.
And Sugetsu finishes off an insane lower bracket run that began when he was allowed to play. The rest of the team did their job getting this man onto the stage, into the playoffs, and Sugetsu delivers the killing blow, putting FPX onto the throne. And Angel could barely believe it. He's worked for so long, worked so hard to get here.
And what a moment this is for them.
Wow.
This belief, you can feel it.
He wanted Jing nomor Forsaken. Oh, that was painful. It was a painful way to end it.
Been waiting for these opportunities to perform on a LAN environment time and time again. But this time they grasp it, Josh, and more. FPX being your Masters 2 Copenhagen champions.
It is a brand new team put on the throne, a new master, merciless in their run throughout the lower bracket, slaughtering dreams left, right and center, knocked out Japan, stopped DRX from making top 3, killed every other EMEA team gunning for that trophy, and have now taken down the People's Champions, the most fun team we had in the tournament. No fun allowed.
No fun allowed indeed. Shutting down every single storyline.
So close.
Winning the hearts of the crowd as well on either side.
Denying Optic from going to the back-to-back as well. And the streak continues. Every tournament, there must be a new winner in Valorant.
Yeah.
But for these kind of people, I mean, it's just more of the same.
Yeah, absolutely. These teams have performed so well all up to this one. What a finale, what a way to
I
end
think
it.
Benkai is feeling like shit right now.
Of the fist bumps.
Poor Benkai.
Respect being shown to the two competitors.
incredible two teams delivering an incredible match. Easily the best grand finals that we've had at a Masters event. And one of the most worthy winners.
Okay, good. Okay, goodbye.